Alrighty then, let's get this show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Doesn't hurt nearly as bad to talk today. Still a little bit, but I'm definitely in a better position now than I was however long ago. Yesterday at, well, not about this time. Oh, yeah, yesterday was a real bad. I've had so many ibuprofen in the last day, which is weird because, again, normally I have a pretty good pain tolerance, but that healing cap, that hurt. I got coffee, which I also didn't have yesterday, so maybe I'm still feeling the after effects of that. Who even knows? Let me do this. So we should be good. Good morning, Aura. Good morning, Inwars. Zephyr. Hello, hello. Ooh. I also still owe 28 push-ups, which I will do today. I realized after stream yesterday that I got wrapped up in doing the Path of Exile stream and didn't. I was like, wait, I never did those. I still owe those. Hello, Squall. Good morning, Cat. A little bit. Give me like at least 1 cup of coffee and then we can do raid discussion. I'll probably record a separate video for it from what I talk about on stream. But we're going to go fight to fight. Break it all down. Coffee. And then we got Stay the Realm an hour early today, I believe. Let me double check that. Yes. Yeah, an hour early today. I got to bed kind of late. I ended up passing out like really suddenly when I fell asleep too. I was like awake and then I just wasn't, and I don't even remember it. All right. Sorry, I was transferring back to Ether real quick because I was off-world briefly. I forgot to do this. Hi. Hello, hello. Oh, coffee. Oh, that's the stuff. That's the stuff right there. So I have my freedom. I have my freedom. It is going to be a day for me. I've got a lot of stuff to do today. Good morning, K Brown. Not in game, although I would like to do Unreal. In an hour, hopefully. Watching everything get blown up. I'm not. This is one of the few times where I think there's going to be sweet vindication in blowing up things like the ad phase. And not needing to do the last set of seeds in M7 specifically. M8 is going to be largely just skipping pieces of the enrage sequence for a while or making mistakes and recovering and then still getting through the enrage sequence. I'm looking forward to that enrage, to the way that we did the enrage sequence, seeing if people end up doing that. Because we only party stacked the 1st and 5th platforms for M8S. And that worked fantastically. Oh, we super cool down the second one with just the 2 tanks, then tank invuln 3, tank invuln 4, and then everything on 5. Hi, Ivy. Hello. Let me turn my phone down. My phone is on very loud. Ivy. It was a great tier. And I think it's going to be good on reclears also. Yeah, Ivy's just here on my lap. Ivy slept right next to me all night. Then when I woke up this morning, I woke up at like 4 a.m. briefly, and I like called her over, and then she's cuddled into my arms, and then I went back to sleep. And then when I woke up, she was still there. She was having a grand old time this morning. Alright, yeah, I'm going to do a hunt train. Probably. Before I do anything else. Good morning, Matthew. Yeah. Well, she needs to get some love for the next few days since she's being boarded on Monday. I don't know if I think I'm going to board her after stream on Monday instead of like taking her midstream. We just got to get a lift, a pet lift over to her boarding place. I used to like, I didn't know that like Uber and Lyft had like pet options nowadays. So like for years, I would always like call a Lyft and then, excuse me, I would always call a Lyft and then ask them, can I please bring my pet? And just, you know, just, it's a one-way trip because it would always be me dropping off or me picking up. And so I used to be worried that they would say no, not that they ever did. I've never had a Lyft say no to that. But then I didn't know there was a Lyft pet option. Thanks, Gizzo. Ooh, that one's not as fun as Pyros, Matthew, but it's a little easier to navigate. All right, let me head to Urkelpacha. I think that's where the hunt train in the morning begins. Hi, Ivy. Yeah, we wrapped up we wrapped up yesterday very quickly. It only took us about 20 minutes. There is something that I do need to do at some point today. All right, I did that, didn't I? No, I think every fight in this tier peaks at about halfway through the fight in terms of difficulty and then gradually descends in difficulty. It basically becomes a choke check, as I like to call it, which isn't that unusual. Most fights work that way. They kind of peak somewhere in the middle, and then the closer you get to the very end, the easier they become. Even with door bosses, this was largely the case. Most people agree that the door bosses themselves in most fights are the more difficult parts of said fights. Clear Sunday, short day today. I think that's feasible. I think if people are waiting to look ahead, it gets harder. I think the very last... well, I guess I don't know if you know the mechanics yet, but I'm assuming that you do. The very last Ultraviolet Ray is deceptively more difficult than the rest just because of what's happening in the fight at the time. But it's not by much. It's very minor. So, yeah, post-ads M8S is probably the toughest part. I mean, spreads and stacks, right? What else is new? Spreads and stacks, hardest mechanic. I don't think anyone's surprised by that prospect. You know what I mean? Bum, 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 bum. I'm just trying to check something while I have a few minutes here. Yeah, because I have I have a very interesting day ahead of me. In terms of busyness and whatnot. All right, I'm going to do that. And then I have to do the other thing. Interesting, yeah. Well, today I'm going to be putting out a statement about everything I spoke about on stream with my mother a few weeks ago. And there's a few things I have to do because of that I'll be detailing and whatnot. So interesting is definitely going to be the word. I've got a pretty busy post stream today in general because we're gonna do the raid breakdown after I do Unreal, which I would like to do at 8 a.m. if anyone wants to come. As long as everyone can get on Ether, we'll do it on Ether. If not, with the raid tier out, I can always go to Dynamis or the usual. I'll just go to Golem. I'd like to do Suzaku today, if I can. If the crew is around and people are ready to game. The real prog begins now. Unreal. It's funny because it's still somehow true. That's the real prog, is Suzaku. Yeah, I'm going to catch this hunt train first, though. I need to start restocking on materia, so I've got a good reason to be logged in almost every day. Oh, there we go. Hi, Ivy. So yeah, I'd like to do that and then do raid stuff. And then State of the Realm is an hour early today. I mean, I think Suzaku's a much better fight. But it also... My big thing is, I know the price of everything's going to go up. So that's why I like Suzaku. Because there's going to be less of it on the market board. Because people just aren't going to be as successful with Suzaku. And will probably not do it as much. That's always exciting. Yeah, Bianco is free as hell, but it made all the prices drop. So Suzaku is going to bring balance back to the universe. Good morning, Yugo. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do Suzaku on Tuesday this coming week, so I'd like to do Suzaku on probably Wednesday. I just don't think I can do it at the same time. I don't think... I haven't really figured that all out yet. I have to figure out exactly what I'm going to do streaming schedule-wise for next week. So, I'll have to have a discussion about plans and whatnot, since I won't be home. Ivy! You're too much. Until I started talking, she was fine just sitting next to me. And now that I've started talking, she thinks that's it. It's time for me and me only. That's all she knows. All she knows is she hears my voice. And that means that I'm saying, hey, Ivy, get here on my lap. I'm talking to... Who else could I be talking to? It's as simple as that. Hi. Of course she doesn't care about chat. Why would she? There's no one else here, so you must be talking to me. She's jealous of... No, that's the thing. She's not jealous. She actually wishes she had more people or cats around. She just loves being affectionate to whatever living being will put up with her nearby. I would say is the more accurate assessment. And I am the one that is physically here. I am the warmth. I know, Ivy. I know. Yeah, I don't think that's the case, Shinji. I don't think that's how that works. I believe they're what is called a an ultra wide is the term you're looking for. Sounds like ultra wide to me. Hey, what's going on, Jesse? Hey, no problem. I'ma keep doing my thing. I'ma keep doing it and doing it and doing it, yeah. But yeah, today's what do I have to do today? I gotta record a thoughts video on the tier. I'm gonna do the breakdown. I don't know if I'm gonna use my Twitch breakdown of the fights for YouTube. I think I might record a separate one for that. No, it's quite literally how ultra wides work. This was the best Savage tier we've had since Promise. I think it's collectively the best tier. In turn, the term that I came up with for this tier was it was the highest amount of creative competence the team has had with a raid tier in a long time. Very specifically, competence. Because sometimes they try to get creative and the fights are shit. And their creativity, their form of creativity is a very strange one. Yeah. High amount of creative competence. M7S is definitely not one of the worst fights in the game. It is easily one of the best third fights we've had in a long time. It's definitely the best second tier third fight we've had since. Some people would argue Guardian. I don't think Guardian's a good fight. Personally, I don't think it's a very good fight. So I would say since all thoughts. M6 is not overtuned and is also, yeah, by next week will definitely be a joke. Thanks, Ink. It'll be a joke in the way that's like cathartic. Like every group that did it week one's gonna be like, man, ad phase so easy now. They're gonna be like, kill that fucking cat. They're like, I'm so glad that fucking cat is dead. Off tank POV. Hey, I had a dentist appointment yesterday too, Ank. The Jabberwock. Yeah, I need an emote of the cat, the Yan, and the Moose. Actually, I need an emote of the fucking Stingrays. Those are the things I have to stare in the face the entire time. Talking about killing a cat. Listen, that cat wants ether. That cat's gonna get no ether. That cat will have 0 ether. Give me ether, meow meow. If I made the emote, I wouldn't even use the Final Fantasy 14 version. I'd use the Final Fantasy 9 version. No ore, no ether, just murder. Another day, another M6S prog. It's so funny because in our clear, you hear Whoops call for a pot at the second part of ads, and I'm like, that's not where my pot is going. My pot is going on that first twos, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. I'm killing that fucking yen. I'm killing this fucking stingray. Guys, look. Cat. Look, cat. That's all she wants. Hunt train's beginning, Ivy. I must fly away. I can't keep my legs crossed like this for very long, or my leg's gonna fucking fall asleep. Shout out to my PF group who locked in. I saw it on the other platform. You didn't need to say it again. I did see it. Yeah, that's going to happen a lot more, killing the moos. Especially with certain comps. Like, if you have a Viper, the moos just die. I'm not the best in the morning. Don't worry, most people aren't. I'm one of the sickos that's pretty good in the morning. Yeah, Viper pretty much already nullifies that phase. Honestly, even post-nerf, Picto is probably really good in that phase. Picto's AoE damage is pretty seamless. Didn't feel bad. I had a feeling M6S was actually going to go really well for Machinists because they could just do their single target rotation the entire time and just target different things. Literally all you need, you just like, all right, everyone's like, okay, I need to learn how to AoE, and Machinists is like, they have to learn. I already know. I will hypercharge, I will double check, I will checkmate, and that is my equivalent of I have learned to AoE. I need nothing else. Yeah, Black Mage being up there too. I mean, it's so free, all the flares and fouls. The value on foul and flare, especially the 2-second cast flare. People who haven't played Black Mage yet, don't forget, flare is also only a 2-second cast time now. Yeah, flamethrower value for picking up Mantas definitely doesn't hurt. Just to make sure that you pick them up almost instantly without animations. Consensus on the tiers, it's the best tier we've had since Promise. 4 good fights. That will noticeably get easier with gear. And tried several new ideas that I think were all successful. At least now everyone knows why M7 normal was so much of a step up over other normals. It's because the normal and Savage were not really that different, but the Savage would just beat your ass twice as hard. Well, the second floor being good is not the problem. It's the third floor that people question. M7's got hands, tentacles, eyes, you name it. Yeah, the only ad phase we really had in Pandemonium was P3S. And that phase was okay, but it wasn't like anything. It was derivative of the turn 12 ad phase in its own way. So just like if you did turn 12 way back in the day like me, you were like, oh, this is just turn 12 2 Electric Boogaloo. I mean, literally it's the Phoenix, but more specifically that ad phase. Dude, it's so funny when people talk about how the AoE for Machinist got nerfed, and I'm like, I want you to reread this and then do the math and tell me how you really feel. What it is you just are more motivated to do your single target AoE because that's better, and that's already what you were doing anyway. Yeah, what AoE? Just single target and you'll just happen to hit things. I don't even know what you're talking about, Shinji. Is ketchup a smoothie? Yes. Okay, thank you, Shout Chat. Not a great tell of how the gaze works. It's not a gaze. I feel like it's pretty clearly communicated. Yeah, petrifaction is not a look away. It's not a gaze to begin with. Good morning, Salas. Have I not done the Great Hunt? I've soloed the Great Hunt. Oh, you're talking about, you're not talking to me. No, Cursed. Oh, yeah. No, Cursed Shriek. No, you're right. Yeah, Cursed Shriek is the one. But no, the point is that if there's no eyeball, it's not a look away. Like, that's an automatic tell that it's a line of sight if it's hitting room wide and there's no other way to avoid it. It has nothing to do with the Rafflesias being small. It's entirely the ability to look around you and understand. The fact that the bodies for them don't go away fast or go away immediately after is also an immediate tell. But again, if it's a giant room wide that insta-kill petrifies you and the only variable on the field are the Rafflesias, that's it. In terms of, like, raid deduction, that's pretty much automatic. Boss not being able to walk over the bodies is also a clue, although that's a far more subtle clue. It's all about deductive reasoning. Giant room wide, unavoidable, can't look away. What's the only other thing that's around me? Ads. All of avoiding or figuring things out is deductive reasoning. And you start, like, subtracting possibilities as you go through. This targeted 3 people, okay, probably rolls because the one variable that has a 3 is rolls. You know, you just have to be ready to look for that. Definitely a case where the game gives you all the information you need. You just have to want. It's one of those things again where people. I should probably spend. I'll spend my tomes after this. Where people should probably be learning how to play the game and not just how to do fights, and they would probably recognize those things faster. Yeah, everything about Cruiserweight was successful in my opinion. Probably the only thing that you could questionably criticize is the back half of fights being a little easier than the front half. But again, that's pretty normal. They tend to peak fights in the middle. Somewhere between 50 and 30% of a boss's health, they usually do the peak mechanic. That's pretty normal. I would say the ad phase is probably the toughest to execute phase across most fights. Or at least for week 1. In week 2 and onward, it's literally going to fall over. At which point, the seeds in M7 probably become the most annoying thing to resolve. And by annoying, I mean the challenging. And I very specifically mean the Phase 2 seeds. Not even the Phase 3 seeds. Although the Phase 3 tethers are also up there, I'll be honest. Yep, always deductive. So I mean, you're like, they would never make me do that. We got a sage weapon to drop in our clear. I think it's not even so much about it being DPS demanding as much as it's about players are not good at optimizing their targeting. Like, I wasn't in my clear. I would sit around and, like, wait a GCD for the next ad to show up instead of throwing something on the moose or whatever. Just to make sure that I didn't miss picking up my ad by even a fraction of a second. Yeah, probably our shield healer. Control. Yeah, I mean, but there are targeting options. Using the aggro list is realistically what I would recommend to people. It's not. Expedient just literally prevents people from forgetting sprint for eminent and revolutionary. But sprint, I mean, just sprint. There's no other real good place to use sprint. There's only 3 really good sprint locations in the first half of M8S, so you might as well just only use it there. The only 3 good sprint locations are eminent and revolutionary, which happened twice, and the dragon heads at the end after Beck and Moonlight. I would argue there's no other good spot for sprint that it's like, that you got to go like, oh man, I really wish I had sprint for this. Because you don't need it for the towers. What the hell? You don't need it for, you don't need it for the rotating room AoE. You don't need it for the ad phase unless you're, like, late. I guess you could argue that sprinting, if you get the bait into orb explosion, is I guess, a spot where you could. It's where I would use one because there's nowhere else to use it around there. So yeah, I mean, expedience just effectively cuts out 2 of your sprints. Great button. But far from I absolutely need this. So yeah, they did a really good job. Yeah, after Unreal, I'd like to do Unreal in 25 minutes. If I can get peeps. Man, you want to know what's funny? I am colorblind, and the only arena I have an issue with is Beatrix. In terms of visual clutter and everything, Beatrix is the only one like of recent times where I'm like, damn, why would you do this? Oh yeah, our melees definitely had to be willing to throw Let's just say that Whoops was optimizing elusive jumps to get enhanced piercing talons. And some of the things he did was pretty silly. Like during tethers in M8S, the first tethers during the wind phase, he was legitimately, like, wherever he needed to end up for his tower, he was arms lengthening and then backflipping into the tower or for his tether location just to have an enhanced piercing talon. We're ending in Shaloni. Interesting. Yeah, he was. That's what I'm saying. He was optimizing them piercing talons. Do 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 do. The water is, I don't. So actually, funny thing about that water. So people talk about elevation and how they're finally doing things like elevation and whatnot. So funny thing, did you know that if you stand in the water in M6S, but your character is touching the bridge, you're in the water, but half of your single pixel is on the bridge, so you actually fail the fire mechanic. And then vice versa, if you did the same thing while on the bridge and you just barely hung off the side, you would die to the lightning. Apparently, there's like a perfect pixel where even if you're in the water, it just considers you on the bridge because you're just standing so close to it. The ray puddles. Oh, I can see them just fine. Disagree. Soggy bridge? Yeah, it's just some soggy wood on the bridge. That's what's getting you. That's all it is. This bridge, the bridge is soggy, so it just gets you, man. That's what are you gonna do? Very moist bridge, exactly. Yeah, it's just that by coincidence, there's one in the one pixel that occupies your character hitbox. If you're touching the bridge, that one pixel actually overlaps both surfaces. There's half of your single pixel in the water and half of it's on the bridge, and it sees that you're on the bridge and you're like, oh, well, you're fucking dead. Because the weird thing is I think you lose the debuff. So it's actually more so that the pixel is like more on the bridge than in the water. When you just run up to it like that. To be fair, you should not be standing that close. There's no good reason to stand close to the bridge like that, but it's still funny. It's still so funny. Stack is behind you and they won't move. How long ago did I pick this tree up? Jesus. How many is that? Solomon stacks of 20. All right, hopefully transfer to Gilgamesh is open, and we can, anyone who wants to do it can also come here. In about 20 minutes, I'm going to do Suzaku and Reel for the week. Telling and retelling. I need some bodies for 10 years. How are things? Well, we found Tron, and he's going to take us shopping. Take us shopping, Tron. All right, take care of that. Man, I still want to see if I can get that Hades. I'm like, that crit RNG on Hades is so... I want to go for it, but I'd rather just get more tank gear first. Obviously, for a few weeks, I can't pick up tank gear, but after that... I think I can get to the second to last phase, but I can't kill the second to last phase before the jail. There's the thought of potentially being able to get there with Dark Knight and then letting Frey do the killing, but we'll see. I need more gear to even like get to that theory crafting point. Because if I get a lucky crit, I can get past Ascian Prime most likely. Yeah, I don't think Barbaricha doubles anything up. I think the Tank Buster, she might double up if there's only one of you, but you would just invuln both of those as warrior most likely. Honestly, you could probably just super cool down. Is it some? Yeah, it could be. It's either you have to skip the jail or you need the Frey to kill the jail. It's going to be one of the two. Yeah, PlayStation tethers. Fortunately, there's not a single instance of PlayStation tethers propagating if people are dead. It just cuts one of the PlayStation tethers out. So yeah, if only one person is alive, there's no PlayStation tethers. I'd be worried about Heidelin for obvious reasons. Oh yeah, I always be cooking. No, they cannot. They sure can't do it well. Listen, like I said, I'm worried about... Every week, I'm going to be worried about actually getting it done. Yeah, I got to find that flared up crystal and then jump, jump, jump. He brought pots this time. Yeah, food and pots definitely helps a great deal. I'm going to be using my grade 3 pots now. And my mate cookies. If anyone wants to come do or help with Unreal, I'm going to be doing that in about 15 minutes. Telling and retelling. Normally I do it on Tuesdays. I'm a little nervous about doing it this week. Like this late in the week. stepped up. I feel like it's just a lot of week 1 healer responsibility. Week one healing responsibility is usually pretty intense compared to the rest. You definitely, I definitely don't want to sit here progging it. It shouldn't be a case of anyone joining doesn't actually know the fight, especially when you can go in and unsync the original and do it. I definitely want this to be like 2 or 3 pulls for the telling, and then ideally at most the same for the retelling. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get to the things I want to get to today. Usually a couple weeks in, I start locking to duty completion. It's only the 2nd week, though. Also, when people bring alts in, I'm not going to say no. Thanks, High King. What's on the agenda? I want to do Unreal, and then I want to do a little bit of fight breakdown on the Savage. Probably not going to upload that one. I'll probably record a separate one to upload later. I'm going to be away next week. I'll still be streaming. I'm going to actually have a discussion about my streaming schedule. I'm going to, like, where I'm going, I'm going to, like, figure out what I'm doing for my stream schedule. I'm going to figure that out later today. So I want to have videos ready to upload for like while I'm away, because I probably won't work on videos while I'm away. Maybe the weekly Q&A, but that's like it. So I'm going to have like, I got to record another Final Fantasy 11 part. I got to do raid thoughts. I got to do raid breakdown. And I think I'm going to do raid breakdown per fight this time, or at the very least, I might split it into 2 videos. For YouTube itself, because I have a decent amount to say about Dancing Green and M6. M7, not so much, but M8 a good bit. What, like me personally? Nothing. They're not going to let me have any week 1 pieces. Fucking Fizz range, they're not going to give me shit. If you think lightweight Savage is a 5 out of 10 difficulty, Cruiserweight's about to fuck you in the ass. Getting gear in this economy? Gear feed the Bard? Listen, the only feed I get is the emotional feed of thank you for shot calling. That's it. I get emotionally fed. It's an exchange for being emotionally drained. When I'm done shot calling for a tier, I'm like, gimme ether, meow, meow. I was really hoping for a Bard weapon, too. I sure was. I might not even be... I looked at my schedule. I might not be able to raid next week. Jitter. I said I'd be able to raid while I was away, but I think the particular timing we landed on now, looking at my schedule, I think you're going to need a replacement. For next week. It's just like Saturday just turns out to not be a good time while I'm away. No, I don't wish we were doing splits. No, stop. I don't want it. I like this tier. I don't want to do splits. No. Any opportunity I have to not have to do anything on my alt is a very good world. God, so we're about to do Suzaku. For our last raid prep night, we briefly discussed doing Suzaku as a team because like a bunch of people hadn't done it and since, you know, Hell's Cure came out. Fucking Biff never did the 4 Lords quests, so we couldn't do Suzaku for raid prep. We couldn't do like Unreal that night just to like play and do max level content. Because you need the original unlock to do the Unreal. So... he's like, that's going to be a bit of a problem, guys. He didn't have the normal. He didn't have the extreme. Couldn't do the Unreal. He was like, I'm on Jade Stoa? How long would it take me to get to Suzaku? I was like, we're not getting you to Suzaku right now. Someone was like, yeah, it should just be a few quests. And I'm like, it's a solo instance, a dungeon, and then we actually have to do the normal mode. And I'm just like, and we're like, no. We're going to go do Fru instead. Yeah, 3-hour raid time to spend any time doing that was definitely a nope. I just said there was a dungeon, so yes. I just said a solo instance, a dungeon, and normal mode. I just do 11 for the YouTube series, which I have to record a part. I have to record at least one part for this weekend. I have a part already recorded for next week, but I'd like to get another 1 or 2. I probably want at least 1 more in the bank before maybe after I come back, I do a bunch of parts that weekend. When I come back, I'm going to be initiating plan giveaway everything on my back shelf, aka a bunch of sub incentives. That's gonna be a thing. I've been putting that off for too long now. I just have to set up a system for it, which honestly shouldn't be that hard. Good morning, Valtis. Giveaway. Yeah, it's there's multiple reasons why I'm doing the sales and giveaway, but the chief reason is going to be the situation with my mother. And I just want to recoup money at this point. Yeah, State of the Realm is an hour early today. It'll be at 11 instead of 12 Pacific. Sly has something he needs to do at like 1:30, so he wants to do the show an hour early. I didn't even think the show will be that long because it's just me and him to talk about Savage because I didn't ask Whoops to be on the show like I intend. Hey, Jitter, you want to do State of the Realm? Hey, Jitter, you want to do State of the Realm in 3 hours? You want to be on a podcast? All right, fuck it. There, we got Jitter. There. And I'm absolutely saying on the podcast that because we didn't clear till Friday, I forgot to ask any guests. And subsequently asked a raid member in my own stream 3 hours before we started. I'm just trying to prevent him from PFing right now. That's all. Don't you love it when 3 DPS players talk about a raid tier together and there's no tanks or healers? That's how valuable that is. Well, whoops. I don't know how much Jitter's actually ever healed or tanked because I only ever see him playing one of 9 DPS. You tanked lightweight. There you go. I've low item level healed Titan Savage. All right. I remember one time we just like one of our members couldn't make it for like a raid prep night in previous group. And I was just like, oh, I'll just heal Titan Savage. Be like, have you ever done that? No. But it's that or we don't have 8 people. So I guess I'm doing it now. And then I was like, man, this is easy. What do healers complain about? My co-healer was like, stop it, stop it, stop it. I was like, I am GCD healing just to be safe. You cannot be stressing that much. I am doing an extra GCD heal at pretty much every AoE just to be safe. You cannot be that stressed right now. Specifically because I don't have the know-how to do this with less than that. I have a soil on everything. My Illum is being used on every raid wide it possibly can. Come on. I was even on a shield healer. Like, I was putting in work. I had my indoms in play, my deploys. I was like, I got all this easy. You cannot be that stressed to be healing right now. I even put up shields before every attack. I'm responsible. I'm not your PF healer who puts up the shield in between the attacks and only if there's damage to heal. And even then, they're like, nah, you're topped up. It's fine. Just have MIT. I'm not using a GCD for consultation. Get out of here. I'm not using a GCD for sucker as it would have been back in the day. Well, don't drip coffee all over it. That's not good. On Ether in 5 minutes. Gonna need bodies for Unreal, telling and retelling. Must know the fight and or ideally have cleared Suzaku before, but technically not a requirement. Yeah, healing is what I go on to feel something. 3 hours from now is when we would be starting. I would be calling you on Discord a little less than that. Is this you going to take a nap before the show? Or is this you making sure you're not in PF too long? Jitter sleeps. His eyes shut occasionally. Yeah. Okay, just making sure it doesn't interfere. Okay. Good, yeah. As long as it doesn't, then we're good. It's not like Whoops is any better. We woke up after 17-hour days. After a 17-hour day and several days before that, after beating the tier in 30 minutes, Whoops went and played the Monster Hunter title update for 12 hours afterwards, and then went to the Minecraft movie probably after that. I surround myself with unsleepers. Sounds like a raid team. Listen, no, I think the most degenerate sleep schedule I've probably ever played alongside is probably Pharaoh. If I had to probably label one person with the worst sleep schedule I've ever played with, it's probably Pharaoh. If I had to guess. Because I swear Pharaoh would show up to raid and be like, I haven't slept in 30 hours, and then go for 10 more hours. Don't worry, just PF it on a different job next week, Sabe. Sounds about right, yeah. Not anymore, but that was the case. Yes, buy my compounds. All right. Thank you, Tome Materials. I'm not going to lie, when Tome Materials are popping, I'm sometimes tempted to either A, just server hop hunt trains and do nothing else for weeks on end, or B, actually do roulettes. All right, I'm making this PF in 2 minutes. Let's have a nice, smooth, easy time. I know there's a 5-second delay on stream for call-outs, but usually I call things out pretty well. What was it? Is color pairs everything, I guess. Passwords 1227, and in 2 minutes I'll make this live. And 1 player per job. Roulettes in this kind. Listen, roulettes are just money right now, man. All those tomes. I wish I didn't have to be reminded of Final Fantasy IX so much, but you know what? The friendly animals, they're not one of the problems with 9, so they get a pass. They get a pass. They are a perfectly acceptable side content that leads into a perfectly shitty super boss. Fucking friendly animals. What friendly animal isn't there? I feel like one of them isn't. The ghost? The ghost. You're the ghost when you die. You're the ghost. Siren too, yeah. Honestly, all the ones that mattered were there, so. Alright. PF's up. Suzaku Unreal on Ether. It better not take very long. Simply yantastic. That reminds me of the movie Superbad, where they're like at the beginning of the movie, he's like talking about the night that he had with Becca, and it's just him, McLovin, and Seth just like watching porn. It's like, it's fantastic. Oh, no, I wasn't fighting for my life against the Ray, because the Ray doesn't hurt very much. Like, I just get one heal or a second wind, and I've basically nullified Water 3. I was waiting for everybody else to fight for my life. All right, we still need one tank for Shujaku. Shujaku Unreal. Quick telling and retelling, guys. Right? Everyone here knows the fight, right? And has at least done it in some capacities. Yeah. Don't make me go tank. Don't do this. I really want to be on DPS. It gives me a lot of security knowing I'm one of the... I should really get on a DPS that isn't fizz ranged at some point. For this, I should get on a fucking melee or something so I can pump. So I can be certain there's that pumping is had. All right. Return to Monk. I'm gonna be honest. Better have food and pots. Food, pots, and good play. Hold opener till after the jump. No food, no pots, but good vibes. You know the drill. We all hate it, but here we are in North America again. Every time I dance around a marker, I'm in North America. Oh, well, I used the pot early, but I'm not doing my twos. I swear it's optimal, Smile. Think about the buff dots I have ticking at the beginning, Smile. Yeah, need that stronger dot. Think of all the damage over time. I think that's worth doing there, but we'll see. I don't remember what a good percentage even is here. Give me ether bot. I think like 86 is considered like exceptional here. Like gives you a little bit of leeway at the end, yeah. Meow, you've done it. All right, I want to see 10 damage buffs across the board. Hey, dude, crazy. I also crave violence. Gets my knife. I crave salmon. Salmon? Oh my god, we've got some dancers. Alright, don't forget about all the ins and outs. Remember, mesmerizing means pull in. Refrain means out. Pay attention to the cast bar. I don't remember exactly when they all are, but like, just pay attention, smile. I remember when some of them are. There's one really early here. Like, I think, like, right after this, there's a mesmerizing or a refrain. She also normally does a little hop skip. She does that hop skip first, yeah. We shall meet again. Yeah, the colors one I always remember. First set of colors coming up. Think about your dodges here. Focus on not getting knocked up more than anything. Alright, the first one is gonna be the repeat pattern. That means into the first. And then if you're fast, back out. And then back out again. Don't forget the second movement. Oh, that's fine. And then this one's palindrome pattern. Then you wait. Wait. Back. Some people doing the hard dodge over there. Only one, that's not bad. There's gonna be another refrain or something soon. There it is. Mesmerizing. Yeah, anytime she does that little jump to the middle, that is an automatic tell that it's gonna... I think the only time that might not happen is during the color phase. Alright, look at your orb. No sprint. Think about the distance you need to go here. Because it's going to matter for later. Watch the autos. Make sure they don't die to autos here either. Saw those autos. I got real scared. No sprint gamers there. Phantom Flurry. Don't go back. I think it's colors. Yes, colors number 2. Look for mesmerizing. There should be a refrain or a mesmerize during this one. It's right now. It's knockback. Luckily, it's the easy one. Alright, looks like it's a repeat pattern first. Oh, no, this is... Oh, no, it is a repeat pattern. I read it backwards. It's fine. I'll just do this. Raid wide. Second winding. Alright, this is another repeat pattern, just the other way. Don't forget to go back. Yeah, imagine I just Peloton during that just to scare people, even though it does nothing. Color, I don't think it's color pairs yet. It's after the flurry, yeah. We have a melee LB. It's going to be color pairs right after that melee LB. Well, I guess after the Southron Star, but, you know. Alright. Color buddies, if you have the marker over your head, just don't get knocked into the tower. It's going to be all supports or all DPS. All supports. That's a swap. Good job. Well of Flame. Last colors. There's mechanics during this, so watch out. Should be Well of Flame for the first one, and then you need to dodge after. Then I think it's Incandescent. Yep, there it is. Look at the colors. Look at the colors. This is going to be orbs. Remember, start in either blue or black, depending on which way you need to go. And then go into the first one. Blue or black are the right choices. Going into one of the first ones. Ooh, that was close. Okay, I think it's knockback here. Yep, knockback. It's refrain. Yep. Look at the colors. Little along the line, but that's fine. And then I think it's Phantom Flurry? Yeah, Phantom Flurry. Do not be on the front of the boss. Get away from the front of the boss. Then look behind. Look at the colors. Good job. Now it's just finish the fight. I think we are well and indeed ahead. We have gamers today. I'm actually going to pop this just in case. Let's just do the fight now. Let's just kill the boss. The colors, Mason. What do they mean? In. Mesmerizing in. There's still quite a bit of time left in the fight. I think there's like one more Phantom after this. There's like whatever mechanics and then a second Phantom Flurry and then it's Enrage. I know there's a whole nother Phantom Flurry before. Yeah, it's 2 rotations of the same stuff. I think it's like Southron here. Yeah, Southron. I just remember there's a Phantom Flurry before the last colors. And that there's 2 of them here at the end. Knockback. think it's Phantom Flurry and then Enrage. Southron, then Phantom, then Enrage. There it is. Look at that. We got some gamers for Unreal this week. Are you safe? Just a little worried there for a second. The fact that it was that clean and we still almost saw last colors. Oof. PF is... Listen, we're making money. Just think of it this way. We're making money. Now everybody simply get foxes. No problem. Hey, listen, you did it. We still need the retelling, of course. All right, so I know the sword is here. Does that tell me where the box is, though? This is A left. Unfortunately, that is one of the worst patterns I could have gotten without knowing where the box is. Well, it eliminates those two box spots. Because that one can't be there. Okay, I think that means I can guess safely here, 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 and here. Yeah, okay. Not been any conflicts? Okay, cool. Excellent. Jitter on state of the realm. I gotta make an overlay for that. Take like 5 seconds. Not like you want me. I don't think you. I don't think I need to over stress that too much. I don't think you're like, yeah, make sure my socials and my TikTok and my. Is there another podcast you would have? Is there another game that you would have that you're involved in enough to be integrated into a podcast? Like Kyo would be. I bet Kyo would do a RuneScape one. Could be like, hell yeah, I'd do a RuneScape episode. All right, let's get this retelling. The Melees. I remember that episode. All right, sweet and easy telling. Time to retell how easy it is. I will not pot at the start this time. The worst part about this for me, I actually think if I start with Payon, that this first part is... Let me see how long these songs tick for. I think it might actually be worth using Payon here at the start. Yeah, it absolutely is. I should absolutely open with Payon. 100% is worth it. Because of how short this phase is, I don't like lose anything doing that Payon to like get stacks for coming back here. I was worried about the song time, but with the dance phase, it kind of just fixes itself automatically. I would argue Bard's one of the more fun jobs to level, largely because of Ballad during Trash. Honestly, Payon during Trash is pretty fun, too. Not as fun, but... Yeah, that's what I do there, so just emulate my own success. Look at that. We're even further ahead this time. Probably helps when my pot is actually on my 2s, huh? Let me tell you, nothing beats checkmate double check spam on Machinist. In terms of like oddly satisfying rotational bits, the double check checkmate thing is before it was double check checkmate, it was exciting. Still is. God, the kilometer thing reminds me of Sega's joke for April Fools. They put out a press release saying that Miles was moving to the EU and renaming himself kilometers per hour. I was like, my God. These mad geniuses for that joke. I see an 8-stat gamer. Just a tank, it's fine. No! I think we have different communication styles. I think it's always mesmerizing first here also. It's going to be right here. Yep. At the very least, I find that it's mesmerizing more than it's ruthless on that first bit. We sure are. For we shall meet again. Alright, check your colors. Yep, Stay the Realm is in 2.5 hours. About. A little bit more. Check the colors. It's a palindrome pattern. Waiting. 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 Going. This is a circle pattern. Gaming. Any special cats? My raid member Jitter, who I asked less than an hour ago. In or out? Mesmerizing. That is a special guest. They've never been on before. I hate this too so much. This twos is horse shit. I saw that happening. Yeah, I generally make it so that these markers are made so you never need to go past the marker. Not the end of the world. Just a healer. And we were already, like, doing it faster than the previous one. Shall meet again. There's going to be a pull-in or a knockback here right away. Yeah, for me, these markers are made to be like the perfect spot to stand for that. Refrain, my favorite. It's going to be, looks like, circular pattern first. And back over the line. Raid wide. And then it's a circular pattern, but the other way. Oh, a little early. Got a few people jumping back and forth a little. We're fine. We'll have an LB3 here. Right before this twos window. You can pot this twos if you want. I generally do just because, you know, I want to win. Whoa, what happened? Did they take it? Guys, what happened? Keep them alive. Vote. We need everyone alive here. What happened with the tanks? Color pairs. Color pairs. DPS in the towers. Well, a flame. It's fine. All right, last colors. This is going to be Well of Flame first. Just keep up the damage, guys. Check where the thing is. Well of Flame first. Colors. This is going to be orbs. Make sure you want to be in the third or fourth, aiming for the first or second. That means blue or black. About on the markers is normally good. Make sure he doesn't die to oh, guys, you're going too far. It's going to be knockback or pull. This one might be sunk. Knockback. We've had a lot of deaths. Check the colors. Check the colors. Guys. I think it's raid wide. Make sure he lives. Oh no, it's Phantom Flurry. Don't be in front. Check the colors. Don't go back in front. Why is he dead? What's happening? Guys! Why are the tanks dying so much? Maybe we'll make it. Smile. I think we're going to need another pull. But you know, just pump. Smile. Knockback. There's so many vuln stacks. So many weaknesses. Don't Venn diagram me. Alright. We need you over here! Hey, you made it. Just crit, guys. Just crit. I didn't crit! We'll get an LB2 possibly. That could help. Gonna be knockback or pull in? Knockback again. At least he's being gentle on that front. We'll definitely get an LB2 at least. For a second I thought it said that she was successfully slowed. It said slow resisted. Make sure you have cooldowns for... Oh my god, you did have cooldowns for... You had Rampart at least. Guys, it's the last twos window. Pump. 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 We're not out of juice. Pump. Pump. Crit. Crit everything. Go. No. 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 Don't touch it. We did it. We're the best. We did it. Easy. Never a doubt. Easy game. Stop complaining. Wasn't even close. PF can do it too. Stop complaining. Hashtag yawn trail. Now for the real test of skill. I had no foxes, you motherfucker. Right? I clicked on all the right boxes, right? Yep, yep, and yep. Yeah. Sorry. It's just so easy. Good job, everyone. I'm going to make that into a YouTube short and be like me every week in PF for Suzaku Unreal. Guys. No, Winged, you're misunderstanding it. When you go from armies to Minuet, it grants you the buff. If your armies wears off, it gives you a grace period to enter the next song to maintain the same buff. That's what it's doing. It's effectively giving you a grace period for things like downtime. So like, let's say I know I'm going to be going from armies to Wanderer's Minuet, but there's like a short delay where the boss is like untargetable in that time. I don't want to just not get the buff because I didn't have anything to hit. Or I don't want to go into the buff just because I'm afraid of losing it. So it creates, what is it, a 10-second grace? How long is the grace period? I forget how long the grace period itself actually is. 30 seconds? Okay, yeah. That's all it's doing. It's just giving you a grace period to get the same exact buff. But you get the buff. You don't only get the buff if it wears off. It's the same buff you get going from Payon to Minuet, or Payon to another song technically, but you'll always do Payon to Minuet. It's the same thing. It's just a quality of life grace period is all. Hit faster. Hashtag yawn trail. I mean, having a bunch of... you have 16% attack speed during your 2-minute window for the first 10 seconds. And it's better to have that design in case they need it instead of not have it. Actually, funnily enough, if I'm keeping my songs done properly, I need it in Suzaku. Going from the dance phase. Well, it's more so saying the moments where there's actual downtime. It's just a quality of life, so if they ever design something where there's that break grace period, you don't just not get it for no reason. Biff, thanks for the 30 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the 30 months. Oh, what's going on over here? Oh, nothing. Just a fucking hashtag yawn trail. Suzaku Unreal, you know. Easy game for babies. No concern whatsoever. Don't even know why I play. Smile. Quite frankly, I'm embarrassed. Just busy playing this baby game for babies. Started a spiral. Don't know what you were talking about. It was never even at risk. Nobody questioned it the entire time. It was just an easy time all around. I was just telling that story before we did Suzaku. I was like, we wanted to do Suzaku for our last prep night, and Biff's just like, yeah, how close am I if I'm on Jade Stoa? I mean, Phantom Flurry does hit the tank, like, I think 7 or 8 times. It just hurts. Ugh. Alright, I got that done. Suzaku, done. Put a bow in it. I sold all of those dichromatics as well. They just want you to have the normal done, basically. It's like tied to the fact that whether or not you have the normal done. You don't even need the extreme done. You just need the normal done. It'd be hilarious if you needed the extreme done, too. Good old forced march mechanics. Hello, Black. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Hey, put on my shirt. There you go. Had to put on the correct shirt. Hey, Matt Party saying, no, I wanted to actually do a Savage discussion and breakdown before State of the Realm. Hey, Biff, you doing anything in 2.5 hours? We got Jitter. I'll get Jitter and Biff. I've had Whoops and Kyo on plenty of times before. Now it's the Jitter and Biff show. And Biff can crash out about Black Mage on air. He didn't get to do the post-raid crash out because we all just left after we were done. And then now it's here. Hey, Whoops, you doing anything in 2 hours? Black Mage crash out, let's go! I don't know, I've seen a lot of people who, after playing the tier, are kind of in the okay with Black Mage. They're like, listen, I'm just glad to be alive. I think you know what it is? Okay, no. It's not that they're okay with the design after playing the tier. It's that there's a Black Mage in every group, and they're like, we're so fucking back, it was worth it. We're so fucking back right now. It was worth every second I lost off of my flare cast. I like how in the middle of M6, Biff was like, oh, flare is quick now too. And you could hear the disgust in his voice. Oh, flare's really quick to cast now too. Great. Oh. Oh. Flare cast fast now too. I could hear him dying inside. And outside. Thanks, Leon. Oh. Alright. I want to do a raid breakdown. I gotta open up a bunch of tabs. I like how you can find the moments where I'm the one crashing out very easily. Like, you can pause moments before I say something, and it's like, I know exactly. Like, then you don't even have to hear what I said, and you're like, I know exactly what he said. I know exactly what he just said. Is there even a point? So there's not really from what I was informed, and keep in mind, this is not firsthand knowledge. At the moment, there's no Black Mage basically looks at every substat and goes, okay, I'll just take some. Let's take it, whatever. I'll take some of everything. Whatever. It's like all the same for me. I'm sure there's breakpoints to that mathematically where you don't want to go over a certain amount. Or like you don't want to have too much of one while not having any of the other. I'm sure that as you raise one, the other one's values start to change because that's just how stat weights work generally. Listen, if every stat is good, does that not mean that they have the best itemization of any job? If you're not like, I only have one choice, does that not mean Black Mage has the best itemization of every job? I'm just saying. Not picky. You get build exactly. You get build diversity. Does that not mean that Black Mage has found the pinnacle of all design? I bet if we had old Black Mage and current mechanics that the 30-second ley lines and the between the lines cast would be seeing a significant amount of use. The ley lines placement meta would be insane if it was old Black Mage with 30-second ley lines and between the lines. Literally, like, so great example. During the thunderstorms in M6, Black Mage would put their ley lines on one of the 3 islands, and that would just be if the Black Mage gets the thing and that island is safe, they're just taking it. If it's not safe, they're going to move their ley lines. That one movement they get for the ley lines, they're going to use it there. It's like, that's the Black Mage island. Nobody go near it. Yeah, because I remember I learned Black Mage in the end of Shadowbringers. And I was like, I don't know what people are complaining about. I felt that way a lot about the end of Shadowbringers. I was like, I don't see what the problem is. I did the Happy Bramble strat as White Mage, Black Mage, Ninja, Monk, Dancer, and like a few other jobs. And because everyone was like, oh man, if it's man, this is so unfair to casters, this strat. And I'm like, that wasn't the problem I had with it personally. Let me see, is it actually bad for casters? Gets on cast, like, nope, they're just shit. Nope. They are just bad. The problem wasn't that it's not good for casters, it's that they don't know how to do it. That's all it was. Okay, got it. But just use box strat anyway. It's way better. I was an advocate for that. All right, let's see here. And we quite liked it. Listen, there was better out there. What time do I need to be here? In 2 hours on Discord. That's it. We got the Biffalo Jitter show. I'm so good at getting guests for State of the Realm. I just do it last minute. Peer pressure in the middle of stream. That's how you do it. Complete a brief survey and receive a free Monster Hunter Wilds item pack. 10 steaks! 5 armor drugs and powders. Cool. See, but the thing is, it's not just about static members that show up and I ask them. It's that I just do that with guests in general. They show up to stream and I go, well, this is a convenient time. I guess I'll just... guess I'll do it. 10 steaks in this economy. Whenever ButcherBox sends me a promo that says free steaks for a year, and I'm like, it's a lot of meat. I like a lot of meat. I expect random outbursts of anger in that case, Jitter. That's the next show, Valtus. I shocked Whoops last night. I'm gonna leak some Discord messages real quick. I shocked Whoops last night. Before we get into the discussion. It's not even DMs. I said it in our static Discord. This is all it took to get Whoops to lose his mind. That's all it took. That's all he needed to say. He saw Titanic Sawfish and was like, is it time? Is it time? That is my picture. I have Feast or Famine in my quest list right now. That's the follow-up quest. Look at that. I have Feast of Famine right there. That would have been funny, though, if it wasn't mine and I just did that. That actually would have been funny. No, not Joel. There's no Joel. 0 Joel. No, I said no Joel. It's not Joel time. Let me tell you, I'm 0-1 on Namitaro. Oh, anyways, go my Joels. No, not the Joels. Namitaro's the worst one. Cool. You want to know what's funny? The person right next to me, I watched them get it. I was like, oh, that's right. I wanted to make a 7TV emote of the Fizz ranged emote, but it's me highlighting Whoops' name and turning him down. I forgot. Anytime he says something that nobody laughs at, I just need that emote. Why won't that load for me? That link won't load. Oh, I refreshed it. Now it's loading. Does this look like the face of mercy? Yan Gaming. Hello, Tenchi. It's not loading for me yet. This isn't fair. Everyone in chat's already trying to use it, and it doesn't even, I don't even see it yet. I've been had. All right. I've gotten quite a few questions on my thoughts. I'm going to release a standalone YouTube video separately, but I think it's time we actually broke down every fight. I'm not going to lie. I actually need to watch Dancing Green's fight again to remember what happens. Because, like, I remember, like, it's like a blur after doing so much. Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways. All right, Idleshire, I need your theme to be slightly lower. Yeah, M5S is, it's crazy because, like, M5S is actually a really good first fight. And I don't think it's going to be remembered as anything special because of ads, seeds, and, well, M8S in general. I loved it. Listen, Jitter, we get it. The PF has been painful for you. I'm dancing all over my green. That was my YouTube chat. Someone in my YouTube chat was like, I can't wait to howl all over my blade. Is anyone dancing all over their green? Yeah, I mean, the thing about, so M5 and M6 both have a very similar design philosophy while not being similar fights in any capacity. Because they're both, I think it's actually consistent across this whole tier. All of the hardest mechanics happen in the first half of the fight. And then mechanics, so there's usually something new at the end, but it's usually not as tough as whatever you did in the first half. So you kind of, when you get past the halfway mark on most of these fights, it kind of just becomes like a mental like checkpoint in a sense, which is good because there are no actual checkpoints. Because for the very first time we ever saw past the second dancing phase, we pretty much saw to enrage. And that was from like 50% onward. So flip to A side, flip to B side is kind of just really basic. I predicted this. I predicted that there would either be pairs, light parties, rolls, or something alongside of the half rooms. That was right on the money for my predictions because I tried thinking of it like Black Cat. Like Black Cat took her very basic mechanic and then added the like in-out baits and added you know, pairs and light. Like it was just such a really basic thing that they already did for Black Cat that I fully expected it. And here they did it again. They just did it again with the A side or B side thing instead of doing it on the cast, which is interesting because I would argue that Black Cats is harder to react to, even though you mechanically set up for it earlier. Because it's the actual cast bar itself. Here, it's the opposite. It's a memory game. The boss does something, you have to remember it for later. They actually really like doing that in the second and third tier. They like making cast bars that tell you what to do in the first tier. And then in the second tier, there's usually a lot more like boss casts something, and then you have to remember it for later. And that's what ends up happening with A side, B side here, which is fine. This whole beginning spot where he just teaches you how A side and B side work is also very reminiscent of what they'll do in most fights as well. So this was pretty, I think Dancing Green's probably the closest to being a very standard-ish boss fight in regards to like, this is the closest to like, they didn't really do much new, but they focused on the theme of the fight more than anything. This was what I would call a thematic win. Like, Black Cat is kind of more like just a fight that's good. But thematically, like, I can't really say Black Cat is like a thematically memorable fight so much as it's not. It's just a pretty solid first encounter, right? Like, yeah, the breaking of the platforms is like a thing, but it's not like that significant of a thing. It's not significant enough to the point where it's like, I'm going to remember this like forever, or like it stands out thematically. It's kind of just like, this is what Black Cat does. And it makes sense because she's literally the lowest ranked fighter in the entire Arcadian. So in a sense of like, it's just fighting, but it doesn't really have a thematic sense to themselves. It just kind of ends up working out that way. Yeah, the best thing I remember is her clones. Well, honestly, I got to swap my headset battery. The thing I remember most about Black Cat is obviously the mechanic that everyone got killed at the very fucking end, raining cats. That's probably the thing most people will carry over from that fight, is specifically remembering raining cats. And there's nothing wrong with that, but raining cats is a mechanic that is a type of mechanic that has historically been failed for years. I mean, go back and look at the end of Rubicante, go and look at any sort of cachexia. Like, just look at, I'm sorry, it's not cachexia, it's the other one in P6. Like, look at any mechanic that's, here are tethers or here are markers over your heads and swap. It's literally, those are disaster mechanics. Like, of the historical, like, disaster mechanics, it kind of is just there. Raining Cats was outgeared. Tell that to the PF, because PF certainly didn't outgear it in most situations. Yeah, it's either some form of limit cut or something like that. So Black Cat was, again, I think everyone liked Black Cat, but I don't think it was a thematic win. Whereas Dancing Green balances a constant problem in Final Fantasy XIV with a thematic win. Where Dancing Green, there are no role-based mechanics. Now, I don't mean that there aren't mechanics that target specific roles. Obviously, there are. The light parties target the healers. There's literally the A-side role party. But what I mean is that everyone basically has to do the same thing. The tanks aren't really doing anything that are tank-specific, and the healers are just doing the same thing they would do in every fight. But the actual movements for the fight are all very much thematic to dancing with your team. Like, you dance back and forth with a team member, or you dance back and forth with the other role. So you're kind of just like, you're just boogieing. Like, that's kind of the whole point, is it's a fight where you're just boogieing. And I think that works. It's one of the few cases where I've yet to hear a tank say that they really, like, tanks are usually pretty quick to go, that was a boring fight. And I don't think tanks necessarily thought the fight was boring, because even though they're doing the same dance as everyone else, it's fairly engaging and it's fairly unique compared to most other ones. Being able to do this, so I actually want to see something here for the spotlights. So for the outside spotlights, there's a rule, and I want to see if that rule carries true for the inside, because I was told it doesn't carry true for the inside spotlights, and I don't know about that. So unsafe one, I think it might just be because of the way that the outside ones move. Yeah, so that one was unsafe first, which means it's safe now. Where is it safe after? It's unsafe first. So okay, so I see why the rule doesn't work exactly, but it kind of works in a different sense in that, so for the outside spotlights, if you're ever doing the outside spotlights, there's a really easy trick. If you're ranged or healer, literally wherever the spotlights are right here tells you where they'll be for the rest of the phase, because they move at the same speed. They move at the same cadence, and they just move back and forth, and it's like a pretty set pattern. They just go corner to corner. Whereas the inside ones don't go, they go to the same spot on each side, but it means when one is coming back to your side that it's not in the same spot, even if it's safe. So for the outside ones, whichever spotlight is unsafe immediately, you just know, like, I see that one safe, so I know that one is where both the support and the healer will be later. So that's the rule for the outside one. The inside ones have a rule, but it's not the same rule. I think it's like whichever corner is unsafe first. It's like I think it's like, let's say northeast and southwest are unsafe on the very first one. That means that that corner will have the safe one later or something like that. Like, for example, when it starts off here, right under the boss, it's like, how do I put it? The northeast spotlight started in bad here, which means this spotlight will be safe later and then the opposite of it, that's true as well. Openly safe quadrants, yeah, are the openly same quadrants as the ranged ones, so that works, yeah. Black square under the boss is the melee quadrant. Okay, yeah, see, the melee just have their own rule, but the point is like, okay, I guess the key point, I didn't know what the rule was for the melee one because I'm not the melee role. The point is like, this is one of those things where following a guide that just tells you what to do or where to stand is not as effective as understanding that all of the visuals are completely irrelevant except the initial tell. The moment this mechanic begins, you can figure out where your spotlight is going to be, and you don't actually need to pay attention to where the spotlights are in relation to the ground for the entire mechanic. And I feel like this is one of those things that a lot of people, they just try to follow the whole time instead of like trying to process the shortest way to get to the answer. Final Fantasy XIV is a game about patterns. Most games are games about patterns and about either manipulating the patterns or recognizing the patterns. And so the spotlight pattern was something that was super quick for me to spot as a range because it's within my role. So it just makes sense that I'm going to be able to spot what my role needs to do pretty much immediately. And that worked out exactly as planned. Everyone just needed to figure out what the rule was. So, I mean, yeah. So if you're doing this fight, don't follow the spotlight. Just learn the rule and then spot it and then do the mechanics. And then however you can remind yourself of like your orientation on the arena or whatever, then do that instead. Like, there's a reason why I could just stand here. I was even calling, like, you know, one northwest for, like because Emmy didn't know the pattern right away, but I did. Keo got murdered right there. She didn't know the pattern. She didn't recognize it as quickly as I did, so I started, like, explaining it and calling it. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, shit, it's really that easy. And it is, and that's almost always the case in Final Fantasy XIV. There's a whole bunch of things on your screen, but in the end, you literally can just identify it by, like, one small detail. It doesn't need to be a constant analytical, like, process. And this fight is a very good example of that. Our phase for this, there's a lot of easier ways to do. I think we were this idea we realized probably wasn't the best. We figured it out within one or two pulls, even though we made it work. But this was one of those, we just did this same split for Beatrix. Now, this is another important thing for Prague. If your group has played together for a while and you have reference points for mechanics that operate similarly enough, even if it's not optimal, sometimes it's a good idea to just look at the way you've just done another mechanic and be like, just do that same thing. It, like, again, that's another eliminates as many thought processes as possible. So for this was Zelenia. This was literally like, oh, it's alternating which role it's targeting. Let's just get in our Zelenia spreads and then just move over after every time, because if you could always safely move on to a DPS and then back to where you were and nothing bad will happen. So that's what ended up happening here, is we just recognized that, hey, it's alternating, so we just had to do that over and over again. And then I also recognized that meant north and south would always be safe if we just got into Zelenia sections, because how would north or south get cleaved if we're not going north or south? And that created like almost a final solution where after your cleave, you can literally just go north or south and then start ignoring the mechanic. So there's like all sorts of little optimizations for that one. Now this, we actually discussed the best way to do this on content and decided not to. I don't know why. We had the discussion briefly, but we were like, why don't we just get into 4 static spots and pair up with your timed partner? And I'm pretty sure that's what PF is doing. Short timers short timers north, then 1, 2, 3, 4, like just literally from north to south, short to long timers paired up and then just crossing over, which was logically what we came up with too. But I don't remember why we decided to just have the people move into the middle. Like we literally had the discussion if we could probably just group up into pairs. I don't remember what the reason was why we decided not to do that. But yeah, that was a logical outcome as well, the whole conga pairs thing. It just makes sense, you know? The AoEs aren't that big, so you can keep melee uptime the whole time. You literally only have to look at your timer as these tethers are even being sent out to the frogs, and you just do left and right, and you stop thinking about it. We let it rock. No, I think we said both and decided on doing this because we said that we were going to, that conga pairs made the most sense. I don't think it was me. I think it was Keo who said we could just do static spots based on the timer. But then we decided not to. I don't know. I feel like we had like a brief, like 2-second discussion and then just decided to do the Rotten Heart style version of it. But it's definitely a conga line mechanic. We had that discussion and it was just crossing over. Which is fine. I mean, we resolved it. It was fine both ways. It's one of those, like, we can relate it to a mechanic style things, but it definitely caused us to get a lot more damage downs and sustain damages and, you know, lose out on grooviness. But all the same, I mean, this is the idea of the mechanic is about dancing and everyone's doing the same thing. And that's usually something tanks complain about. Like, usually you hear tanks pretty audibly complain, even mid-prog, about fights not being fun for tanks. And even in this fight, I feel like that didn't happen. And this is the only fight of the 4 that I think does not have any special, like, tank movement mechanics, like anything interesting specifically for the tanks to do. So it's just unusual to actually have tanks that don't immediately just groan. And they, listen, oh, sorry, I hit my mic. It's a deserved groan after, you know, oh, there's tank busters that are perfectly 2 minutes apart, time to kitchen sink everything, and then invuln like 2 things throughout the fight. Which we still kind of get to do at some points, but it just ends up not really being a concern. Not to mention that Primal Rend right there. I know High was enjoying that. Didn't have too many Primal Rend deaths, I don't think. A few, but not a whole many. One of them was aggro related anyway. Yeah, I think with the size of the hitbox, maybe tanks, maybe they were just engaged enough. Maybe it was just engaging enough with like the actual hitbox of the bosses that tanks just didn't really care that much about it here. Back to reposition the boss at the start of, yeah, because they don't want the boss to move during waves. I mean, yeah, there's moments like that to try to make sure that it doesn't move. But like once you get past the first dance mechanic, like you kind of can just wing this because Frog Taraj works. This is a way simpler P8S also. The fact that I don't think this can ever be corners, right? We never saw corners, so it ends up being slightly easier P8S because you don't have to know how to do both the corners and the cardinals. If it can be corners, we've never seen it. We in every pull we did, we never saw a corner Frog Taraj. Always cards, that's what I thought, yeah. So that's how they simplified that from P. Because I remember seeing that being like, oh god, this was a disaster in P8S. Because here's the thing. In theory, like, the way the Frog Tarajas work, you could have corners, but the mechanic never resolves that way because each Frog Taraj has to do one or the other. It can't do both at the same time. They just made it so the Frog Tarajas have to have like different dance moves, you know? Yeah, light party, like it's light parties and then near and far, you know, melee tank close, range healer far, and then pairs, melee tank pair, range healer pair. And then this is really simple. Like nobody really struggles to figure this out with the debuff timers or the fan outs or anything. So, you know, that worked out. The half rooms, you know, just remembering A side, B side, little memory mechanic. Not the worst thing to do. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like the second half of this fight, it's kind of just funny that you don't really like have to do much. In fact, the second ensemble assemble is easier because the alpha beta mechanic is, if they made you do the alpha beta pairs here, that would have been a lot worse of a scenario for most people. Because with the front back section here, I think even with static spots, which you could probably still totally do, that would definitely have been a real struggle. There's a reason why the alpha beta mechanic is not here on the second one with the front backs as well. You hate the front back. It's a little weird to see. That's me moving too early because I'm stupid. Although there is a rhyme or a reason. Basically, there's two of each. There's always two lefts, two rights, two fronts, two backs. And they're never back to back. So you can never have left. Like it has to do the first four. It's kind of like, what's her face? P12S, where she always has like the two light parties, but it's only 2 per 4. You know, I'm sorry, the 2 near baits in P12S during the downtime phase for phase 1, where you know that there's always going to be, you know, dash, 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 like there's the 8 dashes, but there's also only 2 in each part. So you, as soon as you dodge forward the first time, you know you're not, like, you're never going to have to do that 2 times back to back. It's a fixed total, semi-random order. It's semi-random because it's like a random order in the first 4 and then another random order in the second 4. I don't think I've ever seen a front even going from the first 4 to the second 4. But that could just be anecdotal, of course. But it makes you do a movement, 1 or 2 movements every time. I mean, it's basically just trying to make sure that you need to move every single time, even though they're all half rooms outside of the first one. So that's another like quick pattern recognition that helps with like justifying. Pattern recognition in M8S saves your life so much. So like getting used to it here is a really big deal. I'm actually, funnily enough, I'm historically really bad at reading half rooms like this, but I've had to get a lot better at it. And so it's not nearly the struggle it used to be for me to like see half rooms well. Like even since Cloud of Darkness and E9S, it's like for some reason reading the half rooms there was never something I was good at. Shiva mirrors, I was always really bad at too. That was like my mechanical weakness. So it was a big Dorito mechanic for me for a long time. I've had to get a lot better at it since they've done it a lot more in other mechanics. And it has been a time. That's like, yeah, the E9, well, no, I'd say it's about the same difficulty as this slice is to find. Although I do like the visuals for this one a lot more. I think that helps a great deal when it comes to doing this last half room right here. The boss's half room is really obvious. And then you just, yeah, this one's really easy to scan because they're so bright that it's almost, it's harder to miss it than it is to hit it. For me, them being outside the arena doesn't factor in as much. That was never the reason why I couldn't tell. I was just bad at reading it. It was a totally different reasoning for me as to why it was just a struggle point for me. And then the rest of this is, you know, just this is the choke check right here. I actually kind of like that this tier is full of choke checks, because I think that of all the things that get people, I feel like choke checks are something that were largely, they're present in every Savage, but some Savages do choke checks in very different ways. And some of them are genuinely like really stressful mechanics. And some of them are just like, here's something really simple. Just make sure you kill the boss. So like this is a make sure you kill the boss one. Like ultimates are usually really simple, kill the boss, except for DSR and top. Although even tops is not really that crazy, and DSRs really isn't either. DSRs is a lot of pressure to do right, though. UCOB, Uwu, like the last like Primal Roulette and Golden Bahamut, those are like the, seriously, this is really easy. Just make sure your mid is on point. Mid and healing, it needs to be on point, but the mechanics are a joke. It's just one last choke check for your roll. But this one, this is more of the simple kind. I would say an example of a hard choke check in Savage is probably Shiva. I think Last Worm's Lament. I know that people make fun of Icelet in Shiva Savage because it's way easier than Light Rampant. That's like the mini choke check part where it's like a slightly easier Light Rampant. It's a significantly easier Light Rampant. But Worm's Lament 2 is genuinely a frightening mechanic in terms of the timing, the size of the AoEs, the amount of like I think it's a better representation of a more difficult choke check that just has a lot of elements that regularly wiped people. Worm's Lament 2 is not a freebie. That's for certain. Yeah, Worm's Lament 2 is definitely the result, especially the size of the exploding heads. I think almost everyone would just have runs where someone's just like a step too far back and they get caught by the head behind them, and then it's just, even if you recover it, you're still like, fucking Christ, like, why has it come to this? You know, like, how did we lose there? You know, what that was the end. How did it happen? We had that happen to us, to be fair. In this tier, we had a no way moment on our clear in terms of like fear of wipe. I know everyone was thinking it. I was like, no. I was just like, okay, just make the calls, stay calm, figure it out. It's fine. We got it. It's literally a stay alive and the fight is dead. And even with these deaths, it's not going to make the difference. Yeah, the no way, man. Yeah, it's like we've had that plenty of times before. But no, M5, a great fight, but I think while it's a creative win thematically, it is far more of a traditional Final Fantasy XIV fight. I don't think anyone would look at M5S and be like, that stands out. You know, they'd be like, I like the music, I like the theme, I like how it's like tied to all the beats. Like, again, big thematic win, but it is like a very traditionally designed, like smaller hitbox, but Endwalker on raid boss design. So that's not where I think most people are going to focus their attention. I think we all know here is where most people are going to. It's funny because right now this is a huge like wall, and in a week, even in PF, the difficulty of this is going to fucking dive bomb off of a cliff in terms of, and I don't even think that's bad. I think it's honestly relieving to see your gear get put to work in the ad phase here. Like, I sometimes criticize fights for the way that they don't scale with gear very well. This is not one of them. This is one where you're going to be so glad you're out gearing it in some capacity, because this is one of the best second fights I think we've ever had. Now, I will say this in terms of what it's up against. You know, it's up against, Raktapaxa. It's up against the dog. It's up against Hippocampus, which is fantastic. I don't think Hippocampus gets enough credit for how incredible of a second fight it is. It's one of my top ranked second fights as well. But then it's also up against like P6. It's up against P10 also, which I think is up there. It's funny though, because whenever the second fight is hard, aka P10, and I do think we have a P10 situation here. It always, even if the third fight is good, which I think is the case here, I think the third fight is good. And I'll say, I know that a lot of it's just Fatebreaker 2.0, but I will not say P11 is a bad third fight. It just pales in comparison memorability wise. A6 is a fantastic fight. Generally second fights turn out at the minimum okay. It's usually the first or the third fight that are under a lot of criticism. The first fight, either you get situations like Alt-Roit, or even, I liked, what's his face? Eric Toney, but I definitely fell under more criticism for a first fight than I think was deserved. I think Eric Toney was, for the very first raid fight in the expansion, at a perfectly acceptable balance and design level. Did enough things differently, wasn't overly challenging, good for getting new players and Endwalker into the raid tier for the first time. I think there were a lot of wins in terms of the actual design philosophy behind Eric Toney. And yes, I also agree that the first fights not being overly difficult, but being overly flashy and thematic is always a good idea. So that's why Dancing Green kind of works. Yeah, Ramuh, another great example of a fight that really works. Even Cloud of Darkness, like looking back to E9S, and even I think one of the best first fights we've ever had. and this is going to make me sound like a boomer, but I really do think the Midas tier is ahead of its time design-wise. But Twinkle Dicks, that's not his name. That's what I call him, though. Twinkle Dicks in A5, probably also one of the best first fights we've ever had. I think All Thoughts is probably the best third fight we've ever had. And I think Twinkle Dicks is one of the best first fights of a tier that we've ever had. The use of the thing in the middle, the Midas sweep. Yeah. Yeah, Midas, if Midas released nowadays, it would be lauded as one of the best tiers. And honestly, Midas, unironically, has a closer design philosophy to Cruiserweight than almost any other tier in the game. In terms of creative competence, which is my main theme for Cruiserweight, is that Cruiserweight is full of new ideas that are creative, that are not misses. Which is hilarious. Like, the fact that Midas represents what I think would make a good tier now. Not to say that there aren't Endwalker and, Shadowbringers era raid-isms here. Obviously, Tank Busters being all having cast bars. But, I'm looking at a tier where auto attacks are actually somewhat of a mechanic again. Things like the Yan, things like M8S's platforms, keeping people really far apart, making sure the healing assignments can't just be AoE everyone or something, or just tanks sharing their cooldowns, or even if the tanks do share the cooldowns, they have to think about it a little bit. There's a lot of those similarities between Midas and the Cruiserweight tier that work. And I've been saying if they went back to Midas design and they did it nowadays, it would probably be really enjoyed, because I think Midas was just not a good time to do Midas. After Creator, Midas was not the thing we needed. Midas was the thing that, after Gordius, Midas was not the thing people needed. Midas was the thing that only Gordius people wanted. Gordius players oh my god, this is amazing. I can't believe they kept their word. And all the normal raiders are bro, I can't even get past the second fight now. And you're trying to tell me this is better than Gordius? At least in Gordius, I made it to the third fight. I just never got past that. You're telling me that now I can't even get past the second fight? They nerfed the second fight of Midas a month into it being out. And that was the last mid-raid nerf they did until Abyssos. Think about that. Oh, man. But this fight... Yeah, the BattleBots nerf was quite something. This fight, this is what I thought Dawn Trail fight design would be after Valagar Manda. That's how I would describe M6S. I think Zilenia also pretty representative of something I expected more to be like Dawn Trail level design. But after Valagar Manda, that was the level of creative competence that I expected from Dawn Trail. And while it has its moments, for example, I think all of Lightweight is good. I think Chaotic, while overtuned because of the body checks, really good. I think Criterion has some of the best raid fights we've ever had, even if they're only for 4 people. You can't convince me that the last boss of Sildian Subterrane wasn't an amazing boss. The last boss of Rockon, honestly, amazingly fun boss. And all of Alo is pretty much full of W's, even with some of the weird scaling and that fucking pixel wall. They've just gotten, those were fantastic raid fights. But Dawn Trail, I expected a lot more after Valagar Manda, and especially for tanks, and it just wasn't there. This is the fight that exemplifies what I thought we were going to get throughout all of Dawn Trail, a lot better than things like Zoral Jaw or even Queen Eternal. Color Riot as a tank mechanic, this should be this kind of standard for tank mechanics is, I'd say, a bare minimum. The party positioning in terms of relation to the boss matters. I think whenever they do tank busters that have near far baits, it generally is a better received thing. It's really minor because once you fix it up, it's not like it's an ultra tough thing. But the fact that there's some agency on both the tanks, their positioning, their consciousness of it, their cooldowns, and the party positioning, whether it be in relation to a mechanic that came before or even just this introductory bit, that's a minimum amount of tank engagement that is that's the same level of tank engagement that tanks just want. It's the bare minimum in most fights. The fact that this can be either in or out for either tank at any point, has shades of Midgard Sormer without actually bringing the frustration of doing Midgard Sormer, which most tanks generally, they either loved it because it was a pain in the ass or they hated it because it was a pain in the ass. And there's really no in between for the way that tanks felt about that. And this is like the healthier version of it. Yeah, because like when you're coming out of a mechanic, or let's say you're recovering, all of a sudden this just being an in-out mechanic and the tanks keeping track of their colors is enough to engage the party. Wing mark, pretty simple. This is more thematically exciting than it is, you know, really. I mean, it's definitely unique to this boss. We don't actually ever do mechanics like this. This is an example. When they said there are mechanics they don't like doing because people don't like losing GCDs, this is an example of a mechanic that they're referring to. Something that'll stun your character, toss them across the room a set distance into a follow-up mechanic. This is exactly the kind of thing that they've shied away from since taking the feedback into giving us bigger hitboxes and trying to reduce the amount of stun time that players actually deal with. Even the little stun you get for perfectly grooving, or the knockups that you get in the first fight, like those small interruptions are like so inconsequential to the enjoyment of the fight, because they're just, thank God, they're just something that isn't just hit the boss in their giant hitbox. Nin Mudra's in shambles. Yeah, but I mean, this is outside of the way this mechanic is resolved. This is a pretty standard one. You know, painting people with the wings is the big standout here. Oh, I actually have videos of all the enrage. Oh, you know what? I should do that. I should highlight all the enrages. I have every enrage. I have footage of every enrage. So I might actually release a video of that. Oh, okay. I have to have a discussion with chat. So this can target anyone but the tanks, but it seems to be random who. How did the PF land on doing this? Because, like, we had a few considerations and said, fuck it. So I'm curious what PF... We ended up just saying spread spots and just common sense this shit, man. The sticky mechanic. Protean spread, use eyes. So they did just land on protean spread, use eyes. Okay, I wasn't sure if the PF landed on, like, I don't know, some sort of system for it. Because I don't trust the PF to ever use their eyes. I just don't. I expected there to be like a 20-page raid plan stuck inside of a paste bin that's stuck inside of another paste bin that puts like the 3 healers on the left, the 2 healers on the right, the 4 DPS on the left, and the 2 tanks. And then there's like a fucking like system for, I don't know. That's what I expected. All right. That's just what I've come to expect from the North American PF. That's it. So I figured there was, okay, but if it is just protean use eyes, all right. And yes, it is survivable with a 3-stack. If there's MIT, which will get easier with gear, the 3-stack survivability will go up week to week. So that's going to be a big help for the just YOLO protean spread thing. So there's that. Yep. Emmy, get the stack! See, 3-stack, survivable. Color Riot, follow-up, yep. We've already been over that. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to really care about the 5-3 stack. Yeah, PF just kind of weird. So somebody in my static, I don't know if it was Jitter or High, somebody posted a chart of all the patterns for this, and apparently the top left of the room is incredibly safe. Like, I found safe spots for all the patterns myself, but apparently the top left of the room is incredibly safe during this entire thing. So, and Southwest, hilariously, where we were going, was the worst spot to go. Yep, that's pretty much what it is. You just bring the boss top left and then just go in a circle. Yeah, the stacks at the same time. Oh, don't worry, I noticed that. I saved MIT specifically for that stack because of the sun dot. So yeah, the north side, the northwest side, definitely definitely the easier method. But it's funny because This mechanic I predicted would be like Honeybee originally. And as I was doing it, it was giving me Honeybee flashbacks. But as I started seeing that there were only a few patterns, I was like, not quite Honeybee. It looks like Honeybee until you know the patterns in terms of like randomness. As soon as you see the patterns, you're like, someone's going to figure this out. And it's not going to be like the Honeybee version of figuring it out either, where the Honeybee was like, well, if you do like these two here and these two here and these two here and these two here, it does the baits like this, and like you can just dodge like that, or just, you know, do the it's like, no, dude, listen, all the strats suck. You just got to use your fucking eyes. All right. Like, yes, have a plan, do a plan, but seriously, just zoom out, like, or buy an ultra wide or something. Just like, gotta eyeball the goddamn bees. All right. This is not that. This is just, if there's a cactus that's chubbing up next to you, you just got to get away from the chub. That's all there is to it. The bait was bad on the bees. That's why I got hit. No, you got hit because you weren't looking. Spread. Yeah, so that was actually what we were going to do. I don't know who said it. I think it was Keo who suggested that regardless of who you got creamed to, it was like group 1 clockwise, group 2 counterclockwise, and no matter what, it would resolve it, even regardless of like who was on which one. You have to send people in different directions or everyone gets sent towards one. But yeah, it was like no matter what, if it's like group 1 clockwise, group 2 counter, it's like always. I was like, does it? And then I thought about it. I was like, it doesn't really. It ends up being more like I think it's like slightly off. Yeah, I think you can snake prio it I think there are some patterns where that doesn't work. But for the most part, oh no, it does. No, I just thought of the pattern. That would still work. Yeah. I was thinking like if you get 2 people in the same light part, no, that's still potentially like if Emmy and I both got one, yeah, it still ends up being use eyes a little bit, but it's still kind of like and then you have the tanks as flat. Oh, right, I'm sorry. The non-tanks do that, and then the tanks are the flexors. Right. That's what you do. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the non-tanks do the clockwise counter, and then the tanks flex. That's what it is. That was the part I was missing. But at some point, beat me to it, man. There's so many rules. Why think about the rules? Just fucking mid it and then stack up. You know, if you get a 5-3, especially after week 1, it won't be that big of a deal. This one is the biggest deal. And honestly, players going into PF should know this one's a bigger deal and then put something on it. And then that should mitigate the potential fear of a 5-3. Closest than clockwise, yeah. Not me looking at Biff on Black Mage thinking like, thank God for the changes, while he thinks, I could have done it anyway! And yeah, oh, hey, nice elusive. I didn't need your charity! I mean, you said it in the middle of Prague. You're like, I think Jitter said to you, so Biff, how are those Black Mage changes here? He's like, I would have figured it out. I would have figured it out. Every time. This is just cool. I mean, this is fine. I'm glad we figured out the way the patterns worked here, so we didn't have to do like that weird rule set where you just send, one healer's, one of the east, one of the west, and the party's always opposite the cactus. That was a quick, easy find. This part too. Again, thematic win this part. I like the spread into like way that the rule ends up working here. The fact that this is rolls also makes the spread a lot safer. Thank goodness. Like we were able to get a lot closer to each other here after a while. And that definitely, made a much easier time. But obviously no one cares about any of that. We just care about the whoops ads strat. Don't worry, there'll be some crashing out over Black Mage in about an hour and a half, a little bit less. At some point, there's got to be a little bit of Black Mage crash out. I gotta, dude. I did Black Mage at the end of Shadowbringers a lot, and it was great. It was the most fun I had in Shadowbringers playing a job was playing Black Mage. I did all of the final Savage tier on Black Mage. I did Ultimate on Black Mage. It was like, yo, this is a great time. Let's be honest, the real reason that Black Mage casts were changed is so this cat doesn't outranger casts as often. That's the real reason. This cat outranged me so frequently, I hate this cat. Excuse me? Yeah, I mean, all my attacks are instants. I started dotting it and just hoping that it died from my dots. Like, if it was out of range, I'm like, please just take the dot tick. I don't care. Just take the dot tick. Note the ley line. Oh, I note the ley lines. Give me ether, meow. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX friendly creatures, they really brought it out. Now, wait for the ultimate version where the remaining creatures are here. Gimme diamond. Gimme ore. Yeah, this is... I mean, it's one of the best ad phases we've ever had, period. I mean, when I think of good ad phases, we have, like, the turn... 11 similarity to M8. We have Phoenix last expansion, which were all there's actually a good handful of ad phases. I'll even give Birdnado a credit. At least that ad phase, which is again turn 11 light, is still like a moderately engaging one. Turn 12, yeah, and turn 12 is and the Phoenix ad phase are basically the same thing, yeah. Like we've had good ones. This is not the type of ad phase that we ever have. Like the closest you have to ads here is I think A5. I think the closest you have in terms of relatability to this, to another fight, is probably A5 against Twinkle Dicks, where you have like the chimeras and you have the snakes and you have all that stuff. I don't think Halicarnassis's ad phase is quite similar enough to relate it to this, although Halicarnassus does have a decent number of like good ad phases. There's three dudes up at once. We just cast Railbead. Yeah, because like Halicarnassus is like just a handful of different ads that you just kind of pull and kill fast. There's not like a right, like you want to kill the dragon fast in that phase. You want to kill the light thing fast. In another phase, you want to kill the book guy fast, and then and then the Iron Giant plus the little ads. It's like most of the time you just LB. Yeah. The Naga Cyclops ad. Honestly, this is like an ad. This is like turn 4 if there was also a boss. That's like... probably the most relatable. That I could get there with it. It's like if turn 4, you know that the original node in Secure, not the one that's there now, the original one, the giant pillar. It's as if they just stuck that giant pillar in the middle of turn 4 and then made that the boss while the ads were spawning. Or an ADS in the middle of the turn 4 platform. Not that turn 4 needed more targets, but, you know, that's as close as you get. But I think this is probably the best ad phase they've ever done. In terms of the mechanical separation between every ad and its relevance to the order, it simultaneously solves itself in terms of what you can do. There's only really like one of two good options in week 1 gear. And... it's just very mechanically satisfying to do correctly. And everyone had to relearn what their AoE buttons do. Let me tell you this. The number one optimization that I loved for this was standing on the melee and trying to bait the cat to the melee so that we could cleave the cat and the Yan. So I could stop hitting that fucking cat. It would have been smarter to bait him over, I think, to the moose and not the Yan. Personally, I think that's smarter to bait him over there and not next to the melees. But that's because I have line AoEs, and if I stand next to the Yan, if the cat's at the moose and I stand next to the Yan, I can hit the Yan, the boss, both moose, and the gimme cat with Apex and Blast Arrow. I'm just saying, in theory, I might do that in subsequent weeks as opposed to standing on the melee to try to cleave. But then again, with a Viper, it's funny how Viper in Fru was like, man, this job's only good if you get past the other phases. To now, it's like, Viper's like, let's fucking get him. Let's fucking... Ah! Sharpening their blades. Just getting ready to murder everything. Viper AoE, the Vipers be viping, man. They're just putting in work this tier. And it's not even like the Pictomancer type of work. It's just a really good job while people get comfortable with the movement and positioning of everything. Because Uncoiled Fury is kind of the MVP on its own. Just straight up, on its own, Uncoiled Fury is a good enough reason to play Viper in most of these fights. Like, even foregoing their AoE here, just with the smaller hitboxes, with the safety plays that you can make, especially in week 1 prog, Uncoiled Fury is just so good. Now, I will say this. Outside of Ninja having not good AoE for this, Ninja actually does have a lot of comfort in that, but you have to be very proactive about how you're using your mudras to do it and how you're using some of your other tools. But Ninja has that same strength. Ninja just doesn't do as well as Viper does, but I don't think it really matters all that much. Yeah, Doton could definitely get some pretty serious value here. No, you definitely don't need... I would never do double Viper. That sounds like a not good idea. So what was the secret to the ads? I don't know what you mean by the secret. I don't think they had any secrets. I think they are just you gotta beat them. And then the Yans, of course, the scariest enemy. Yeah, pressing buttons. Really being able to really quickly target, I think, was also a really big deal. Like, if you were not quick to target, the GCD loss adds up really quick. Then you have the Stingray management here. Yeah, he's just going to get beat up by the Yan. Look, you got Yan D right there. Hello, Yan D. By the way, the Jabberwocks can be slept. I told my group to do it, to test it, and they just never did. They're like, nope. I was like, I want to know if the Jabberwock can be slept. Get this information for me. Do they stop? They can, if you're lucky. They cannot be heavied or bound. But it's sometimes when you sleep an enemy, they stop moving for a brief moment. Sometimes, not all the time. It's like server tick based. Yeah, on the last day we clear M8 and I get told that. Here's the big problem. I would only do that if I'm the healer who's bound. I would not ask my black mage to give up a fire forecast to sleep. It would have to be a healer reposing. I would never ask my caster to ever do that. And even then, it's not guaranteed to stop them from moving. But I still wanted to know. It was really a matter of the fact that the heavy and bind didn't work. I just wanted to eliminate all four. Because, like, here's the thing. You know what we could have done? We could have slept the Jabberwock and murdered the Moose and then murdered the Jabberwock. We could have eliminated the whole, like, not killing the Moose in time thing without actually threatening the Jabberwock in any capacity, without like threatening that in any capacity. Which just for early prog would have mattered, but literally won't matter soon. But yeah, also, there's no way the PF does the same movement here for the water either. They don't do my movement. I like did my movement because I felt like it was easier for me to like, I'm a fizz range, so I can run all over the fucking place. I assume that nobody does my specific movement here for the water where I go all the way south and then I start like moving in here. Yeah, this is week 1 movement. I only did this because I felt like it gave us the most space for week 1. That was the only reason I did it. This creating this box in the middle of the room just made a lot more sense for the time being. Yeah, the reason why we started going south to north is we found that we were outranging the north Jabberwock on the second set. Or specifically, if I started north and then so mine doesn't die instantly. So I have to drop some water. So if I start dropping them north by the third puddle, I'm out of range of the Jabberwock when it spawns north. That was the only reason why we started doing it that way. Which to me made logical sense. But I was like, I'm a fizz range. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I didn't even communicate to the team that I was like doing this with the waters on purpose. I just started doing it and it worked. I was like, okay, I'm going to drop these way out of range of Keo. I'm going to make more room for the Jabberwock person at the bottom. It doesn't matter. I'm a fucking fizz range. Nobody cares anyway. No one's even going to look at me. I'm just going to go exist elsewhere. All right. And you know what? Feel like that did the job. I really just wanted to make sure the Yen and the Moose could stay far enough away. PF groups D3 and D4 baiting the race swap for each spawn? Why? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just take the same ray each time? Hashtag free Biff? All that changes is which one Biff is on. I don't want to look at the raid plan. I'm going to get mad. I mean, we free D4 first, but we just take the same. The thing is that D4 gets the least number of waters in our stacks, and D3 gets a lot more waters. Maybe that's why. I get it. No, it does make sense. So you're always going to free your caster first. So your caster should get 0 puddles on their side of the room on the first set. And there's going to be probably 2 puddles on the opposite side. So by putting the caster on that side where there's already puddles, they are now going to be broken out quicker. And thus that side of the room's not going to accrue a lot of puddles. While the side of the room that has no puddles is now going to get like 4 or 5 puddles, but there were no puddles there to begin with. That's the reason. There is a very sound logic behind that. So it actually does make sense. So that prevents, so the movement that I do here, that movement I was just pointing out where I kind of cup around, it prevents that. So like I deliberately kind of do this movement where I go south. If Biff was on my side of the room, we would have instantly killed his, and the puddles he has right now would have been like the extent of the puddles that exist. So like right now, I would just be getting to like, they would be killing mine right where that puddle is, but this side of the room would only have like probably up to where the C marker is instead. Yeah, because I get hit by how many water? 3, 7? I think. 1, 2. I'm trying to count the puddles. I think I get hit by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I get hit by 8 puddles in this fight. Yeah, that's 5, and then I go down here to drop 6, and I do 7, 8, and then both of them are dead. But that's across both of them, so this one alone is 6, which is fine. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. So, okay. No, that actually makes a lot of logical sense to do the D3, D4 swap. 100% agree with it logically for week 1. Doesn't make a difference in future weeks because this shit's going to all melt. Still a fine plan to have in future weeks. Perfectly sound and logical. Do not hate. Yeah, then Color Riot. And then this last phase also very movement heavy, very fun. My only concern here is people recognizing the 2 different fire patterns. That's my only PF concern, is recognizing the north bridge, center of the room versus center of the room, southeast bridge or southwest bridge, I guess even. Safe spot. Honestly, other than that, you know, whatever for this. Probably. I can't imagine there actually being a concern for the lightning spreads. You know, it's literally there's 8 open spots. Fucking deal with it. Yeah. Get over yourself. Just do it. Always able to go southwest. Yeah, there should be a spot. I think it's technically further southwest or further southeast. No, yeah, because it would be southwest because this part would be open. Looking at the pattern. Yeah, because if the southeast water is cut off, the southwest water should be available. But with the other pattern, there should also be a spot right on the other side of the bridge for the other pattern as well, I think. I'd have to have a good visual angle of it. But yeah, that should be the case. Just remember, these bridges are soggy. So apparently, if you stand right up against the bridge while you're in the water, meaning like you literally were to like walk up and hit stop against the bridge, it would count you as on the bridge. And thus, if you had fire, you would die. So whatever you do, don't hug the bridge. Get in the water, but don't hug the bridge, because apparently your pixel moves onto the bridge even though you're in the water. And thus you would die to the fire. It's yeah, don't let that happen. It's funny. It's funny. Thundercloud here. People were very confused. So I had my Boomer Raider moment here. I called stepped leader in the clear VOD, and everyone's like, "What's stepped leader?" And I'm like, "Fucking Christ, here we go." All right, I have no idea what it's called. It's a flash on the screen. It's stepped leader to me. All right, Twisters. No, it's a lightning flash. It's stepped leader. What stepped leader? Zervanite. Ramu just has a cast bar for his. Yeah, if I had called it Twisted. Listen, here's the thing. I've never been hit by it, so I don't know what it's fucking called. Why don't I ask someone who got hit by it what it's called? Garuda Shrieks. Shrieks? Whoops knows what that one's called. Whoops knows what the super cloud is called over there. Oh, man. Yeah, and then this is just a fun little movement game. Those fucking trolley ass. I thought High was going to get clipped by the lightning bolt there. Finally qualified. I like this little. I also like the lava scape. I didn't see that one coming. The lava skate mechanic, I was like, I like that. So actually, though, a lot of people, so Keo exemplifies something that an experienced player will do that a lot of other raiders don't think about. Raiders have this big fear of walking through areas that are completely safe at the moment because they won't be safe in a moment. A great example of this would be M8. The center of the ad phase is unsafe, and thus people will instantly get out of it and then go to their spot when you can just walk through it until the mechanic itself activates. So what Keo actually does here is you'll watch him. He just runs under the thundercloud. I think it's on the next one. So he literally just calls far, and then I think it's right here on this one in particular. He just goes to the left under the other thundercloud and just goes to the other side because it was an easier run for him to do than to wait for these clouds to disappear and to like try to go around them. Because you can go under, there's no reason why, like, see how we're completely cut off from crossing over here? We don't have to go that way. Like, even, you could probably make it here, but we don't have to go that way. There's no real reason that we have to go that way. It's not active, and the super cloud, the superstorm on the left is not active. So it just logically makes sense to not go around that and to just pass the other way where there's no AoEs at all and be like, yeah, that big cloud is not active at the moment. So just go under it. Now here is fucked. This is probably the worst scenario of the entire phase. Look at this. Yeah. Pick a direction, asshole. They're like, you're going to move last second and you're going to fucking like it. All right. Just completely surrounded. 2 AoEs on both sides of the bridge. Listen, you could technically make it, but I'm not going to. We are going to do that last second. Just go through the water, Smile. It's just water. Don't be afraid. This dropsy is so far from lethal that honestly, it's not even the worst plan. As long as you don't stay in the water, this dropsy, we get a dropsy. I think Emmy gets a dropsy right here on the last set. Maybe it was on the first set. Somebody gets a dropsy. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, there's a dropsy right there. How long is it? Yeah, it has a dropsy right here. It does like 20,000 damage. It's doing more. I think it's the shields that are largely making it survivable. Yeah, no, it does like 20,000 damage. It does like nothing. If you stand in the water, it starts murdering you. Like you get the dropsy and damage for standing in the water. Every second, I'm pretty sure. But the dropsy alone is not really all that threatening. So yeah, not the end of the world if you do quickly clip into the water. What do you mean? Dropsy has been a debuff we've had for years. Yeah, not the end of the world if you step into the water here. Now, the lava, on the other hand, very much the end of the world if you touch the lava. Okay, we definitely need a better position for this mechanic because the boss being this far south really fucked me here. I don't know if anyone noticed, but we definitely need the boss not dead center in that platform. We need the boss closer to the center of the lava. Yeah, the disengage to drop the puddle. I think, yeah, right here, I'm too far. I do have a movement I can do here that would actually make it work. There is a movement that works for that, but I don't want to do it. This logically just makes a lot of sense. Damn it. At this point, I was like, yeah, just give up. There's this. So of the two options we had, this was the smarter decision because it put him in range of Biff. I accept that. Good thing those are as small as they are because I totally should have hit Emmy with that one because that's where we agreed to be. But I was just like, I'm just going to say I should have just gone to the outside of the room and just done it from the inside. But I was like, we should all stack. And then everyone's like, just don't get hit. And I'm like, okay. Does Holy work on the Jabberwock? Yeah, but you'd have to be standing under the Jabberwock, and you definitely don't want to use your Holy... I mean, one of your Holy Stuns would be fine, but you definitely don't want to use two. The 5-3! No! I didn't even get to use my twos. Yeah, I recommended tank LBing the towers and then just... Because the snapshot for the tank LB will stop the sustained damage from hurting. It's very much the same reason why you tank LB the towers in Chaotic. I'm dead. And then, yeah, the end of this fight. Yeah, no, this is a fantastic raid fight. I know this one gets... This is one of the, like, gets the easiest examples of, like, oh, once we have gear, it's going to get absolutely decimated. But honestly, I don't think that reduces the fight in any capacity. I think it's going to be cathartic to kill the ads faster and not disappointing that you're killing the ads faster. Or in the case of the PF, that you're succeeding on the ads at all. Two pulls to clear. I mean, the thing is, other than the ads, you know, you're not really being asked a whole lot. It's just a lot of movement. And the more you understand the fight, the less that movement is, like, hard to do or like, ultra relevant, you know? So it just generally gets better pull to pull, week to week. And then the ads will get easier. And then re-clearing that's going to be, like, just A-okay. Just not in the PF. Yeah, and it was also very different from the average design. A very welcome week one experience. So I'll get to the M8S bit, and I have a decent bit to say about that. Okay. This fight is the weirdestly successful. It's weird how successful this fight is at just being normal mode plus. Now we know why Savage was such a problem, because it was literally normal. Normal was literally just Savage minus, like, a few things. And honestly, all it took. Like, the fact that this is really just normal plus, but is also, like, considerably harder at the same time, is kind of impressive. Because I wrote off this whole platform jumping thing the entire time. I was like, they're not going to do that. They're not going to make you jump from platform to platform on Savage. They always cut all that shit out. They did it for Carbuncle. They've always done it before. They're just going to do whatever. And they didn't. They 100% kept every creative construct that they did in normal. They did it in Savage, and they made sure that it was the similar-ish cohesive piece the entire time. Yeah, normal but harder. Normal plus. There you go. But honestly, it worked really well. I'm glad it kept the 3 arenas, and I'm glad of how it used every mechanic in Savage as opposed to how it used in normal. The seeds are the biggest thing. This is literally seeds the fight. It has ads, it has crowd control, it has lots of different platforms, there are shapes on the ground, it has player agency on seed baits, it has player agency on near far baits, it has quick reactions, it has consistent damage over time relative to your position. It kind of just wins in a lot of ways. Look at this quick reaction, light party stacks. And then these ads having to do silence pryos with your tanks and your range to make sure that you at least get most of them silenced. Or you just kill the ads, which is what will happen in subsequent weeks, and you'll not even need to silence them anymore. And I'm A-okay with that, but even still for week one, that was a nice little added tidbit. I like all this extra time they give you to kill the ads. They're like, yeah, silence them, but then make sure you kill them. And it's like, bro, they were dead like a billion years ago. What are you talking about? Then the run around the arena, the raid, like even just changing the normal mode mechanics, like to basic upgrades in Savage. Honestly, just welcome. Giga Flare Edge, yeah. It's DSR, but not nearly as damaging. Yeah, the tank agency on the in-out mechanic, the placement of the boss into the pulp smash here. Bam! And the damage in this fight is super real as well. The ads are you referring? These ads are the later ads, because the later ads are the ones that can be stinky. These first ones, not a problem. The later ads, though, whew. And Tank's involvement on the ad pickup is so crucial. And Hai has learned the hard way that Warrior is griefing on this fight because you're too good at healing. The amount of grief Hai created simply by using Nascent and pulling aggro on all of them. Straight up, we have tons of footage of Hai using Nascent on me, healing on his ads, and Kyo needing to throw a blade combo or 2 shield lobs to get an ad off of him. Literally just suffering from success, from Nascent being too good. From healing 2 targets at once, that's all it took. One time, he primal rendered the boss and just pulled an ad off of Kyo. Like, he wasn't aiming for the other ad, but the other ad is close enough to the boss to hit it with primal rend. So he just primal rended the boss there to do damage and just pulled it across the room. So, yeah, Warrior, pretty fucking scary when they're using Nascent in that phase. Because you really, not in the first phase, in the later phase. In this phase, it's fine. In the first phase before this, that was fine. Later, where the Nascent is way more useful. Now, I really need someone to come up with a method of not fucking my ass during this phase. I deliberately accepted that I wasn't going to be allowed to hit the boss during times in Prague here, even as a Fizz range, which is wild to think. But I was very upset trying to figure out how to hit the boss here. I was very upset trying to figure out, like, it was like, okay, there is movement where I can hit the boss the whole time, but holy shit does it suck. Because if anybody is even slightly off, I'm getting clipped. And then if I'm slightly off, I'm getting clipped by an AoE. And in our clear, I get clipped. My fault, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's my fault, not the opposite side's fault. So, I do have tips, but it sucks. And there's really no getting around it. The fact that I, as the Fizz range, am eating downtime means there's a better way of doing it. All right? And I think I know what it is, and I'm still upset. Yeah, there is. So the AoEs from Glower here are actually really small. They look large, but genuinely speaking, you can fit a melee and a tank right at this wall and a melee and a tank at this wall. And there's literally, it's not even close, to be honest. They're the same size as normal, yeah. But, no. Oh, yeah. Hai needs to be all the way in the corner. The tank or the melee needs to be all the way in the corner or it's not safe. Yeah. Like, basically, where Kyo is on this side is where Hai needs to be on the other side. Or, it doesn't work. Kyo can even be a few more steps. Yeah, he even, like, steps back. If you're not there, it doesn't work. Because, yeah, you can do that exact same lineup on the other side. And it should be perfectly safe for in the corner plus max melee. So, yeah, they've got that. Even with the weird arena arrangement, still works out. Now, Demolition Deathmatch. From the inner nipple, you can hit the boss. The outer nipple position is the one that gets fucked. I honestly think the solution is to not use the outer nipple. It's to go from here, this spot right here, as one of the 2 locations, and then this spot right here as the other location, and then you can have uptime the entire time. Because then if you can't go here, you can stand here, you get 2 stacks, but you can still hit the boss the whole time. That has to be agreed upon by the party. The only problem with going here and here is, in my experience, these 2 players are almost never lined up. So the only way to line them up would be to use here and here, and now you're starting to push the vines into a really dangerous spot for the people across the room. Because even this is kind of dangerous, but honestly, as long as there's a diagram that explains it, it shouldn't be a problem. But that's probably the adjustment that needs to be made so that the range don't get me in particular, because you can give the caster 100% uptime here. Yeah, I don't like the idea of making the healer take the tether in week 1. I think in subsequent weeks, it's probably fine. Yeah, see, that's what I would do. I would do like here, and like here, or something like that. I just don't use the outside corners. In subsequent weeks, get used to not using the outside corners. No, I haven't seen anything. I finished the raids here and then played Path of Exile 2 yesterday. That was the end of that. So yeah. I knew the PF would come up with a better spot to just use the decals here and it would work fine. Because yeah, inner nipple, outer nipple is just, it's torture for one person. As long as you don't do the static spots strat, that shit's fucked. Here's the thing, we did static spots very successfully. Except for the part where I had 20 seconds of downtime. Not good. The 20 seconds of downtime I got was full of depression. Would not recommend the static spots. Static spots is literally you put 8 people in 8 separate seed spots, and the only time you move is to avoid your own seed. But it uses the entire arena. So somebody is stuck in the far fucking corner the entire time, which is very far out of the fucking boss range. Now, if you're paying attention, you could, in theory, just step in afterwards and dodge everything since your seed is done. But it's not great. Wouldn't recommend it. Because then you have to be hyper aware of all the angles of all the seeds or be looking around the room the entire time instead of just looking at the ground and being like, this will be fine. Because this tether, it fucking hurts. I showed an optimization with the tether yesterday that was so toxic that nobody will do it, and thank God gear will make it easier. And this was something I was deliberately doing towards closer to our clear, is on this deathmatch, not this part right here. This part's pretty self-explanatory. So for this tether right here, it ticks every 3 seconds. So if you go to 3 stacks between those 3 seconds, you won't take 3 stack damage. So there's a 2-minute buff window here. I have to step into the middle of the room, approximately to the middle of the room, to give everyone buffs. If I do that, I will get 3 stacks. Not 4, but I will get 3. So I do a pause here. I see the damage, 1 stack. I pause. As soon as I know the tick has gone out, I go in, buff, go back. So that way I only get 2 stacks, but while I'm doing my buffs for about 2 seconds, I just instantly throw them both out. I don't even care where I am in my GCD. I throw them out and I get back out before I take a 3 stack tick. The other option is just to accept people are going to miss it and to go to the corner so you never go above 2 stacks. That's what I was doing for a while, but when we started having 1% wipes, I said, nah, dude, I'm fucking fixing this right now. I'm getting everyone that buff. If it fucking kills me, I don't care. that was my decision. I was like, I am making this buff hit people. Look at that 60k second win too. Oof. Yeah, we had a ton of damage downs, deaths. Like we had a decent amount of mistakes in this clear. I mean, look, whoops. Our Fed DPS has a 50% damage down. Emmy has a 50% damage down. I know that we had some damage. I think there was another damage down on a healer earlier. I know people, of course, obviously most of us probably aren't playing optimally there. I take a damage down here. Jitter has a damage down. There's a damage down on Keo right here. I feel like there's another one somewhere here. I feel like there were more in the first phase as well. I know there was at least one in the first phase in our clear. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was what I was trying to prevent. This run, even with all those damage downs, and I think a death somewhere, we still actually did it with more than enough time. Let's see. Oh, yeah. No, never mind. There was no death there. Yeah, there's the whoops and Emmy damage down that came from the point blank here. Yeah, there's the point blank AoE. The ever so lovely point blank AoE. No damage downs here. I don't think anyone gets a damage down right here. It's kind of hard to get a damage down here and live, to be honest. And then here, I think we have a tank death. I think High dies, and then Keo invulns the tower. Yeah, High dies here. And then we get a Keo damage down into the tower, and I think that's it for damage downs. I don't think we get one on the last Stone Ringer. Yeah, we don't get one on the last Stone Ringer, and then it's Brutal Impact, and then we, I think we barely see the Neo Bombarian cast here. I think it like starts for a brief no, it doesn't even start for that brief half a second. Yeah. So those are all 50% damage downs, and we still manage it even with our gear-fed players being some of the players collecting the damage downs and whatnot. From 0 to clear on Monk and 5 pulls. Yeah, the difference between bringing the Red Mage and bringing the Monk was definitely noticeable here. They actually 50? That's what I was told. I was told every damage down here is 50%. I mean, I have an easy way of checking. I got one. Here, let me just look at my damage numbers here real quick once I start hitting, once I'm looking at the boss. Of course, I'm not actually fucking looking at the boss, so I can't see my damage numbers. Numbers! Let's just say they are. Fuck it. I saw like one refulgent arrow somewhere in there. M7S is 35%. All right, there you go. 35 or 40%. Either way, it's a lot of damage downs. Everyone was telling me 50, so I was like, sure, 50, whatever. Numbers go down. Just don't get hit. Smile. Dedge. Dedge. More or lower? What is the damage? They're probably all like 25 to 35%. 25, 30, 35, 50. Yeah, the last one is almost certainly 50. Speaking of the last one, this was a great final fight. Very long, the 14-minute final fight, man. I'm a huge fan of the Shiva-esque length final fights. Some people are not a fan. I am a very big fan of the super long one boss final fights. The only other fight that is like that's a really long fight but is 2 phases, honestly, is still Neo X Death. Neo X Death is a 4-minute door boss to a 12.5-minute second boss. I will take that over the 7-8 minute split down the middle every time. I'd hate the double 7-8 minute boss fight. That's in Prague. It just makes like failing the door boss a miserable experience. When it's a 7 to 8 minute door boss and you fuck it up in some capacity and then you still have to do the second 7 to 8 minute fight. I'd rather, if I'm going to fuck up a door boss, I'd rather it be fucked up within 4 minutes. X-Death and Neo X-Death stay winning on door boss design. Even if I like the door boss, like Athena, great door boss fight, great first phase, okay second phase. Yes, but the ads are here. It's like a 7-minute door boss, including the ads. And they are certainly a part of this fight. They are certainly there. It's so funny watching melees and tanks really not struggle, I guess, but have to kind of retool their brains for this fight. Because as a Fizz ranged, this fight did not particularly challenge me. It kind of just played to my strengths where I'm really good at pattern recognition and really good at like fast calls on bosses. So this kind of just felt like my element. Like just being able to like move on every call and like see all of them. Like it's like a lot of the times as a ranged, my movement is very simple regardless of what I've gotten. Because like, look, Empiric Rain. In theory, someone looked at this and goes, oh, there's 3 separate spots. And it's not Empiric. But it's there's 3 separate spots you could jump to, and it could be across from him or in. Honestly, most of my movement here looks like this. And that's it. It seems like there's like a ton of movement, but honestly, most of the time, it's like 1 or 2 movements, and that's the end of it. Now, melees, on the other hand, are like trying to make sure they got 2, gap closers ready, or they hope he starts next to them, or they'll gap closer over and then move over and then gap closer and then move over. Melees, on the other hand, have to they're like, no, my gap closer is not for damage. It is for utility to make sure I can chase this motherfucker all over the place. Yeah, this is literally a melees are having a fun time, and they sure hope the tanks don't kill them. Because they know the tanks are also having a fun time. Is there a way to predict? No, but you can actually play pretty good odds on your movement by standing between all of them. So, great example. When I'm standing here in this exact spot, so there's usually like one spot that's, I think this is a slightly wider angle than the other 2 spots, but not by much. My movement here is literally one of 3 things as a Fizz ranged. On Eminent, I'm either moving immediately to the right and staying, or I'm moving immediately to the right and passing through, or I'm running immediately to the left. And that's all of my movement here. The reason I know that is because I know I need to end up on the right side of the boss when he's at the final wall. So I know that if he lands across from me and then dashes to me, I can just take 3 steps to the right and I'm done. If he jumps to my left initially, I'll be on his left side when he dashes across. So I just need to make sure I go to the other side. And if he jumps to my right initially, I'll be on his right side. So I just need to take a few steps to the left to make sure that I'm outside of the cone. Like, it's really just about eliminating how much movement logic you actually need to get to any of the locations. It's not like, oh, he's going to go there, and then he's going to go there, and then he's going to turn, and I got to... It should literally just be, I know what my end location is relative to his hitbox. Logically, how do I get there in as few movements as possible, despite the fact the boss is jumping all over? So, like, he jumps there, and then, see, I just do the 2 movements. And that's it. I don't really think about it any more than that. The only mistakes that I'll make is I'll call in and then I'll run to him on his first jump like a fucking idiot. Even though I'm the one calling the mechanic. Bro, I have never been so frustrated at calling a mechanic than saying clockwise or counter or anti-clockwise and watching people run the opposite fucking way. And it was so many people doing it. It was not one person. It was not 2. It was like... Every pull, I was afraid that somebody was going to go the wrong way. Every single pull. Now, I, of course, went the wrong way. No, yours is different. I'm talking about just the number of people who did the movement as if they were doing the, like I would say clockwise, and they would do like that small movement to the right or the left and the opposite. Like, it was just a constant thing. Remember the time where I just ran through the middle of the room completely safely? And I mean, I did your movement by accident. Yeah, I was losing my mind over how... And then I finally started calling left and right instead. And it was like, within a pull, it was all fixed. I was like... And I even asked. I was like, should I call left or right instead? And everyone's like, nah, it's fine. And then as soon as I changed it, that was it. I mean, I'm just fizz range through this, man. I don't got to do nothing. One more. PSE burst. And then this is pretty simple right here. I usually... Oh, yeah, this is where... Enhanced Piercing Talon. If you look at Whoops, you'll notice... that he just really likes doing that. He arms every pull, he arms lengths, backflips, goes to his spot, gets an enhanced piercing talon, and then throws it. Like, the amount of times Whoops does that to get the enhanced piercing talon when he doesn't want to risk melee range is incredibly high. I mean, you can see him do it. Like, look to my left, right here. There's Whoops. There he is. He's going to be right here on my left, right here. He's got arms length up. Backflips to his head. Hits the boss one more time. Throws an enhanced piercing talon right there. I just saw him. Look, you can see it. The words minus enhanced piercing talon. Watch, right there. Right there. See it? Minus enhanced piercing talon right under his hitbox. You can see the whole plan work out with that one final thing right there. Enhanced piercing talon. That's how the plan eventually pans out. I would use six-sided star is pretty cool. I like that skill. I've liked that skill forever, and everyone was always like, this is stupid. I was like, it's stupid until you use it, and then it direct crits in the middle of your twos because the boss is jumping away, and you do 1 billion damage. When you direct crit a six-sided star, in the few cases you have to use it on Monk, you feel like you've made the right choice. This skill's being multiplied. Okay. Also, I really hope my raid understands how I called this. I really hope everyone understood by the end of it all how I was calling this. Because this was not hard to understand. I had one mistake like the first time I called it. But I really hope everyone in my group understood why I was calling where I was calling. Because these towers, I think everyone was afraid of. They're like, fuck, here comes Slices. Right, but just like the classic normal to savage difference, there's always an easier way. How much potency does Whoops get for? I don't know. I don't know the numbers on enhanced piercing talon. But if it's not using a GCD versus using enhanced piercing talon, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a win. So there's only 4 potential safe spots for the towers. It's always an intercard. So one of the numbers. It needs to be, and both towers always fall in the same direction. So the towers will both be cut the same way, which instantly eliminates 2 of the numbers. So as soon as this animation goes off, I line myself up with 1 and 3. If there's a cut visible from this angle, 1 and 3 are the 2 potential safe spots. If not, 2 and 4 automatically are, because the towers always fall in the same direction. So immediately you cut half of the safe spots out by just lining up and checking for the line. So I know in this pull, 1 and 3 are not safe automatically. There's no vertical line through the rock. So then there's 2 Newlith stars that spawn. One of them is a cross AoE that aims directly through both intercards. The other one doesn't. So it's the side of the room with a cut that isn't being targeted by, that has this particular Newlith thing by it. So I know that 2 and 4 are safe. I know that 2 isn't being blasted by this. Bam, 2 is safe. Done. And then you just have to make sure you're actually out of range. High figured out the snapshot timing, probably by looking at the Gleaming Fang cast bar. Yeah, the one with the X on its side on this, and then it's the one that has no cuts. I'm sorry, the one that has a cut next to it. Yeah, we had a lot of cases where people were getting too close to the X because it is actually a very large AoE as well. And then Revolutionary is just the opposite. Dude, high. Honestly, everyone was getting clipped by those X's for like a good hour. And I was like, stop walking forward. I think Adur actually did. Adur get clipped by Kyo? Yeah, he did. He got clipped by Kyo. You can see Kyo's like goes over here. This was the amount of safe space they had. We had a lot more. I mean, we were moved over really far because we were afraid of our tank murdering us with this because we had just had it happen. So we moved over a little over far there. So we kind of made their safe spot terrible. But you know, Adur, you know, just move over, smile. There was more space. There was enough. Yeah, and then this ad phase is really simple, but impatience was the key. Follow the haps. I have a feeling follow the haps was the case for a handful of things, for a handful of people. Yeah, it's a fun little ad phase. It's just turn 11 plus. I saw it during, like, I'm not following that guy. I'm not going to follow that guy. Yeah, this is turn 11 plus. And all it is just look at the win timers and bait away. Honestly, the thing I was most... Oh, my God. My headset is on way too loud. That scared me. Thanks for the 130 months.
NY_Wyvern King
Good morning, Morgan.
Subscribed. Sup? How's it going?
It's going good. We're just discussing all the fights, breaking them down, talking about them briefly. I was always more worried about the cleave here hitting the tank. But, I mean, we figured that out, so it wasn't really a big deal. Now, the big question is ad phase. How much worse will gear make this phase? So, the big thing is, when an ad dies, its orb or cube explodes and does the raid wide as if players had passed through it. And it removes that debuff from every player that would have had it. So what happens on some pulls is if you have the magic vuln and you blow up one of the cubes of the orb with the debuff, every time you do it, it does 1,000,000 damage to the ad of the opposite element. So you do 60% of their health as damage strictly by resolving the mechanic. But if you kill them before that, it blows up instantly. And if you have a magic vuln, that'll kill everyone. It's not lethal just to do it. It's lethal because players have magic vulns while they're waiting to do the explosions. So realistically, we need to hit a break point where we do 60% of the ad's health and we only rely on the first 2 explosions, and then we kill both ads without and okay, so here's problem number 2. Problem number 2 is that even if you have the damage to kill both ads, you realistically want to kill the first ad without having the explosion it causes kill the second ad. So you run into a really weird issue where even if you could kill them early before the magic bones go off, they still need to be staggered, because you can't have one blow up, one die, blow up, kill the other one from the explosion, and then you instantly die anyway. So this is going to be pretty fucking rough in higher geared reclears. There are some solutions that work. I think the best solution is likely to be that you kill one of them so fast that you never even get the chance to get the other one down. But that's going to be entirely dependent on who gets put on which ad and when they are made to swap. And there's just no way you're going to 100% know that at any point. So it's likely going to be a big hold phase, which in reclears with more gear is going to get more and more annoying. And there's kind of not a whole lot you can do about it. So good luck, I suppose, is the key word to this phase. It's an otherwise really cool ad phase, but it's a Realm Reborn style hold DPS problem. Melee LB 1 ad. Yeah, so the other solution is if you don't need the LB on the boss, you can melee LB an ad and kill it now before the second explosion here, which would be wild to achieve. Or you have to actually kill it right here. If you kill an ad right this second, but the other one doesn't die, you should in theory be fine. Like, for example, let's say that we killed Wind right there and Earth survived. Then we're fine, and then we could just kill Earth, or we could just pop Earth's orb afterwards, and it should be fine. So it's probably you have to melee LB one of them to kill them ultra fast to eliminate the possibility of killing the other one too early. Because that's the thing, you're effectively just getting one of them so far ahead. There's no way the other one's going to die instantly if you do kill the one when you kill it. Still not great, though. Yeah, still not great. It's going to be really weird no matter what. I really hope everyone understands what the dodges are. I'm also constantly afraid of how everyone is deciding to resolve these. Spreads are the scariest mechanic in Final Fantasy XIV. And this should literally just be you go to your cardinal and you dodge left and right. And I saw that not happening a lot, and it got us killed a lot. Because everyone can dodge at their cardinal by simply taking a step to the left or the right. And especially with more gear, you will not die to the enrage by doing that. Or if you're a Viper with Uncoiled Fury or a Ninja with a Mudra or something, do something that doesn't involve stepping into the middle of the room and getting people murdered. Now, there is another technical solution to it where instead of having the party in the middle of the room, let's say we can see that everyone is by their sections. Now, the big difference is High should be over by A. He's just standing really far away from it, and then he doesn't even step over to it. He dodges it too, which is not what we agreed to do. The other solution is to have the room set up like that, like the way we have here, and then to step out to max melee range towards 1, because there's a ton of room, and then you don't need to worry about anything at all. That's the other option. I don't think that's what people are going to do. I think people are going to keep the melee, the people in the center of the room dodging in the center and just expect everyone else to not also dodge into the center. And that frightens me, but that's the most logical conclusion to it anyway. So I hope that's what people end up doing. Look at how easy my movement is here for Eminent, by the way. Look at this. That's it. Oh, and these dragon heads, pay attention. And just overcorrect movement. That was probably the biggest thing for me, is when I saw people get hit here, which was a decent amount. It was literally just like trying to do the minimum amount of movement to get out of the way of them. Get perfectly between the two heads. It's definitely not worth taking a blast to the face, unless you're into that, of course, in order to just try to move less. Just exaggerate movement. This, by the way, I don't know how I feel about how PF is going to reasonably... the way we did it is awesome, but it required 2 players to really understand how the mechanic worked, while the other 6 got to do nothing. Which I don't think is going to happen in the PF. I think in the PF, they're going to have to just eyeball the whole thing. Somebody's going to make a macro or type out like 1-4, and there has to be an understanding of the rule set. So the way we did this is we would identify a safe corner. You can safely fit 7 people in one corner with 0 struggle. However, you cannot fit that 8th person where Whoops is. You cannot fit that person. So he is currently standing in a location that is about to get blasted. He simply drops the AoE, and he has until this cast finishes to get out of the snapshot. So he moved from... Actually, this time that didn't happen, but with the weight... Actually, no, I think Whoops did make an adjustment so that he's not doing that. But it's not always the case. I think he just kind of goes to a spot. This is actually what the mechanic should look like. But most pulls, he was just going in this direction and then moving in and not looking at the swing. This pull, that wasn't the case. This is actually how the mechanic should look, with the group in the middle and everyone kind of fanned out. But I will say this, even with this mechanic being the correct way, only 1 person will ever be at risk because you can fit 7 people in a corner. I think that's kind of the key, is no matter what strategy you're doing, you can make sure 7 people fit in a corner, like without needing to have a cheese strat. The good news is that this was the same corner twice. So what you see here is that, and this is really important for the second set, after the 3rd dash goes off, you assign like a tank, or whoever is the most comfortable doing it, probably a tank because they can survive the fuck up, to be the person who runs in that direction. So you just saw, because wherever the 3rd one hit, the 4th one's not going to hit. So when we get this, that 3rd one goes off, and now Keo knows he can go into that half of the room. He knows it's safe. So you're going to see he goes from in our stack to that side of the room. That to me is the most important movement. I feel like the first one, everyone can pretty reasonably eyeball, but the second one, which can be a little tougher to eyeball while you're trying to set up for everything, just move into the 3rd AoE. If you're the person who's responsible for going the furthest, as soon as you see the 3rd AoE, move your fucking ass. No matter what, 7 people should always be safe during this mechanic. There should only ever be 1 person who has to know how to do it on both pairs. And that's kind of your saving grace, but it's also the most cursed thing, because if that 1 person fucks up, everyone's dead. And then there's this. I'm worried about the PF just paying attention to dragon heads in general, plus the cast bar from the boss at the same time. This is literally like Cardinal safe and then color pairs doing the first mechanic again. It's a roll base, yes. It's either all 4 supports spreading and all 4 supports stacking, or vice versa. So you can assign positions based on the rolls, and you can assure that you have specific people doing specific mechanics. That's what makes it mostly solvable. Yeah, and then out cardinal. Like, this is really... So, an important detail here. This was out cardinal. If we go back to the beginning of the poll, you'll see that this is in and cardinal. So, it's not guaranteed to be the opposite direction, but it is guaranteed to be the opposite element. So if you get in first, you know you have out later. You just don't know cardinal or intercardinal. So getting as close to your color as possible and then reacting in like assigned position, it will help you with that later bit a lot. A lot. So remember, it helps if somebody types in chat like wind later, earth later. You know, somebody hits a macro to like remind everyone of earth or wind at a later point. It's definitely one of those where it helps. It's the same with eminent and revolutionary in the first part. The one that happens later here, I believe is random. The one that happened like just before. But in the first part, it's always like, it's not always one. How would I describe? Yeah, I don't know. It is, because after the towers, yeah, it's the other one. That makes sense. And then, yeah, you got that there. And then that's basically the end of the phase. Yeah, that didn't take very long, Jitter. That didn't take very long at all. Oh, my God. Hold on. I just realized what time it is. We got to get ready for State of the Realm. I got to talking for so long. State of the Realm's in 15 minutes. All right. I'm getting us ready. I just looked at the time. I have quite a bit of setup to do, actually, because I need to make stuff for... We were having such a good, long discussion that I lost track of time. Let me do this. Wait, it's in 15 minutes. Yeah, I just went to do a text, and I was like, wait a minute. It's time. Oh, Sly. Yeah, we're going to be yapping about it more in a little bit anyway. Let me turn off my camera here. Yeah, because I also have to make an overlay. I mean, not like it's hard. I'm just going to put Biff and Jitter in the bottom. Gotta learn all the things. Let's see. Add friends. Jitter. Okay. I had a feeling I probably wasn't friends with at least one of you since I never used Discord. And I was indeed correct. There we go. That has now been resolved. There we go. All right, let's... Oh, if you guys have images, you don't need your cameras. It's a video call, but you don't need to join with camera. I just need an image from both of you to use in place of a camera. Let's see. I guess I can say that on the call too. Let me get in here. The perfect one. Oh, I'm so dreading that. All right, let's see. Hello.
Yo.
All right. Should I be afraid of this image?
I'd be afraid if it's too pixelated for what we're doing.
Honestly, it might be funnier if it's more pixelated.
Yeah, let me...
All right, hold on.
Yeah, I should have asked for that hours ago. Of
Yeah.
course, Sly, the one who asked for an hour earlier show today, is now the last one here. Let's see. I know we do at the show on Saturday. Yep, move the time up by an hour. Yep. All right. Yeah, he'll be here. He better be. Yeah, let's start maybe, then maybe about an hour. If you usually start done, then maybe about an hour. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have this backwards? Oh, I think I have it backwards. I think he wants to do the show an hour later.
Oh.
I just realized, because he said move this time up by an hour. I thought he meant move it, like, ahead by an hour.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's what he meant.
Okay. I mean,
Oh.
I think
I'll still
he meant
be here in 2 hours, but yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know if Jitter is, because he was checking his schedule, so.
I should still be fine an hour from now.
Well, no, it's not an hour from now. It's an hour after my normal time. It's like 2 hours from now. Like, the hour shift was the other way around, is what he was asking for.
Oh, so instead of... Okay, I probably can still make it.
Okay, let me know.
I have dinner plans in like 7 hours. So.
Oh well, yeah, no, we're not. We're not gonna. The show will not be that long. I assure you of that. Frosty's shows can go on 3 or 4 hours. My shows do not go on 3 or 4 hours. That I can promise you. Yeah, no, he said move the time up slightly by an hour. I have plans from 1:30. Yeah, I should have looked at the time because he said from 1:30 to 2:30 he has plans. So he said if our usual start time is 3, then maybe an hour. Yeah, he said move the time up, but I didn't actually read the times he actually asked because he didn't agree to 4. He just said move it up by an hour. Yeah, that's okay. Well, then never mind. I'll see you guys in 2 hours.
It sounds good.
Again, still get me the images though, because now I have.
Yep,
yeah.
I'm looking for it right now.
Yeah, Biff, I just used the black mage symbol, and that'll tell everyone what to expect, of course.
The crash out.
The crash out's going to be super real. Hey, you get to go back into M6PF at least for a while, yeah?
See, that one lasted a whole, like, 15 minutes before it exploded.
So you can fit, what you're saying is you can fit, like, 3 or 4 of them in the next 2 hours.
Probably more like 9 or 10, because they last like a pool and then they just explode.
I'm assuming that they may take some time to fill, and then, you got to do the marker dance. I'm accounting.
Oh, yeah, no, the majority of the time is waiting for it to fill, yes.
Yeah, there. So 3 or 4, he's got time. Yeah, so
it's good.
Just get me the image, and I'll talk to you guys in a couple hours.
Sounds
you
good.
got it.
Yeah.
See ya. Well, that was awkward. Okay, yeah, that means we've got more time to finish the discussion we were already having. Let me turn my camera back on, because right now it is off. Yeah, it's that was confusing to me. Move it up an hour is usually earlier an hour, and not what I said. I already logged out of the game too. All right, I'll just do that. Damn, that was a good show. Let's go back to this while I get set up. It better not be a picture of a Yan. Best show I've seen. Well, that gives me time. We can finish this discussion and I can do that. Perfect. Best show I've seen. Not gonna lie. That's an idea. Just a Yan. That's it. Listen, we have the emote. Jityan. Yeah, go poop. Got plenty of poop time. What if I just didn't use it instead? What if I just said no? Where did I already? Here we go. All right. Jabberwocky jump scare. That's truly frightening. All right. Well, we're back to this now at the very least. Real Yan hours. At least we get back to talking about M8. So continuing where I was leaving off here. This is going to get easier and easier to do in subsequent weeks. But I know I, as a bard, was mildly frustrated with this phase transition. And I think it's very specifically a bard problem. Because song timing's really ass. I have to effectively be songless for the first several seconds of the second phase, because otherwise I'm fucked for the entire phase because of the cutscene here. It's not that big of a deal, but it does mildly suck. It might get better. No, it'll get worse. I think it gets worse for me because there's no universe. So look at my song timings. I have 17 seconds on Ballad and 69 nice seconds on Payon. If we hold 2s, it doesn't change the encounter length. Like, I understand the logic is that I just won't ever go into Minuet. I don't know if there's a universe where I skip this minuet just because we're ahead. Like, maybe that might be the play where I just end up skipping this minuet and just sitting without a song for like a handful of GCDs here. But either way, I have to do it. I have to sit songless for a handful of GCDs, probably most of the time. But then it's also a minuet without, well, it's not even skipping. It's more like just never entering. It's like what I do at the start of Suzaku. But at the start of Suzaku, I realized today I can just start by entering Payon, and that's sufficient. But it's like that same kind of idea where I just won't enter the last minuet and I'll just sit there. And it means the first minuet twos in the last phase will, it means it'll be without the Payon buff, but that's not that big a deal. That's same as the start of the fight, basically. So that's honestly kind of my only hope because it is, like, here's the thing. I have 64 seconds on Payon right here. And that's my next song. I can't go into ballad when I go into the second phase. I have to go into Payon specifically because that's just how much time I have. So it's a little scuffed. Like, I have 20 seconds on Payon here. So it's like, I kind of have to I have to wait on that Payon. If there was a little more time on it, I could probably not do that since we're holding twos here anyway. But, yeah, otherwise, my songs are going to be off for the entire phase. This phase is honestly, in my opinion, mostly a choke check and a quick repositioning check because this phase is definitely easier than the first one. It just requires a very different way of thinking about arena move. Yeah, okay, so by the way, if you get a lag spike on these teleporters, it is the scariest thing imaginable. Because sometimes when I take these teleporters, you see this little animation that it does where I actually zip over to the arena? Sometimes it just skips that animation and I'm just in the final spot. Like it's like I instantly teleported instead of being moved. Like, imagine if that animation never happened and it was just like frame A to frame B. Unfortunately, I can't really like... It'd be like going for, I'm here, and then I'm here. And it's like, there's no visual, like, animation. You're just in a new spot. It's honestly mildly frightening to just see yourself appear someplace else. Even if you know why. It just is. But yeah, this phase isn't really that bad. Hate that. This first entire bit is just teaching you the mechanics and making you do them in like a particular order. So like you want to make sure you understand how all the mechanics work here. I never had that happen to me in Diamond Weapon, to be honest, ever. But I had it happen here. Yeah, just teaching you how the ultraviolet rays work and making sure you understand that. The Quake 3s, like they give you a pretty solid like first 15% of the boss to understand that before you actually have to do any mechanics. It works out fine, but it's very, very simple, that first, like, little bit here. It's not even that. It's more like the first 20%. It's not really until Moonreaver when the mechanics actually start. And that's this mechanic right here. I didn't understand. Actually, yeah, I did. I understood what Hai meant when he said he had to hop a lot of times here, but there's just so much time to do all the movement. So yeah, this is just a tank buster on the top target that hits in a cleave. And then the other tank has an AoE around them tank buster that hits pretty hard. And then the party has a stack. That's all that's really happening here. So you just see... So some groups would invuln this. If the main tank gets the marker, they would just have that tank invuln it and not like swing the boss around. I vehemently disagree with that decision because every invuln you save here is such a massive headache that you're removing from the later part of the fight that I can't in good conscience recommend it when it's so easy for the party to just move one platform. It's one of the only times where the party moving, I think, is just so drastically better of a decision than the tanks, like, invulning or, like, specifically having one tank assigned to Voke and the party on one platform. The invuln save for later. What's the upside of not moving the boss? The party doesn't have to move. If you have the same tank holding it every time, the party can always go to one platform and plant until after the mechanic resolves. But you have to, but there's a 50% chance you'll have to use an invuln. And I think the benefit of having an invuln later is drastically higher than using it here to stop the party from swapping one platform. Especially when two of your members are about to have to hop. Several of your members are about to have to hop anyway. So some of them are actually hopping onto the platform they need to be on. Or is closer to the platform they're going to be. So it's like you're kind of just front loading the movement that people are going to do because they're going to have to do movement right after anyway. So it's like the big thing that we made sure to set up here is that after he destroys a platform, there's going to be a marker over one of the tanks. The party just stands on the platform next to that person, and the other tank takes aggro. Now, there's a little interesting tank optimization here. The tanks are too far apart to short mid themselves if they stand in the middle of their platforms. I don't think this phase... Let me see. Let me time it. This is... Come on. 103.45 left on the instance timer. So we're looking for what? 109.45? I'm sorry, 99.45. Yeah, home gang is like the only advantage you can get because it's back up right here. And then you can use it on the fourth tower. So you would use like a hallowed there and then the fourth tower here. But you can't plan on only bringing warrior. Like, you can't just be like, well, I can get two uses here when it's super easy to just move a platform. So in theory, yes, if you home gang there, you have home gang for the fourth tower here specifically. And that works fine. I just wouldn't like to rely on that being the solution to instead of just having the party move. Because then when you don't have the warrior, your group is, let's be honest. Do you really want the PF to have to consider whether or not they have it? Literally, the only thing I'd recommend the tanks do here, and both of our tanks do it, is when you are two platforms on the other side of the room from each other, you can't reach each other with your short mitts. So what the tanks actually do, and this is something everyone should be doing if they need to give buffs to people during this phase, they step in to short mid each other. Excuse me. They step in to short mid each other and then step back out before they get bound in place or before they get the debuff that they're going to be dealing with. That way it's just like, that way they can actually short. So that's a little like tank optimization thing you can do. And that's, again, that's going to be true of most of the phase. If you want to give buffs to everyone here, whether it's defensives or whatever, step into the middle of your platform. Just make sure it's not at a bad time. Especially during this sequence right here, I'll step into the middle and throw like Nature's Min because, you know, nobody gives a shit when I use that. So I just use it whenever I want. And I was like, sure, I'll use it here. No one's asking. No one cares. I'm just going to do it. They won't even thank me. It'll be fine. Now, for these tether passes, the way this mechanic works is there will be a tether on one player. There's one tether that needs to get passed around. That tether, when it explodes, does a shared damage AoE that expands a bubble. If the bubbles touch, then they explode and you die. It's the same as the other bubbles. We had all the supports basically just plant on the platform, and the DPS were responsible for doing these tethers. What you see High and I do here and what Jitter and I do makes this so much easier. Please incorporate this into clearing. The support needs to be part of a stack. He doesn't need to be on top of me. So he just stands to the side because we had the DPS entirely doing this tether mechanic. And even if, let's say you were to do it the other way around and the supports were entirely responsible for this for whatever reason. Just stand off to the side so the person with the tether you don't take it from them. You don't have to fight them for it. There's no risk at all. And then Jitter waits on my platform. I give it to him and then he goes to the next platform. Now he has to deliver that to the other platform. That I wouldn't expect Whoops to come over to his platform and take it. But the movement idea is you're either doing what I do at the start. So see how I stand in front and then he delivers it to me? Easy snap. He can't go back immediately, so it's whatever. But that's easy snap. I grab it. I go back. And then I reverse deliver it to him in the opposite way, where now I get behind him. So that way there's just no chance of the wrong people grabbing it. Even when High steps forward, he steps to the side away from the portal. It makes your life so much easier for that. Now, one other thing happens here in that the nearest party, the nearest player also gets a bait on their platform. That's a split damage AoE across the entire platform. This is so fucking easy. It's like, honestly, as long it's easier to forget it's happening than it is to understand how to do it. Like, it's honestly kind of a problem how easy it is to forget that other half of the mechanic is happening. It's just, if you're 2 platforms away from where the tether is, you're stepping forward. And if not, you're not. You're just not the closest group. And that's all it is. So like, if you're on, let's say that the starting platform was Kio's instead of mine. Kio is the other tank one across. The tether is going to have to be passed clockwise. So you already know that the inner, like, the platform to my right, the inner platform in this pattern, they have to do it, then I have to do it, then I have to do nothing, then I have to do tether. You're just always either doing nothing or doing the tether or the bait. If you're ever doing nothing, you know that the next one is coming. So that's another way of thinking about it. I didn't have to do anything, so now I'm going to have to do something. And then that's like the easiest way of remembering this bit right here. But a pretty basic mechanic in that regard. And then this part was, this next part, I don't think this next part was hard to figure out without what I figured out. But let me tell you, rationalizing the AoEs for the next part, for me at the very least, basically made the next mechanic a non-mechanic. That's how mentally, that's how it ended up working for me. So we have everyone get to the south platform, so everyone has to do the same dodge. Honestly, I don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. I think it does make it easier if you're calling out and just to like visually see that everybody is doing the same thing. But you can do this on any platform and it doesn't make a difference. Like, if for some reason, if you're just better off doing it on a different platform, then, and you can do it fine, there's literally no problem. You're not too far from, I will say this though, there's a 2-minute buff window right after this. So you don't want to be like on the other side of the room. That's the other thing, is literally the moment this mechanic ends, there's a 2-minute buff window. But this mechanic is just 5 rotating AoEs, and it looks like a lot. It's 5 rotating AoEs, and each platform has half of the platform being hit by the newliths from behind you. But what I figured out when I did this is that every different orifice that the boss has is a wolf, and each different wolf has a specific AoE. So these are not like randomly placed around the boss. These are in a set order relative to where they start and how they're rotating. There's always 1 out, 2 ins, a donut, and sides. From the front of the boss, in this case it would be counted, but from the front of the boss clockwise, it's like sides, in, out, in, donut. Like if you were to just look at where the boss is facing and then go clockwise, that would be the order. Counterclockwise would be the other way, sides, donut, in, out, in. It's always going to be like a similar order. By doing that, I don't even have to look at the rest of the AoEs after this mechanic begins. I can just stare at the back of the room. I'm like, okay, we're starting in and out is next. That automatically makes the order in, out, in, donut, sides. Donut is always right after sides or right before sides. It's always one of the two, and it's always in adjacent to either of those, and then the out is always the opposite. Like, there's so much logic that effectively eliminates how much you ever need to think during this mechanic that you shouldn't, A, need callouts, or B, honestly shouldn't forget the order. It's just so set in stone based on what starts that there's no reason to like stare at the other platform and eyeball it and like be like, okay, the next one comes. Because then you have to think 5 separate times about what's happening instead of just being, oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. What's next? Like if you have any lapse of judgment and you don't recognize the pattern of the boss rotating, then you either got to hope that you Doritoed and followed the other people who knew it right fast enough or something of that vein. It's just not worth doing that. So, like, I can just stare at the back of the room the whole time because I already know it's in, out, in, donuts sides for this. So I just need to make sure I dodge that half of the room. And all that matters is that I can recognize that those are behind me and who and what side they're hitting on. And I literally don't need to care. Bacon murdered a lizard. That sentence out of context is wild. Oh. When you have a pet named Bacon, that sentence like, how did the bacon murder the lizard? Now I'm imagining, it's like, you hear that and you imagine like a piece of bacon holding a knife. Break down the door. He's hungry. He wants to eat his prey. Reminds me of my friend's cat Fluffy, who used to kill mice and bring their bodies back to my friend's house. Used to always just kill mice and bring their corpses back. Send me a video. I'm not watching that on stream. I'm gonna see a dead lizard. Hey, mice are meals to cats. It's just the tail. That's cool. The tail that still wiggles after is kind of cool. A wiggly tail in his mouth. Like a little freak. I am glad that Ivy is so very indoors and so very... She heard her name and I thought she was waking up. She instead turned around and faced the other way. He Monster Huntered it? Oh shit, what is he, like a longsword main or... Dual blades? Cats would probably be dual blades. Because aren't there literally dual blades that are just cat paws? I'm not bugging, right? There are dual blade weapons that are just cat paws. At least in one of the games, right? They've gotta be. Well, I know you can play as cats in some of you can play as palicos in some of them, but I'm speaking specifically, isn't there a dual blade weapon that's just a pair of cat paws, like a skin? I'm almost certain that there is. Yeah, a bunch of cat weapons. There you go. Definitely a dual blade. Definitely plays dual blade. Yeah, and this, honestly, this mechanic... So it's funny, this mechanic is super easy, but the two mechanics that happen afterwards are so simple, yet so frightening. Because they require such quick repositioning, and you do not have the freedom of time to slowly figure it out. All these tethers end up serving to do is to separate players in such a way that is not automatically comfortable for how they have to do the next thing. Because like these towers basically resolve themselves because hashtag yawn trail, according to the diagram, the south tower is always 3 and the southeast and southwest are always 1. So the only variables are the north towers, which can be filled by a long tether player and 2 short tether players. Yan Trail. Yeah, now it's Yan Trail. And so this ends up like the Alice brain dead diagram. There is literally only one foil to the brain dead diagram. And it cannot be understated that the boss's autos here, the entire fight, do not fuck around. Like, during the entire tether mechanic, both your tanks are still taking autos. During this, while your healers are locked south, your tanks are both taking autos. And making sure you have some sort of plan for the far away tank is important. We just made it so the tank with the tank with the near tether and the tank with the and the healer with the short the tank with the short tether and the healer with the short tether can step to the inner side of their platform and actually like be in range of each other briefly, and that pretty much eliminated all the problems. But you have to have that consideration, because if you just abandon someone to themselves, they could just die to autos here. And it honestly wouldn't be that unreasonable to be surprised, because they really kind of want their short mitts for another bit that's coming up. Another thing that really helped that I kind of skipped over, this last twin bite, our tanks take with very few cooldowns. And that was just, I don't know if other groups did this, but when High figured this out, at first I was super against it, because it seemed like there was just creating a risk someplace else. When we figured out what the mitt needed to look like here to do the other part later, 100% worth. As soon as I realized the amount of raid damage here was effectively 0 until Ultraviolent Ray and then the Enrage, trooping the tanks here actually ended up just being kind of worth it. I never thought that just trooping the tanks for a mechanic would be the way to go, but as soon as I saw we needed mitt, I looked at my Troubadour and I'm like, I don't need that. Why don't I just give it to the tanks? Because taking this twin bite, I think it's just Rampart and short mitts, plus Troubadour and maybe like, you know, whatever healer mitt, like Aquaveil or whatever, just made it like super safe. It's like through like whatever, not Aquaveil in this case, but you know, like Exaltation and Troubadour and them short mitting each other, etc. That it made it work a lot better. And that was super crucial for the way we do the Enrage, which I think is ended up being a really good idea. I think if we weren't doing the Enrage the way we were doing it, I think we actually would have wiped this pull. Even though it had its own like kind of minor headache because of the way we were doing this, I think if we did it, if we didn't do that strat, this pull was actually gone. So I will definitely say I think that was a W idea from High. Now, this Hero's Blow is probably going to scare a lot of PFs, mostly because it's actually kind of hard to tell the direction he's facing. I feel like if you're behind him, because he's got the omnidirectional boss ring, you have to look for the arrows either in front of him or on his sides. Because he's hitting half of the room with his sword, and figuring out where half of him is, if you're in the back, is a little annoying. You just don't have the right indicators to be like, oh, this is his half. So the advice that ended up really working for most people, 2 platforms are going to be completely cut off and 1 platform will be half cut off. And that's the platform he's looking at. So if you are on the side of him that is dangerous, you get 1 hop to safely get to a side. If you look to your left or right, you know you're on the unsafe side. If you look to your left or your right and you see either the flank arrow or the boss hitbox, front of the hitbox arrow, you know to either go away or towards it. You'll never be teleporting towards a flank ever. There's never a reason to, if you're on a safe side, or even if you're on an unsafe side, there's never a reason to teleport towards the flank arrow. So when I find out right here during this Hero's Blow, when I see that left animation, I know that flank arrow is death. That's all I need to know, which tells me I have to go to the right. Now, on top of that, if you're behind him, you know the whole platform you're going to is safe. If you're in front of him, you know only half of the platform is safe. So that's really kind of the big tell here. You look for that arrow and go away from it if you know you're on the danger side, because these 2 platforms are the only 2 platforms that will be completely covered by the half room AoE. So I get that here. I see it's in plus half room. I go over here. I don't even need to be on this side, but I felt better about being on that side, even though I knew it was going to be a fully open platform. This actually ended up being scarily harder than I think we all expected. This Ultraviolent Ray, which is the last mechanic, mind you, before the Enrage, is it comes out only like 4 seconds after that hero's blow, and there's really not a super reliable way to make sure that everyone's in a spot that is like really efficient to get back to your base platform. So what ended up really happening here was that 3 of us on the correct, we actually started off great. 3 of us in our role who belonged here were here, and only 2 of us got marked. So like I could see that like our healer has to jump 2 platforms. There's not a lot of time to do that. It genuinely takes like almost the whole 4 seconds to get over once those things become active. So I looked at them as they were coming over, saw they didn't have a head mark, and then I was like, okay, we're 2. That's it. We don't even need to, as long as they dodge the half room, we're good. But if we had seen them coming over with 3, at that point, you have one of 2 ways. You either eyeball it and see they're further to the right and just accept that they should go that way, or you have to adhere strictly to your lineup order. And like, let's say if they did have it, in theory, Jitter would be the one to go over because Jitter and High should always be moving if they're marked, unless they themselves are the only 2 people who are marked, which can't happen. I'm pretty sure there's no situation where that can happen, because it's either all 4 supports and one of the other role, or all 4. Oh, no. High and Jitter can. There's a chance they are, but there's never a situation where it's only the 2 of them. That's what it is. It can never just be those 2. It's got to be like, if High is marked, then either me and Jitter are marked or Emmy is also marked. So there's like no situation where just him and Jitter are the only 2 people on the platform that have it. But there is a chance that just Jitter and I have it, which I think worked out on this poll, because it was a Jitter stay. Healer doesn't have to do anything but live, and then I just need to move over. It's about creating as much visual clarity as quickly as possible, even though you just had to dodge the hero's blow and you don't have a lot of time to reposition. Now, for this, this is where I don't know how many groups did it the way we did it, and if we didn't do it this way, this would have been a wipe. So this is a full like party stack on this platform. It hits 8 times very fast, and then the platform gets destroyed, and then he picks a platform that somebody else is on. Anyone, it could be anyone. Like if somebody goes to the wrong platform here and they get picked, then it's probably a wipe. I actually almost did that to us here. We got kind of lucky, because if I had done that, we would have been dead. If you go out of order here, you effectively eliminate a platform early. And you end up with 1 less platform than you should if you like skip over a platform. So that's ultra sunk and just instantly a disaster. So I almost could have wiped us here too, because I went too early. But what ends up happening is right after, I only had 20,000 health, Jesus. Right after we go over, right after that all resolves, everybody needs to move over immediately for that Mooncleaver cast. And 1 person doesn't make it. Now, if we had to 7 stack this, which is I think what a lot of groups would do, I think we'd have been fucked. We would have been down a healer, needing a res, and where do we res them? We res them, we have to wait for their body to come back and res them. There's a decent chance they're on this platform again, and then would just fall again. So it creates like a never-ending loop if you're trying to play catch-up on somebody doing that, if you're not like super fast and efficient. So we had the tanks super cooldown a tower, the second tower in particular. This is every cooldown they have, and short mitts on each other, Guardian, Rampart, everything. And they can take it. Now, you can see we lose the tank. That's because we lost the healer. So we consequentially lost the tank as well. And so if we didn't do that, we couldn't have raised the healer on this platform. We would have had to raise him on that platform, which maybe the invuln would have worked out in such a way. Like maybe they would have helped for a hit, but I don't think so. I think no matter what, they were going to get raised at about this exact time, which means they wouldn't have even helped with a hit. They would have had to jump off the platform, and that would have been the end of that. See, I went early there. If he picked me, we were dead. It was 100% a wipe if he picked me there. And then you tank invuln the third tower, which gives us time to recover on Kyo to get them up. And then they invuln this tower, and then we finish it. Yeah, when I saw me jump. Trust me, when I saw me jump too. Same amount of fear. When I saw me jump, I was afraid. But yeah, like by doing the tank mid tower, the amount of healing and party damage that goes out becomes basically ultra negligible. And I think that this is by far the best way to handle this. Some mit on the first one, tank super mit on 1, tank invuln 3 and 4, and then also, I'm going to show you guys something that pissed me the fuck off in my clear VOD. I'm going to show you something very fucking annoying that I noticed when I watched it back. So they're on the 4th tower now. Let me go to the 5th tower. Look at me press my buttons real quick. Look at Troubadour and look at Nature's Min. Look at this. Watch. Right here. I go to press Nature's Min and I go to press Troubadour. Nature's Min goes, you saw me press it. Look at the white outline around Troubadour. See it? It's lit up. It's lit up. I'm pressing it. And look what never goes off. Yep. That was a pressed ass button. And you know what? Good chance we almost died there. So, wasn't a fan of that. Character is very pretty. Yeah, and then we almost died. That troop not going off was an immense amount of fear. But the game said you didn't. Look at this. Look at look at our fucking health bars here. Bam, 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 bam. I fell to like 50. I don't think this was as close to us dying as the first. But I certainly wouldn't opt into having my Troubadour not go off. And then it was dead. But man, going the moment you hit Earth's reply. Where is it? I don't see it. I'm looking for the heal. Horoscope, Helios conjunction, Ascension, Indom. No, I can't. I'm looking at the names. I don't see the follow-up heal at the very least. Yeah, there's too many buffs on the bar, so it gets pushed off. I'm looking for the AoE heal from Earth's reply. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, what actually should have been a joke of an enrage sequence became incredibly stressful for us on the clear, which makes it a more interesting clear VOD, but more stressful than I wanted it to be. It was like, yo, it's so free. Recover? I've never gone from it's so free to it's not free in such a short time frame. I knew we were way past the DPS check. Just I looked at the other clear VODs and I saw their health percentage with like similar-ish levels of mistakes prior. And it was like 28%. And we were still successful. And they were like still successful with like no deaths in this last sequence. No tank invulns, anything. So I was like, yo, with our strat, 23% before he even starts, he finishes casting the first, the first arena destruction. Literally yawn. And then the moment I saw the HP bar hit 0 there, so the first Howling 8 started casting at 24.5%. Howling 8 started casting at 24.5%. We were 28% is the clearable percentage. And we were at 24.5. Like, that's what I meant by I went from it's so free to oh my god, so fast. There's no better talk shit get hit than Rock On, the Criterion Rock On. Yo, and Biss, I don't even know if he's gonna get to break platforms. And Biss, just kill him before the first one. Smile. That fucking rat. That fucking rat in Criterion will always be the biggest talk shit get hit moment. Nothing like 4 people thinking they've solved the whole mechanic going, it's fucking easy, and then instantly eating shit to a 5th AoE that nobody thought was going to happen. All I remember is Biff going, I'm mad, dude. I'm fucking mad. I'm fucking mad, dude. I'm fucking mad. That was some karmic justice right there. The hubris. Yeah, I think that's the biggest case of talk shit get hit I've ever seen in a game. Every single one of us said fucking easy. I think M6 and M8 are tied for best tier, and I didn't dislike any of them. We did deserve it. Yeah, my Awu, I don't know if Whoop said the Nether in this clear. I don't think he did. I think he actually like missed it in some capacity. He did? I don't even remember him saying it. Hold on.
That.
I'm still sleepy.
Oh, wait. Caster,
Review the mirror.
what did you say? Lock in, kill boss.
I'm still
at the
sleepy.
end? What, here?
Reconvening at New South.
It's over. Oh, back.
My
Yeah,
thing
back
is
out of the
party.
cutscene is when he normally
Lock
says
in,
it.
kill boss.
Oh, he did. You just said it at the same time.
Lock in, kill boss.
It was like I just disappeared because all I heard was lock in, kill boss. The Nether. It's not as good. It's so funny. I went back to the P6 clear and listened to it again, and I found the chicken jockey. I didn't hear it the first time we did it, but I did hear it when I went back and watched it again. Chicken jockey. Flint and steel. So I'm going to be really real with you guys about something. So during Prague, I said what I'm like, whoops, listen. Jesus Christ. I just looked at the images that you sent me, Jitter. All right. Anyway, and distracted during Prague when every time he wanted to, he's like, I want to go see the Minecraft movie. I'm like, listen, I'm glad you're looking forward to it, but I really don't want that movie to make any money. I genuinely don't want that movie to make any money at the box office. So after our clear at some point, I was talking with my girlfriend, and she was like, we're going to go see the Minecraft movie. She was like, I want to go see the Minecraft. And I'm like, guess I'm going to see the Minecraft. Fuck. We haven't gone to see it yet, but we are going to go see it. The Nether. You know, I don't do drugs, but I might have to take an edible when I go to see it. I think I might need to. Like on principle alone. I think I might need an edible to go see the Minecraft. I don't think there's really an alternative. It's nothing to do with Jack Black. Look at it. It looks like shit. It looks like it's good in the same way The Room is good. In which case, that means it's not good. There's like good in how The Room is good, and then there's good in like Jack saying chaos good. Jack was so not good. He ended up being a great character. This doesn't look like it has that same loop around. Hey, congratulations, B. You've done it. You're free. But can we see the matinee show? I will give you the difference. Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Excuse me? Mario movie was fine. Listen, I would take the Mario movie over the Minecraft movie. In terms of like seeing trailers and seeing and having external interest before actually watching it, the Mario movie was definitely on a higher scale than the Minecraft movie. All I know is that if not for her wanting to go see it, I definitely wouldn't be going to see it. It would definitely not be on my watch list if she was not interested in seeing it. I am not going to listen. I will quote a lot of movies. I will not start quoting the Minecraft movie. I will say this, though. I did recently watch The White Lotus, and Jennifer Coolidge is in that. And I forgot that she was also in the Minecraft movie. So there's like a connecting tissue now. Completely forgot she had anything to do with the Minecraft movie. I just remembered Jack Black, and that was it. Jennifer Coolidge. Also, by the way, one thing I forgot to mention about this tier is that, Phase 2 theme is once again goated as hell. I really like the idea of the orchestral, like, high-energy version of the same theme being used for the second phase, as opposed to it being, like, a song. Oh, yeah, Jason Momoa is, that's true, yeah. I found out Jennifer Coolidge was in it, yeah, at the same time as I remember Jason Momoa was in it. Yeah, Give It All is in there at like 90 seconds in. It works very well. For final boss vibes, it's got, you know, I say it's got Sonic the Hedgehog final boss vibes. Because Sonic the Hedgehog does that a lot. Where, like, the final boss is like an orchestral version of the main theme of the game. And so, yeah, that's true, and it's peaked. It's true in a lot of cases with Sonic the Hedgehog. The most recent one that wasn't the case. Yeah, the most recent Sonic game was they just, well, I mean, it depends on which version's final boss, but still. Also, by the way, I don't mean to take credit, but I did call a donut boss. I did actually call it would be a donut boss instead of a wall boss. Go and look at my prediction video. It's there. The prediction that this would be to be fair, it's not technically a donut, but I'll take it. I said that it would be more reminiscent of Thunder God Sid than of, like, any other, like, you know, like, than Wicked Thunder, I guess, to go back a tier. And let me tell you, definitely got that. Jitter. Why? Stop playing. Yes, Matem will have to shoutcast his own fight. I'd sooner accept that Matem's not even real and he's like a fucking android created by the president. or like a copy of the president that just shout calls all the matches. So it's like the president's doing the shoutcasting for all the matches. Yeah, Matem is like an endless or something. At this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if the president was a member of the Preservation. I wouldn't even be remotely surprised. Oh, Dawn Trail's music has been phenomenal. I like, honestly, even some themes that I don't really hear people talk about end up being, like, from Dawn Trail, end up being, like, big. Like, one that I actually don't hear people talk about a whole lot, and I think it's just because of the MSQ, is Paved in Solitude. Even there's some parts of the Phase 2 theme that are really good, but Paved in Solitude is, yeah, Sky Deep Cenote is another really good one. Zoro Jaw was a low-key banger. Zoro Jaw wasn't a high-energy banger, it was a low-key banger.
I am the power. I am the power.
That's true. Maybe they'll all be door bosses, Jitter, or all transforming bosses.
There is no miracle.
Valley's theme is great. Valagarmanda's theme is in Fantasia, actually. And it's a pleasure every time it pops up. Yeah, the second phase Queen Eternal music has moments. It's probably like I'm not going to say it's the worst of the themes for the trial. It's not even that it's the worst. It's that Paved in Solitude, I think, is significantly better. And the best part of the Phase 2 theme is the violin. Yeah, it's a lame motif song. Pretty fitting for like a final boss, because the lame motif is always going to be big. It's actually very similar to what Endsinger does. I mean, it's basically a part of Footfalls, a slightly different part of Footfalls. Footfalls has the vocals. This has the violin. This part. I don't know. I don't know why they stopped doing it. Why they stopped doing it? Because Endsinger, yeah. And you know what's weird? Endsinger's opening cutscene starts with the Phase 2 music and then cuts back to the Phase 1 music. That's the even weirder, because Endsinger's Extreme starts with them doing the prayer bit, and that has the Phase 2 music. But then, like, as soon as that ends, it goes back to the Phase 1 music, which was a little strange, a little bit strange, but I mean, I like Endsinger's theme all the same. But yeah, the Phase 2 Endsinger theme not being anywhere in the Extreme, and the Phase 2 for this not being anywhere, was a little strange. But you gotta remember, dude, it's hard because at some point you really can't even pick favorites in Final Fantasy XIV anymore. You have to like subcategorize them, because there are way too many good themes at this point for me to pick favorites. It's like way too hard for me to actually pick favorites in Final Fantasy XIV much anymore in terms of like themes. Like the fact that I get this version of Zeramis, I'm like not ever going to be mad that I got that. Like this one's always going to be up there. But it's like, am I going to say it's an absolute favorite? It's hard because there's a lot of really good ones. They're all like broken down into so many genres that it's like hard to do it. Yeah, there's the new version of Roses of May, which is probably the best version there is. I'll tell you what, I like Final Fantasy IV. I'm way more hype about this shit than I am about this. This is just kind of a cool little reference. I honestly, I didn't need the Red Wings theme to pop up. I'm not like, this was cool, but I'm not as hyped here as I am during the first little bit. The big thing is it doesn't feel like it matches the vibe of the boss. Like, other than it being theme specific, it just doesn't make sense for what's happening in front of me right now. Is really all it ended up coming down to. It had nothing to do with being good or bad in any capacity. But it was fine. I like it. Just that particular bit didn't work for me in that moment. I'm like, dude, I need something more epic. This is just like a theme that I hear when I'm in the castle. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's cool and all. However, hopefully nobody forgets that this is now a theme of the game. They did my man justice here.
Hell yeah, brother.
It definitely sounds like Silken's doing the vocals to this. I can't wait for the Brute Undertaker at M11. What do you mean you feel ruined by the bleep? The bleep is perfect. That's such a WWE thing. I love it. I love that they hit you with the cable TV WWE. That's classic cable TV. It's cable television wrestling with the bleep. Yeah, they went really ham with. I almost feel like we were debated with the M3 theme. They knew full well they were making this theme, and they were like, all right, let's give them like a kind of cool, edgy, like death, like cage match style theme, because that's what it is. And then they were like, no, but we know what we're doing later. The best heel. Good old Brute Abominator. Leave it to Hector to break the third fight curse. Oh my God, the Brute Zombinator. That's got to be it. The Brute Zombinator. Instead of bomb, it's Zom. There you go. God damn it. The Brute Zombinator. Just keep bringing my boy back. Yeah, it could be like Bio Broly, Bio Bomber. Although Bio Bomber has a very different meaning. I definitely know that full well from the amount of times Zeph said Bio Blaster. Bio Bomber and Bio Blaster are, they're close enough. Yeah, Hector. That's Brute Bomber's name is Hector. That's his actual name. His non-stage name. No, he will not die in one benediction. Too easy. Yes, Wicked Thunder was a heavyweight fighter, though severely weakened from the psychonecrosis. She was actually the #1 heavyweight champion, specifically. She was not just a heavyweight contender. She was the #1 heavyweight. She was literally the champion of the Arcadian when she left. Dude, I kind of hope they do a tag team match with us and Howling Blade. We have to like tag him in for certain mechanics from the outs from the fucking the rope. Gotta have like the whole party go stand in the rope to tag him in, and then we fight outside the arena. Wicked Thunder? Yeah, Wicked Thunder was the heavyweight champion when she originally left. You know what's actually something that's really nice to see? Howling Blade is the only character in the Arcadian we've seen capable of fighting outside of the Arcadian. When he shows up with his sword, he's the only character I think we've actually seen who's capable of fighting. Like, I'm sure Wicked Thunder and like the other ones probably can, but he's the only one who straight up shows up with his fucking sword. And is like ready to actually fuck shit up. I don't think fucking Brute Bomber punching Matem in the face counts as him actually being able to fight. No, but Wicked Thunder and Black Cat transform. I'm talking about without ever transforming. Yeah, I don't think Dancing Green is grooving mobs to death outside of the Arcadian. But Howling Blade actually has a sword. Like, I think all of the competitors that aren't Howling Blade don't have a weapon. I mean, Brute Bomber, his fists and his bombs technically are his weapons, but like, yeah, Howling Blade actually has a weapon. Like his great sword is his weapon. Like Eutrope has the little electrope thing in her hand, but she doesn't like, what's she doing with it? Like, unless when she's not actually Wicked Thunder, she just is like, she doesn't do anything with it outside of when she transforms. Hey, what's going on, Gun? No, we're not going to. The whole point is that we're trying to stop transformation. It's not letting us transform. The only way that we're going to transform, and honestly, I could see this happening, if the president does a mechanic called, what's it called? Attach regulator, and he puts regulators on the player and forces feral souls into their bodies. So we like the players transform for a mechanic. That's the only way we're transforming at all, is if the president like has a mechanic that forces a regulator onto your body and then forces a feral soul. Which I could totally see happening. Well, in Alexander, you step into a potion to do it. But yeah, similar to that. We can also manually cancel that potion. That potion can time out and we can manually cancel it. So we have a lot of control over that. I'd like to imagine that we just go as soon as I don't want to be transformed anymore. Yeah, we have a lot of control over those effects. So if he's going to attach a regulator to us, there's got to be something to it. No, I don't think I'll be a monkey anymore. I'm done. Maybe she can paint us into something. Yeah, like she doesn't have a weapon when she's not transformed. She just has 2 paint cans. Oh yeah, we could fight on a giant regulator. Her weakness is orange. See that nothing rhymes with orange. Thinking I'll just work without orange. I think the heavyweight. I think they're all gonna be like Abominator in the heavyweight.
Being a menace isn't a weapon. Listen, painting a menace and being a menace are not the same thing. Prime Vince. Vince Prime. I'm telling you, his name's gonna be Vince McMahon. Well, I'm saying that the Psychonecrosis will be so bad in the heavyweight contenders that I don't think all of them survive. I think that's more my point. God, this ad phase, though. Bro, we need a behemoth, a red chocobo, and, a Yan. What if one of them has a Yan feral soul smile? The Yan is back! Someone's like, I like that idea. I'm gonna use that. Yeah, I expect the president's gonna he's gonna Abominator himself and be like, here's 1,000,000 feral souls. Yeah, it definitely has been in some capacity. There better be a red chocobo. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance of a Tonberry soul. I don't think they would be. No, they wouldn't be able to do a Tonberry soul. I doubt the Tonberries existed on the 9th. Cactars for sure probably existed on the 9th, but I don't think Tonberries would have existed there. Knife. Good thing that Sugar Riot doesn't know what Tonberries are. We didn't need her painting anything else. She's a flan. Sugar Riot is a flan. That's why she has 2 flans on her head. Yeah, it's technically a pudding. But, like, flan and pudding belong to the same family. She be putting these yans on your face. No, the president's not Sid. He's gonna have the Final Fantasy 11 teeth. Yeah, dude, the music for the tier was just good across. Like, even Dancing Green, I still even appreciate just Dancing Green's theme for everything. My man was groovy. I love me some dynamic OST as well. It's got big old froggy feet. I love the music change up as soon as you pull. It's funny because the non-pulled music is really good, and then you pull and it's like, all right, starting up, start the party up. Yeah, it's definitely a play on Dancing Queen. Dancing Green, Dancing Queen, yeah. Yeah. Song names and or dancing themes. And so like some sort of like relatable dancing term. Like flip to A side, flip to B side. That's obviously vinyls, you know. Get it? It tracks because the music tracks. Get it? Yeah, cassette tape too. Both of them work. He has 2 vinyls on his wrists. I don't know if people notice that. If you pay attention, he has vinyls, like literally like vinyl players, you know, for mixing. They're on his wrists. Like I'm pretty sure when he does the cut in the music, he's actually doing it himself on his wrists. So when it does this part right here, I'm pretty sure that's him doing this. Yeah, no, he has vinyls on his hands. Vinyl players specifically. Yeah, it's got the scratcher. It's got the scratch and the vinyl thing on it. And it's when he flips them from A side to B side. That's what he's doing. By the way, I got to admit, Inside Out being actually out then in, and Outside In being in then out. Brilliant. Brilliant. Because everyone's like, no, he's saying where he's going to hit. Excuse me, sir, I'm confused. I like how much of a toss-up that is in the game now. Because, like, they do that with a lot of AoEs, but you have to determine if it's telling you the correct order or the incorrect order every time. Yeah, it's an hour late. I thought it was going to be an hour early today, but I misread well, I didn't misread it. Sly's instructions were unclear. He said, can we move it up an hour? He meant, can we move it back an hour? But yeah, no, it's in an hour. My God, until you just reminded me of that now, I forgot Chaotic had the naming fuck up. And then they changed it. Why they shouldn't have bothered changing it. I forgot that happened. Where the AoEs from the clones was backwards. And then they fixed it. And it's like, no, we got used to it the other way. Why would you do this? It's because in every other language it was correct. Cruiserweight in particular is, I think, the best tier we've had since Promise. And I think it's probably a little better than Promise. Yeah, Kelpie's, the thing about Kelpie is that was actually more accurate, that mistake. So when we figured it out, everyone was kind of like, oh, that's actually really cool that they did a more accurate descriptor for that. And then they fixed it and we're like, we tried to give you an out, Square. It was indeed not a feature. I'm really looking forward to heavyweight tier. I don't know why, but I have a feeling heavyweight tier won't be as good as cruiserweight. Quote me now. Heavyweight tier will be good, but not as good as cruiserweight. I'm calling it. I think it's going to be a case of too much to follow up on. Not that it'll be bad, that it just won't be as good. Yeah, this one's going to be a tough one to outdo. We don't get tiers that are generally this well received. Clip it, send it back to me in 8 months. Oh, and by the way, for anyone who missed it, the PlayStation and Xbox achievements actually told us that a feature, and I bring this up on occasion. I actually want to bring it up in a video. The achievements for the PlayStation and Xbox have revealed to us that a feature in the Occult Crescent that was in Eureka is returning. The Happy Bunnies are indeed in the Occult Crescent. The magic pots are there too, but the Happy Bunnies are also in the Occult Crescent. The achievements do confirm that that bunny farming is a thing in Occult Crescent, which a lot of people were wondering about when we saw they weren't there in the live letter. There's an achievement for guiding happy bunnies to treasure, and there's an achievement for getting hints from magic pots to find treasure. So there are, and then there's a joint achievement for doing both, like 100 of either of them. So yeah, we've got the bunny, because dude, there are times where I will literally just bunny farm for like days and do nothing else and just talk to chat. Like sometimes I consider doing that on days like this where I'm kind of just chilling and we're like talking about the raid tier and everything. There are days where I'll literally just go there and every 15 minutes I'll just kill bunnies and do it. Now the problem is when it first comes out, they probably still limit it to like not everyone gets a bunny, which is a little fucked, but it means that like long term going back is usually pretty good. God, this theme. My heart is racing. Get the bunnies. No, I have to find a 48-man team for Forked Tower. Oh yeah, Pyros always has bunny farm. There probably will be some progression-related items in bunny boxes. It's traditional levels. Knowledge level. So there's knowledge levels, which are equivalent to Eureka levels, elemental levels. And there's job levels, which unlock skills for jobs. There's both. And we know there's level syncing for knowledge levels. You can actually sync the level in the party. So that way, even if you're max level, you could group up with a friend if they're new and you can help them level. They learned that lesson from Eureka as well. Next main patch is Alliance Raid, MSQ, new trial, new extreme trial. It's going to be Deep Dungeon. We're talking about point 3. Deep Dungeon, new Cosmic Exploration Zone. There's an unknown about Criterion and variants. There's an unknown about Blue Mage update. Potentially, there's the unknown about whether or not there's an ultimate. So there's a lot of unknowns in point 3. All we know for certain is that they have the Deep Dungeon planned for point 3. They've already said that. They've said the Deep Dungeon is planned for point 3. Well, we know we are getting a variant in Criterion this expansion. We just don't know when. Yeah, new planet for Cosmic Exploration, we know for certain. Another ultimate? I mean, yeah, in almost every expansion, there's an ultimate in point 1 and point 3. Stormblood is point 1 and point 3. Shadowbringers is only point 1, because we all know what happened there. Endwalker is point 1 and point 3. And so everyone's kind of holding on to the hope that Dawn Trail is point 1 and point 3. Do we get Delubrum in an odd patch? We're not getting a Delubrum this time. They've already laid out their plans for what we're getting for Occult Crescent. Forked Tower is not like Castrum Lacus Latore. It's like BA. And the equivalent in point 5 will also be like BA. So we're getting 2 BAs this expansion. With Forked Tower and whatever the other one ends up being. Yeah, we get 4 planets for Cosmic Exploration. We get 2 exploration zones, 2 BA equivalents. The big question is what happens with the Relic in point 3 and point 4. It sounds like they'll... Oh, we know there's going to be new Phantom jobs in point 4, so that, I mean, that patch is a little easier to figure out. But we don't know what the relics are going to look like in between the exploration zone releases. Since we know that the new weapons are in point 2, and then they're going to be expanded the rest of the expansion. Yeah, a lot of Eureka inspiration in the new Occult, which makes a lot of sense because Eureka has had a historically better long life than Bozia has in terms of like engagement with its higher end content. Engagement in general. So it's they probably looked at that when they were like trying to come up with what they wanted to borrow. I wouldn't say at release Bozia was better than Eureka. It's, how do I put it? The fundamental design of Bozia was more short term, right from the get-go. That's how I would describe it. It was a short-term gratification design that has not done well in the long run. Eureka was fundamentally a long-term gratification design that aged well in the long run. Because Onimos was fine. Not many people really had an issue with Onimos. It was just really basic. It was Pagos where everybody began to question the decision making, and Pagos where they very clearly learned some lessons for Occult Crescent. No, Anemos did not have a serious grind. Only Pagos had a serious grind. I was like, my dad died the week Anemos came out, and I came back to it a week later, and I was max level in like a day, like a little more than a day. Pagos, if you were not ahead, you were behind the entire time. That was the problem with Pagos. And listen, as a world first BA player, Eureka was full of good times for me most of the time. I had a hella good time. Panini, Luigi, Penny. Yeah, Pyros was where it really took off. That was definitely where it really took off. Pagos Ether is actually ultra easy. I redid Eureka on a fresh character that had no progress, and Pagos was actually the fastest zone. And I made a weapon the entire time too. Yeah, Bozia being good for leveling was really the big thing that like propelled it. I do have a fear that in the future the Dawn Trail leveling range will be worse because there is no Bozia for leveling. Deep Dungeon and the nerfs to Aglaya I think are not. I don't think the nerf to Aglaya was a good idea. But we'll see, because the amount of EXP you get from even things like tribe quests in Dawn Trail is a lot higher. The amount of EXP you get from the Pelu Pelu is, I'm not the Pelu Pelu, the, what's it called? Oh yeah, the Pelu Pelu, I was right. Mammal Jar next is really high. But I don't think they should have nerfed Aglaya at all. Yeah, the combat tribe that has almost no combat. Yeah, I'm glad that I told people to Aglaya when I told them to Aglaya. I was like, yeah, so Aglaya is pretty sweet, guys. Let me make a video on it. Gets nerfed. Fuck! Yeah, pretty much. Pelu will be nice for it in the future. Yeah, but we're not talking about for roulettes. Like, yeah, the roulettes being better helps, and it's probably healthier overall. But you can't spam a roulette. You can do a roulette once a day. And yeah, if that's fine, if you're not trying to blast through leveling, that's fine. It's nice to have that for like when you just want to log in and do some roulettes. We're not due for anything. They haven't said we're getting one. fact, they've said they can handle not stat squishing better now. The other ones are not worth spamming. They're just not. The stat squish wouldn't change that. Yeah, the back end that was making the big numbers a problem, they've adjusted. They've managed to make it so it's actually not much of a problem anymore. So they might not go down in numbers for quite some time. Hey, don't start in the middle of it. All right, State of the Realm is in 35 minutes. God, I can't believe you sent me that. I keep forgetting that you sent me the picture of the yen, Jitter. I keep fucking looking over and seeing it. I look at my phone, I just open my phone and say, like, let me check to see if Sly sent me. And then I just see the yen pop up. That fucking yen, man. Even the yen is in my DMs. When the yen hits you with that DM slide. When the yen is trying to get your yams. Yens probably eat yams, right? I uploaded 2 new solos for this patch, and there's at minimum 1 more new solo. Susano is definitely soloable by, at the very least, Samurai now. Hi. But it's gonna need the rest of the gear in this patch. It's probably gonna be closer to 760 to do that. Hello, cat. Sorry, Ivy woke up and is looking for affection. Gato. Hi. Hi, Ivy. She's always so desperate. Ivy is a never-ending machine of desperation. That's what she's doing to me right now, friend. Except being cuter and not looking like having an existential crisis. Ivy, there's only enough room for one entity in this apartment to have existential crises. And I guess right now it's not me, so I guess it's fair for you to do it. Cats. No, she would not like that. Not a fan. Platforms are a cool mechanic. They did a really good job with making this whole platform hopping thing not feel like a fucking slog. I was so worried when I saw there were 5 platforms. Before I'd actually seen or done this phase, but I saw the diagrams had 5 platforms. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. How annoying is this going to be? And then it wasn't. And I was like, oh, okay. Occasionally, I just press a GCD before touching it, and that usually resolves it. What do you mean? It's just 5 circles. Just copy and paste. Just get 5 circles. And you can make the first circle and then rotate it slightly with the 2 little circles in the middle for the teleportals. You'll be fine. Also, yeah, there's diagrams for all of this. Makes me wonder what the raid board is actually going to end up looking like. M6 and M8, definitely the 2 highlight fights. M7 really good, and M5 just also solid, but not as impressive as the rest. Our mirror wasn't that clogged. We didn't really need a whole lot of diagrams for most everything. What's the final count? I have like 400 and something pots left. I didn't really buy that many pots. I used grade 2 pots until M7 also. Yeah, I had like 430. I was just using them during Suzaku earlier. The easy Suzaku re-clears today. Well, I didn't just use grade 2 pots until consistent in rage. I used grade 2 pots until the 3rd fight's consistent in rage. I had so many grade 2 pots left from the previous tier. I was like, I'm fucking using this shit. I'm not using, what are they called? I'm not using grade 3s on the first 2 fights. Come on now. We're over geared for these fights. I got leftovers from last patch. I still got to use them. I'll probably just burn through those in like 24 mans and shit. Obviously, with the amount of gil that I have, I really can't afford to, just use current pots for not hard content. Clearly, I couldn't afford it. There's just no way. So I just needed to use grade 2 pots. Would it just not viable otherwise? The old I'm act poor, stay rich. Yes. Act poor, stay rich. I'm not acting poor. I'm acting intelligently. It's more like have money, keep money. Why buy an $80 hammer when a $40 hammer will do? Besides, if you don't want to see people waste food. If you saw someone not waste, you're like, man, you shouldn't waste all that food. There are people who are starving in this world. Well, why wouldn't I just do that with my pots also? I'm not going to waste all these pots. There are poor, extreme raiders out there who can barely afford them. Somebody put in all the work to make these pots and I'm just going to waste them? Now that's disrespectful. I must drink them. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to get set up for State of the Realm. Be right back. All right, there we go. Let me start getting them in. Well, I've got raid themes going. I might as well pull this one up. Completely unrelated, but still. All right, let me make these photoshops real quick for that. Hi, Ivy. Ivy, listen. Give me a minute. Yeah, this theme doesn't have the greatest of memories for a lot of people, so it's probably for the better. Ivy! Stop! Stop! Ivy! Chill! I'm not making the tree. I mean, yeah, this as a Devil May Cry player, which I haven't gotten to watch the show yet, but I definitely want to. Alright, I've almost got State of the Realm stuff set up. P8S, my beloved. I don't fundamentally have that much of an issue with P8S. I'm just not going to act like I have good memories of Abyssos. That is a lie I will not tell. Yeah, also definitely less a fan of Phase 2. Especially the back half of Phase 2. Doesn't help that I really struggled to see the Earth AoEs on the ground in the second part. Alright, that's the outro. It's a great raid tier. We're going to be doing State of the Realm soon to talk about it. And what's more valuable than a bunch of DPS players and their first impressions? Listen, we're the ones doing all the damage. Not all the damage, but most of the damage. Let's see. There's that. Excuse me. Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness in Abyssos. The illegal markers as well. I already have guessed, David. Not going to ask someone for something that's happening in 19 minutes. He's also not home right now. Let's see. This tier, I crave violence. I crave violence. All right, I can go to this for now, so I can finish getting ready. All right, looks like Sly's at his PC. I've got the intro and outro. I've got all that stuff done. I can get the music now, and then I can call them in a few minutes. What the hell? Does that work? Let's see. Then I need this. Perfect. That'll work. And then... Oh, this fucking yen. I can't believe the two images that Jitter hath chosen. I mean, I can. %100% believe it, but you know. Oh my god, how small is this image? All right, there we go. Jesus Christ. All right, those are all done. Let me make sure my camera's turned off on Discord. And let me... let me do the titles and everything. State of the Yan. I'm calling this State of the Yan. I'm doing that right now. State of the Yan. AAC Cruiserweight Savage Discussion. There it is. Makes me want to include the yen as well. Here. Will it let me save this properly as a PNG? Come on! Don't even let me save it as a PNG. Oh, you know what? I could probably just go to the 7TV version and do that. It's probably just because of Discord. That yen hurts, man. Saw lava. Listen, that's better than I thought you were going to tell me. So I'll accept it. There he goes. All right. I'm going to call. Are you done? Might be winnable. All right. Well, you're about to get a Discord call, so join it when you're done. Good old Discord WebP. The Great Wall of Yan. All right. That was fast. Jesus.
I'm not done. I'm still here, but
I know, which is why I'm like, that's why I'm surprised how fast you joined.
we're between pools. Oh,
All right. Good timing. And there's now he's on Discord, and this is the agreed time, so I know he'll be here in a few.
which of the two images did you go with?
Both?
Oh, wicked! Let's go.
It's State of the Yan. That's
Simply yantastic.
Yep, simply yantastic. That's it. All right, let me do this. Yan, I'm gonna kill you. I just want a taste of your blood. It's fucking.
Is that a squirrel near me? Die.
I hate squirrels. I'm gonna kill you.
That cat that I hate. Die.
Imagine if he got mad if the cat jumped at him and hit him with the AAC.
That'd be so toxic.
Tank be like, move, 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 move.
Please, I beg you.
Then the Yan would be the one. Hey, there's this cat that I hate. Even the Yan would be saying it.
Give me ether, meow.
I'm gonna just yell that regularly. It's part of my life. Yep, Sly's here. He said, "Give me a minute."
Nope, my favorite line from him is, "I crave violence."
That's even just the name of his attack. It's not even just a line. It's just straight up the name of his attack. And it's like, I agree, but still. I also crave violence. That just might be because I'm from New Jersey, though. Usually that explains most things.
I crave violence, but it's probably because I'm a melee player.
Yeah, your craving of violence usually leads to death when it's a melee. It's like, yes, I must hit the... Oh, no, that's... okay. Makes me miss when I did Abyssos on Monk.
If you get a chance, play Monk in some of these fights. It's really fun.
Yeah, maybe I'll play Black Mage first.
You're just trying to get the Black Mage crash out to happen now versus in like 15 minutes.
I am a mental fortress regarding that class.
I
spent the week stealing my mind. Okay, I was prepared.
Here's the thing about most fortresses is that not all of them are impenetrable.
None of them are.
There's some. Yeah.
You know, unless, I mean, maybe if it's like Alcatraz and it's out on an island or something, you know, you get like a prison.
This one was made in a hurry, you know, like I saw the live letter and we began construction immediately. It was... It's not a very good fortress.
Get the cement!
Yeah.
I just imagine like Biff as like a pharaoh, like building the pyramid, like getting people to build the pyramids, and just like please lock me inside.
Just entomb me. I don't need to see the patch. Just
Don't let me out.
There's even a cat for you. Give me ether. Or give me
true. Me and that cat are gonna hang out inside the pharaoh's tomb.
That's why he
I'm
jumps.
gonna be
all
out
over.
here hanging out with the Yans in the pasture with a tank's corpse right next to me, you know.
Perfect. Oh. Oh, all right. I think I've. Oh no, I need the music. Right. Where's my intro music? Yeah. So when the intro happens, I'm just gonna tell you all to mute, and then I'll intro and then unmute. And if you don't unmute, it'll be really funny because then we'll just wonder where you went.
Mm-hmm.
We did have Jitter basically be muted for like 6 hours in one day. So.
Okay, I actually checked my VOD and I didn't say a word during that entire 6 hours, so I must have just been really locked in.
I think you did say. I think you said one thing to me in particular, and then that's it.
Might have been. Yeah.
I do only recall me asking you something or acknowledging you doing something. You said something in return, and I never heard your voice again.
Until like 7 hours later, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I see Sly has some setup to do. Unless you would like me to capture the OBS no video. Ivy, you need to relax. I might take another ibuprofen before we start. Dude, you're so good we cleared before my dentist appointment. That would have turned into a disaster real quick.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
It's one of those things where like you were like, oh yeah, I'd be down to play after that, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, I wouldn't be. So
The look behind you call would have sounded like, hey, behind you.
Look behind you. What do I call? Yeah, because like I've had a crown put in before, and I never remember having even a minor surgery for the healing cap. But yeah, they had to like cut my gums open and give me anesthesia for that. I was like, I just don't remember that from 15 years ago when that crown was put in initially. So yeah, that definitely would have been bad if I had to do call outs with my mouth numb and my mouth pressed on gauze.
yeah.
Quite glad that didn't end up being the case. Hi, Sly.
Hi.
Hello. I found us guests in a very timely fashion, as you can see. I
didn't even think about who you were.
I
didn't even think about who you were going to have.
I totally didn't ask them in the middle of my stream when they showed up individually about 30 minutes to an hour apart today. That didn't happen.
And me getting a Discord call while I was at the Angus barn was so funny.
Okay, so to be clear, I got confused because you said, "Can we move it up an hour?" And move up an hour.
I realized the confusion. I realized the confusion in that. I'm like, why is he? Oh, he must have meant move up, not like actually up, as in at a later time.
Yeah.
I realized. I realized the confusion. I was like, why am I getting a call?
I
now?
realized
we were moving the time out.
I realized when I looked at the times you specifically said that moving up an hour wouldn't have made any sense.
Yeah.
But then I remembered that I've been a steel trap of Prague for the last week, and that I definitely didn't read it correctly the first time either. I was just like, yeah, move up an hour. Good. I'm going back to raid.
Yeah.
Why can't I window capture my Twitch chat? Oh, I know why. That's stupid, but okay. Let's see here. It's cuz.
Well, hello, Biff. Hello, Jitter. Hello, both of you.
Hey, Sly, how's it going?
Hi. I'm okay. I've had bourbon, so I'm pretty good.
It's gonna be me in a couple hours.
The burb. Sly, one day I'll have you take me on a bourbon tour.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah. I know all the good spots.
I didn't think it was going to be hard. This is more just acknowledging that it will do it at some point.
Yeah.
Oh my god! All right, I think everything's set up. Yeah, outro set up. I did remember to do that. Yeah, no, literally, I was like, it should be a pretty quick show. I just have Sly and I. It's fine. Then Jitter shows up. I'm like, Jitter, what are you doing in 3 hours? Which turned into 5 hours since I had misunderstood what the timing was. I did Suzaku and chatted for like 6 hours.
Oh my God.
What?
I can't believe you got 2 guests that quick today.
Sly, how many times have I done this?
I mean, yeah.
How many times?
Well, to be fair, usually it is like a day in advance. Like you'll at least give like a day. Like, oh shit, we need guests. Hey, so and so, you want to be on the show? Sure, because that's the power of Mr. Happy. But not the same fucking day. God damn.
It's crazy. I roll up.
Biff literally showed up like 30 minutes between one another, and he's like, "Hey, you want to be on the show?"
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, "What's going on in here?" And he's like, "Oh, we're doing State of the Realm." And, yo, are you doing anything? And I'm like, guess not.
I wish I had that kind of pull. Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, it's just they were there. It's like that. That's not even.
They were there.
How much is it? Like I was because I'm terrible at asking people.
They were there.
Yeah, so it's like it's not like I was like, oh shit, I need guests. Let me go think of. I was like, well, I didn't even think. I was like, oh, it'll just be Sly and I, whatever, not a big deal. And then I was like, wait, opportunity.
Biff Jitter, congratulations! You are officially the hot girls at the bar. You were there.
I was there.
You were there.
Hot girls at the bar. Yeah, you know what? With Jitter, with the image he gave me, that might work. It's got. Let's just say Sly. It's got. I understand it. It's got real Sly Jennifer vibes.
Yeah, I see.
It's definitely got that vibe. There's also a Yan in the middle of the screen. The Yan is here to play, and at the same
Yan
time,
is gonna haunt the nightmares of tanks for the next several months.
It's haunting our tanks right now. Yay!
I'm surprised you didn't. Had an idea.
I'm surprised you didn't put mantas.
No, I'm not haunted by. Honestly, the funny thing is, the mantas don't haunt me. The mantas should be haunting the people who ever press a button before I get them.
Oh yeah. We learned that the hard way.
Nothing like, so dude. I can't imagine just being like a dragoon.
Nothing like going into your 2 minutes. Yeah, nothing like going into your 2 minutes. Like, oh fuck. Yeah.
The nightmare was hitting reawaken and praying I didn't see a tether on me.
Oh god. We're in Prague in that fight, and it's so funny. It's
Earthly Star. Yeah. We had to have Earthly Star timings moved because they were popping as the mantas. Yeah, that's another one.
Yup.
God. Sly. What was happening in your
Oh no, we're gonna talk about it, but like can I say for a fact that I fucking hate that fight as a melee?
Love it.
Wait, why?
PF.
Well, we'll talk. No, not even
yeah,
PF.
Say,
because I'm doing.
Say for the show. Let's find out.
Yeah.
I'm doing it in PF right now as we're talking. By the way.
Oh God bless your soul.
My man has like 6 characters to PF with before Tuesday, so
there's no way that all of them are finishing. Ain't no way.
Just through 5 and 6.
I think getting all of them through 5 is pretty reasonable. 6, maybe not.
I think getting any of them through 6 is a toss-up. Not even any.
Yeah, it's because some of my friends are going through PF, right? And as soon as they cleared 6, they were like, wait, these parties aren't filling. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess that's because everyone is still just hanging out on 6, right? It's like the funnel.
I saw Aro was doing it yesterday.
Yeah, and Ara's still doing it today. So
no, he's on 7. He's on 7. He made it.
Maybe he did on 1 character. Okay. He was talking to me earlier about doing 6, so.
It's a time, that's for sure.
But they got a bop in the back.
Holy fucking shit.
gimme ether me. I need an animation of the cat jumping over the screen. Like literally I just need I
Just
need
jumping to and fro.
yeah, I need a gimme cat PNG and then I could just like drag it across the screen.
Every so often we need a Jabberwocky to just walk straight across like the middle of us.
My favorite image for the Jabberwock is it's the scene from Alien where Ripley has the alien in her face and it's the Jabberwock and Ripley.
Oh yeah.
I saw that earlier when I woke up and I was like, that's perfect. Let's see. What the hell is this? It might be close enough. Here we go. Final Fantasy. I could just use the Final Fantasy 9 gimme cat. Thank you. Where is
I really didn't expect the Final Fantasy 9 reference in my Savage tier.
I took one. I saw Yan and I looked around and I said, "Oh, come the fuck on."
Your immediate response is, "Oh god, it's Final Fantasy 9."
Yep. That's it. That was
you noticed the Yan before you noticed the gimme cat too.
Well, I was looking at that was just where my camera was. I was like, here we go. Oh, here we go. All right, I'm setting up an image and then we're going to get started. So yeah, I'm just going to, what's it called? I'm just going to say we're starting and then just mute and then we go from there.
Sure.
I'm just getting the gimme cat ready. There he is.
Oh my god.
You little fucker. There you go. Yeah. just covered with animal. I should have gotten one of all of them and just populated them all over the fucking the thing. Just like put 2 moos in one corner, the gimme cat in one, a fucking Jabberwock. Just populate the entire screen and then the Yan in the very center. Here we go.
Give me your prog, meow.
Give me your prog. Give me your prog. Yeah, that's good. I like that. So
I crave violence. Explodes.
No, hangry hiss is the explode. I crave violence is the AoE. Hangry hiss is the giant fucking meteor.
True.
Which, very relatable as a cat owner. That's exactly what happens when Ivy is hungry.
He's like, guys, I know you wanted to meteor these ads, but you're getting meteored instead.
I like their plan. It's like I heard meteor was for when there's multiple targets to hit. Let me see.
I see 8 on the
works.
screen.
Fucking cat. All right. It be time. Let be started. Oh wait, Jed, are you still in the fucking bar?
I am.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
I could carry on a conversation while doing this.
All right. Perfect. All right. Well, let's get started.
Multitasking. Let's do it.
Hello everyone and welcome to State of the Yan, replacing State of the Realm this week because, let's be honest, that's probably going to be the hottest topic of the day. We're talking about the Cruiserweight Savage tier, first impressions, discussions about the fight, everything you've come to expect. And yes, there will be Yan, there will be cats, and I can't promise any of the other animals yet. I'm one of your hosts, Mr. Happy. Of course, joining me is Sly. How doth thou do, sir? How are your experiences going so far this week?
Give me your prog, meow.
Damn it. You just said that before we started, and then 2 minutes later has now said it at the start. Solid joke. Solid joke.
Yeah.
We're gonna need some guests, and what better a show to talk about prog than 4 DPS getting together to talk about beating up small animals. So, we have some fellow raid members that I coerced into showing up literally 3 hours before recording or before intended recording. We have one of the melee / flex DPS from my team, Jitter. Hello, Jitter. He's in the middle of the fight and he can't unmute. He's literally in PF right. I said hi.
Oh, I said hello. I think my mic cut out. Hello.
For anyone who don't know, he's literally in the PF right now doing M6. That's how ready he is to talk about.
The Yan literally just one-shot my tank and then came over and killed me.
Perfect. And we have our caster, a.k.a. the Black Mage who just wants to crash out, but no one will listen, Biffalo.
Hello.
Hello.
Isn't that every Black Mage at this point right now?
No, not all of them.
Not all.
Well, most of them in Prague just want to fucking crash out. To be fair, even ours, it's just, pretty silent right now. I mean, they're calm. Probably after Prague, after we're done, they'll crash out.
So we said that Biff was going to have the chance to crash out right after we were done, and then we were just going to leave, and it never happened.
Damn.
Oh, I can't believe you made me use the J-term.
Hey, there's your gimme cat right there.
No, that's definitely not the gimme cat. The gimme cat's in the top right. Right. The gimme cat's ready to hop around.
Oh, I see him now. That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm ready to move him around if need be.
Oh, I see you moving him around. Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. I should have got the Moose in the bottom right, the Yan in the center, a Stingray at the two opposite sides, and a Jabberwock at the top. These are all, for any who don't know, the animals are from Final Fantasy IX. So even if I don't have good renders of the 14 version, I can get the renders from Final Fantasy IX. So that's what I had to do for the Gimme Cat. But that Yan is haunting the memories of everyone.
Yes.
And in case it wasn't haunting your memories, this version should haunt your memories. This version should haunt your memories. If nothing else.
Well, apparently it's haunting chat. There's oh my god, there's a Yan emote now. Holy shit.
Of course there's a Yan emote. Why wouldn't there be a Yan emote? Those are the eyes of someone who has seen way, way too much. Well, thanks for joining very last minute, Jitter and Biff. I just
Thank you
asked
so
them
much.
a few hours ago.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. First time on the show. So good to have you, of course. And
What? You had me before.
Second time on the show for one of you. I don't remember that. My memory is not good enough to remember. I was a caster. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I just brought on the group for Alo Alo, right? Because it was you whoops Kyo for Alo Alo. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I actually have that overlay, and I just saw it before we started too. There we go. No, it's your first time. Free Biff.
Yeah, my bad.
Hashtag free Biff. Get it trending.
Hashtag first time Biff now. Before we get started, just quick shout out to SteelSeries for sponsoring the show. They have been supplying my hardware needs for quite some time, and they have been awesome. So shout out to them. On Twitch, !SteelSeries, discount code is there. On YouTube, it's in the description. Use it. Support the sponsor. Support the channel. Oh, and shout out to the Patreons as well. Sorry, I had to do a quick exhale beforehand because it's been a week. It's been a week of animals and howling blades. A lot of them. Shout out to the patrons as well. We don't do any special content for them, but they support us all the same. So thank you to them also. One more exhale. Cruiserweight Savage. What a tier.
It's a good one, that's for sure.
It is a very, very good one. Before we get to talking about the individual fights, we like to do a quick synopsis of the overall thought of the tier. Even though it's very fresh and opinions may vary from week to week, we have our Prague thoughts at the very least. So, I introduced Jitter first. I'm going to say Biff first. Biff, you did this as a Black Mage. Very curious to hear what your thoughts are on the tier, because your role was probably the wait to see the fights. Everyone kept saying to all the black mage, oh, just wait to see the fight design. They said it's because of the fight design. So tell me, where were you at fight design wise, and how did that compare to your expertise on black mage, both old and new?
Yeah, I mean, from like a design and enjoyment standpoint, I haven't meshed with a tier this hard, like as across the board, right? All 4 fights since honestly probably Midas. Like I think every fight was just a hit.
Wow.
There's nothing that I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that next week. As for like the fight design relative to casters, I think we could have managed. I think we could have managed with last patch's black mage for sure, but I see what they were going for. It's not unreasonable to give the extra movement, because there was a lot of prolonged just running around in circles this tier. So
Yeah, but you got triple cast. Just triple cast.
true. See, yeah, got 2 of them now.
2 of them now. Yeah, the only thing you were missing, I remember, was 30-second ley lines.
Yeah,
Was that because you wanted to teleport back, or because you just wanted 10 more seconds of ley lines?
I wanted 10 more seconds of ley lines that I couldn't move. Honestly, that's really all it was.
Just I could be doing this longer. Why not?
Yeah.
All right. I'm sure we'll hear more about Black Mage as we go on, since they were a powerhouse pick actually for the entire tier across almost every group. They were the pick though of a lot of groups. But there's another job that was also like the pick of a lot of groups. And fortunately, we have someone with a lot of expertise in that too. So Jitter, overall thoughts on the tier, as someone who played it as 3 different jobs throughout Prague, I feel like you've got a pretty good perspective on the fight from all 3. So overall thoughts and comparatively for your Red Mage, Monk, and Viper experiences.
You know what? I think all 3 of them are fantastic this tier. I think Viper is the true winner. I mean, it feels like everything was designed around them this time. This is just any situation that was thrown at you. Oh, I got to peel off the boss. Oh, I need to hit a lot of mobs. You know, it just played it out really, really well. Red Mage, same thing. Hold 100 gauge into your ads phase, and goodbye, Yan.
The Yan's the one who says goodbye to you, technically.
True, he did beat me upside the head a couple of pulls.
And then, you also did a bit of Monk as well. It's kind of the in-between of the 2, it would seem.
You know, there's very interesting utilization of Monk's tools this tier with the way I was doing positioning, so it was very fun.
Now, as for the actual fights, in terms of enjoyment, Biff had a lot of singing praise for all 4 fights. Where were you on that scale?
I really enjoyed this tier. I thought it was incredibly fun to prog as a melee. I don't think I've had this much fun on the roll since maybe Promise Reverse.
That's a lot. That's literally, for anyone who needs a reminder, before all the hitboxes were huge, is what he's saying.
Yes.
The last 2 where they were just like, what if they couldn't hit the boss for like 3 seconds? Nah, they can hit it all the time.
Hit it all the time. No, make me fight for my uptime. It makes it entertaining.
You know, it's funny. As somebody who has had at least enough melee experience, I remember P8S, if you got selected as like the 3rd row of the... during the meteor mechanic, where it's like you have to get one of the towers, in between the 2 like DNA phases, there's like one position where you're like 2 steps out of melee range, and it's the worst feeling.
Yes, I remember.
And yet this tier is just like, that's going to be that, but it's going to be a lot more than just 2 seconds. Comparatively, when you're in range all the time and then you get 2 seconds out of range, you're like, I'm going to strangle someone. And now it's like, no, you're not going to be in range most of the time.
It's good. I like that. Give us more.
Well, that seems to be the intention. So, good response from Caster, good response from Melee, but Sly is over here looking like he's about to strangle someone. So I don't know what experience you've had with the tier, Sly. I know you're what's the team name? It's like Team Got Shit to Do. Is that what it is?
That was our former name. I mean, we still do got shit to do, but we're We're now called They Were Roommates.
From Fru? They were roommates.
Yeah, our raid league
Now-
kept the Fru team name.
Now they're lovers, though. Anyway. We're roommates. Now they're lovers. Sounds like a good soap opera.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how much time have you had this week, because you were usually a Sunday Monday raider before. I don't know how much Tuesday.
We've gone Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and we've been going back Sunday and Monday.
Oh, cool. So you're going a lot harder than you have in like the last several tiers for the first week.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Especially like first 2 weeks we're going pretty hard, and then after that, hopefully, we'll have it down to a couple days.
Yeah. It's good. I'm surprised. Why the change? Actually, before I get your thoughts so far, why the change? Just interest? Just more interest?
One, more interest, and two, we got shit to do, so we want to get this shit done. So,
That's why I do hardcore fog. I got shit to do, so I want it done in 3 or 4 days.
Look, we have a Friday as a raid day, and I'm like, bro, that Friday nights are my bourbon nights, and I want to do bourbon stuff, so I want shit done by Thursday at the very latest.
Fair.
So yeah.
So experience so far, Slides. Overall thoughts. Where are you at, and just the overall before we get into the fight specifics.
Fun fights. I mean, right now I'm progging 6. Ads, of course. Yay. Yeah. Yeah. Either way, so far it's been fun. From what I saw, that gimme cat jump. God damn it!
I was jumping onto you for the AOE. Listen, it's either that Sly or it's this. True face of death.
Yeah, he that little fucker's murked me a few times. But yeah, it's like so far with the fights I've been in, it's been fun, and I expect the other two will pretty much have the same fun factor.
Okay. Yeah. I'm in the same boat. I think Fizz Ranged is probably the least fun role in general in the game, and I think that's not exemplified so much here. But if I isolate the fight design, I think it's my favorite tier since Promise. I think objectively it is the best tier since Midas. I think it's about equal in terms of I don't know how to really compare the two because they're from such different eras. But when I think about the individual quality of all 4 fights, I agree with Biff that it's largely like Midas was 4 good fights. This was 4 good fights. And I don't think there's actually been a tier that is 4 good fights since Midas, or at least not of the same quality as Midas. So, but if I'm thinking about modern design, then Promise is the closest standard that we get for me. And then, yeah, I think this would beat out Promise in terms of what I would call creative competence is the term that I came up for it. In that they had ideas and they did them and they were not bad. You're muted.
Another thing we have to go into is the whole scare from I guess middleweight, from the first tier
Lightweight,
of them, lightweight, excuse me, of them overcorrecting.
They definitely didn't
Because we all had that thought. No, they didn't.
No, I don't know. Some people think the ad, I don't know, Biff Jet, I don't know if you guys feel any way about that ad phase in terms of its week 1 scaling. I think that was just people weren't used to doing ad phases, and it was just a lot worse for people to pick up and have to actually do the targeting and everything.
I agree with that.
Pretty much most groups I've seen with friends and stuff helping out, it always starts off really rough, but with just reps and people kind of getting used to having to do target priorities, right? Which aren't something that you have to think about playing 14 and this is the first time in years. So
years. Yeah.
People just stretching those muscles again. And once you get the hang of it, I don't think it's too bad.
When was the last time we really, really had a dedicated, I want to say it was Midas probably, when we had a dedicated, ad priority, ad target.
Yeah, okay, actual ad priority. Because P3S has an ad phase, but that's not.
Yeah.
P3 has a phase, Shiva has a phase, but they're not in the same sense, right?
Right. I immediately think of Godwalker.
No, see, here's the
Yeah?
thing. With turn 4 Gobwalker, it doesn't. The main reason why I don't is because there's no actual boss. The ads are the boss.
Yeah, the ads are the boss. That's the thing. Like the entire thing is like a really big ad phase that I think kind of sort of prepared you, if you've done it before, kind of prepared you for something like P6 or M6, excuse me. Yeah, that's the only thing I can compare to, really, honestly.
Yeah. I think that's a fair comparison. Just specific, because you don't really care that the boss is there. The boss autos and the boss triggering the animals is really all you're thinking about throughout that phase. But they're there and they're auto attacking, and the damage to them is still relevant in that phase. So it's just like one little thing. But it'd be like if you were doing turn 4 and there was like an ADS in the middle of the room as the actual boss while you were trying to handle the ads, is like the equivalent of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's fair. Other than that though, I mean, Halicarnassus has ads, but it's just like that's not really like, it's like one ad spawns
Not
most of
really.
the time, and then there's the giant with the ninjas at the end, and then there's E8, which has kind of a priority, but it's also again just a bunch of ads walking towards the center, so it's like more like A3, but A3s is also just like the boss being in the middle doesn't really matter because it's invulnerable. It definitely takes bits and pieces, and I don't think any one makes you better at this one, especially with how long it's been, but it's been a long time since we've kind of just written off ads in Final Fantasy 14 up till now.
Yeah.
So design philosophy change, big deal on that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I think they just knocked it out of the park in general with this. This was what I expected. After Valagarmanda, this is what I expected for like everyone's involvement in the fight and the overall fight design. And this is what I wanted out of Dawn Trail. So that's overall thoughts. We've got 4 fights to discuss, and we'll see how much we can get through those, because I feel like some are going to have more to say. And the first one, I don't know that many of us are going to have much to say about. We have Dancing Green up first. The worst of the best, in my opinion.
Okay.
Okay.
Because meaning that all 4 of these fights
Explain.
are good, but this is like the least impressive of them. Like when I think of them being
So you
really
think-
creative, this one's not the one where they're really creative.
So you think this will Dancing Green will age poorly out of the 4?
No, I just it in a raid with a lot of standouts, Brute Abominator jumping between all the arenas, the seeds, the M6 ad phase, M8S's just constant speed and length of the fight. It is the most. This is a Final Fantasy 14 fight of the 4, like the least like new creative ideas of them. Yeah, that's how I feel.
I mean, the fight is a, for lack of a better term, a dance. It's a dance because every fight is a dance, but it more so is a dance because of all the movement and everything. A few interesting things, with the floor during Disco Infernal and everything, the frogs, the left, right, up, down movement, all that jazz. Few interesting things, but yeah, when you get down, when you break it down, it's a fight, it's a dance, but I still have yet to do 7, and I mean, even from doing 7 normal, 7 will probably stand out. 7 and 8 will probably stand out a little bit more than 5. Right now, 6 definitely stands out, not just because of ads, but
Fucking the end, man. Jitter,
Yeah.
where were you at on M5S? Because this was, I think I want melee perspective, because M5 pretty quickly showcases that they want melees doing kind of literally funky things. Least funky of the batch, but at the very least, a little funky compared to previous raid tiers.
Actually really, really like Dancing Green. I thought that as an intro fight to the tier was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I like that it has me kind of moving about the arena. I have to pay attention to the floor and that it keeps moving. I got to watch these spotlights going around. I got to pay attention to, in the latter half of the fight, where my healer is. You know, it's good. It's a lot of things to juggle all at the same time for a role that sometimes kind of just has you standing there hitting the boss, pressing the same buttons all the time. So now it's like, there's like 10 things on my screen. This is great. I like this. You know, I can't just sit here and tunnel on my rotation. I have to pay attention. I think it's like just enough engagement for your melee players to like keep them interested while everything else is happening.
As a melee, that's fair. Do you think they were a little bit lenient with Dancing Green with the whole omnidirectional thing during in and outs and?
Oh, they should have made us do positionals during that. They really should have. The omnidirectional thing there. When I saw it pop up, I was like, kind of sad. Honestly,
like, oh, this is free. Oh, this is free. Yay!
This is
I
kind of
can
lame.
just press buttons. I can just press buttons and go in and out.
Half the
Yay.
true north.
No.
No. True
Even though
north.
I do it like. Even though I do it on fucking reflex because that's what I've been taught. It's what I've been taught. Fuck.
Probably for the better than to, you know, not.
Yeah.
That's fine. This fight starts a pretty obvious trend of all point blank AoEs want your melee to not try to be max meleeing.
Yes. Yep.
And how I want to know how that, because as somebody who shot calls all the runs every time, I feel like I had to add the please respect the point blank call to a lot of point blanks this tier.
They were all very large. That's all I'll say. They like covered half of what max melee was, so you had to be on the back half of max melee instead of where you would normally get. It's just easier to like step out between the GCD and not get clipped. They finally said, look, we're gonna make these where you have to pay attention to them instead of I stand max melee, I get the hit boss. It's good.
As a phase range, I'm like, wow, that looks really inconvenient over there.
No, it's not even inconvenient. It's just fun.
I mean, even not as a melee, like the game for a few years now has kind of like pretty hard conditioned me to be like, okay, Chariot is on the inner ring, or Dynamo is on the inner ring. Chariot is, the point blank AoE is like max melee, and I got burned a couple times because I'm just so used to it. So it's really good to see that get mixed up a little bit. It's yeah.
As a job that, I mean, can move, but historically is associated with planting, especially with your ley lines. Did you ever feel like, Biff, that those point blanks were actually something that pretty directly influenced you as well with how you had to position for moments like that?
Yeah, for sure. Like it changed how I was allocating like my instant casts and stuff. Whereas before with like more aggressive movement or timed like at the end of one overflowing into the other, you could kind of like cover both. But now with just the further movement and the fear that further, like more so than the actual sizes, the fear that those sizes put into me made me kind of play it that little bit extra safer. And, the fact it was different, I guess, is what I'm saying, which is good, right?
Right. And I guess that's kind of the key, is that Dancing Green is an introduction to different without really straying from Final. Like everything at its core is, hey, they added pairs or roles or light parties to like everything, and then it's like a lot of it is just slightly enhanced over normal. That's pretty standard for a first fight. Mm-hmm. And Dancing Green acts as that introduction to the rest of the ideas the tier is going to give you, but doesn't. It's very thematically on point, but at the same time, it just doesn't do anything drastic. Like the dancing is all cool, but like this is a fight I would see like tanks complaining about from a boredom standpoint, right? There's nothing that the tanks do that is special. There's nothing the healers do that's special. Everyone is doing the same thing, which has been kind of like a point of contention. So is this one of those things where the vibes just kind of outwin the fact that it kind of falls into some of those design traps that people have complained about?
I think so. I also think like it's important how the pieces are put together, and I think that's what a lot of times makes or breaks first floors, right? Because they can still, like, even with the basic core concepts, can still be like really fun to execute on. And I think Dancing Green does a good job of like keeping the pace up relatively, right? You're kind of always doing things in that fight. It's very rare that it's just like, oh, he's just standing here autoing the tanks 4 times into a buster, you know? So I think that helps a lot. It just feels like a very active, engaging fight.
Yeah, there's generally not a. I think I can think of like 2 points in the fight where there's just a bunch of autos before something happens, and even then it's like 2 or 3, not 7.
Yeah.
What's a boss that does like 7 autos somewhere? I'm trying to think of a spot. There's definitely a few.
Surely Eric Toney does.
Yeah, he's like 8, I think. I'm almost.
He does like
certain
8 or he does like 8 or 9. Yeah.
I was like, bruh, is the enrage happening or sir? Yeah. But yeah, this fight, I resetting brain. While I definitely had a lot of fun, like I said, I think it's just the least memorable of the fights. Super solid fight. I think a lot of people are going to enjoy doing it and doing it on reclears. But it also exemplifies a trend that I think has to be acknowledged, and I wonder how people feel about it. Dancing Green is very much a peaks at their middle age fight, where effectively the fight kind of ramps for 50%, and then once you get past this point, the difficulty just does this for like it's like a straight up, like up and down, like it doesn't even like curve a little bit. And I will say I think that is a trend for the entire tier. I don't think that's a Dancing Green thing.
Yeah, this tier felt very kind of like Stormblood-esque in that regard. If you guys remember, 50% of the fight's done, and then it just repeats. Except in this case, everything new that the fight was really going to throw at you came in the first half, and then everything else was like a reiteration of it.
Yeah. I think that's very apparent. I think the very first pull we saw past the groove, we saw to enrage.
Yeah.
We did, yeah.
Yeah. Like, we just winged it for the rest. We're like, those are baits. Those are just, this is P8S, whatever. This is, that's all it was, like, over and over again.
Literally how it went, yeah.
Yeah.
It was like 3 pulls later after that we cleared, too. It was just, you got past the first half, it's done.
Yeah, and that's the thing I want to gauge, is like, is that something that you think is okay? Because it's not an actual repeat. I think the very end comes, like, it does a repeat, or like it's more like a choke check at the very end than it is anything else. Like, here's the basics of shit you've done before, but just like, it's a very simple combination. For Dancing Green, it's like funky 4, 8th and 4th beats, and like the snap and twist. And that's all it is. That's like the choke check of
because fight. Like, yeah, to be fair, I would say first Funky Floor with Disco Inferno is probably I would say a bit harder than the last one, where it's just 8 beats and quarter beats. It's just like you don't have to worry about spotlights. You're just worrying about your partner and yourself, and that's it.
Yeah, it's just it's basically a YOLO phase with like a half room or like something in between. Yeah. Do you like that design? The question is, do you guys like that design? Did you feel it took away from the fight when you realized that 50% you were kind of already done with the whole fight? Or did you think that it didn't impact the fight negatively, or that it wouldn't if they were to continue a similar design?
So anyone who's hung around me for a while knows that I crucify Stormblood fight design for this, especially Neo, right? Like, Neo I will hammer on about for ages. I think as a trend, I'm not a fan of it, but I think this tier did it pretty well, where at least in Prague, the back end still felt engaging enough. The fact it's not a full-on repeat, I think, helps, but I think it's something that's really easy to mess up and make that, like, that drop you're talking about way too steep and make the rest of the fight feel, like, very uninteresting. So, like, once in a while, I think it's fine, especially if it means we get things like I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, especially if it means we get things like the ad phase at 6. If that's, like, the price, I think it's fine once in a while, but I don't want this to go back to being the norm the way it was for pretty much the entirety of Stormblood.
Mm-hmm. I can think of one fight in Stormblood that didn't do it,
and I applaud it, and that's 011.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Battle Beetle's sick.
Yeah. He actually does the opposite. He just keeps upgrading himself and changing the attack every time and makes it harder. And it's like, yes, actually every mechanic gets harder the entire fight. So clap, Omega. Good job. That's the last time I clapped for you in a very long time.
It's the last time I'll ever clap for Beetle, ever.
Doo-doo.
Don't stop.
We've got enough PTSD with the animals. We don't need the beetle to come in. And Jitter, what about you? How do you, are you, I don't know. When did you, so I know Biff's raid history. I don't remember yours, Jitter. So do you have a similar experience with Stormblood?
I've been playing the game since 1.0, raiding since A Realm Reborn, so
Okay.
I've done it all. Yeah, it reminds me of Stormblood in that regard. I like that it's not like the exact same mechanic. Hello World being the same mechanic in the second half plus one thing. It's kind of how I think about these.
It's after Hello World 2, that's the problem.
Yeah, it's after Hello World 2 where there's absolutely nothing new and it's just a repeat of everything. And I don't think this tier really did that. It had, like a rehash, slightly different. So, like we said, the quarter beat, the 8 beats during Funky Floor. It's a little bit different, just enough to not be the exact same mechanic. If they just did Disco Infernal again, it would have been kind of like, well, okay. But I kind of liked that they decided, let's throw different aspects into the final part and just make it a choke check instead of repeating. But I think with age, it'll age poorly if they continue with that design. I do like, the 011, everything gets harder, the further into the fight you get. But there's also kind of like a break point where if your most difficult mechanic is, 12 minutes into a fight and you just keep wiping there, people get like really annoyed. So it's an interesting balancing act that they'll have to find.
Yeah, what's more annoying, it being 12 minutes into the fight and people wiping, or light rampant?
I'll take light rampant over, say, having light rampant 12 minutes into the fight.
Worm's Lament 2 has its moments.
Yeah. One simple mistake and you're right back to hearing the
Dun, 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 dun.
Every time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you're like, man, Isolet's so easy. Everyone dies.
Someone's freeze didn't get cleansed, and you just watch the tower explode, and you're like, oh.
I loved PF being like, it sucks how after Light Rampant, it's so easy. And I'm like, bro, you have not PF'd that fight. You have not witnessed 3 people getting petrified by the fucking mirrors every time. Just look away from the mirror. What's the problem?
Stunned. Dead. Every time.
Every time.
Funny, that trend continued into Fru.
It sure did. Not nearly to the same degree, though.
Oh,
not even
much easier to dodge them now, but it still happened.
Yep, still does from time to time. Then we get into 6, which obviously is the biggest hot button topic of the entire community at the moment. Because, Yoshi P did say he was curious how people would react to this character, and you know what? I think he might have meant the Yan the entire time and not the Lalafell.
Yeah.
I have 2 sides. Kills you.
So, this, I think, is where everyone starts to look at the fight design and go, oh, this is what they meant when they said they wanted to do things a lot differently. Because, oh boy, does it. So,
yeah.
right from the get-go, even the Tank Buster right at the beginning goes, this isn't Endwalker anymore. So it's a Tank Buster that it's an in-out, requires party position, and requires tanks to manage debuffs the entire time to make sure they understand which one's first, which one's second. Not asking a whole lot, but it's still more than almost all the Endwalker Tank Busters combined ask you to do.
Yeah. And especially having like one maybe one person out of place can, fuck the entire party up.
God Kefka players,
happened
remember
quite a
how
few
that
times.
feels. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But this I think if every fight was like similar quality to this for the rest of Dawn Trail, I don't think anyone would argue about kind of the best fight design of all Final Fantasy 14 collectively across an expansion. Because they
crazy.
Yeah, they really knocked it out the park with M6 in every regard. The music, the boss, the mechanics, the complete change of stuff that we've come to expect from fights. It's all here.
Yeah.
And
I like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and it's a fucking Lalafell.
Yeah, I like subconsciously didn't even realize how much I had just written off the possibility of like a true fight like this. You know what I mean? Like it was so far gone that it didn't even enter my head as like a possibility, especially for a second floor. And
Yeah.
I was really glad to see it.
Yeah, I didn't believe they'd be able to design an ads phase that was both difficult and interesting, like, ever again. Like, I was taking the bets that, M7 we would see, just the 4 plants and we'd have to petrify them, and that's it, Even in our discussion, I was like, it's just going to be like Melusine all over again. We got to find a way to petrify them. Nope. The same as normal mode. And then M6 comes along, and I'm getting flashbacks all the way to Coils with the Dreadnought one-shotting my tank, Just, so I was like, holy moly, we are so back. I didn't think it was going to happen, and here we are.
Sly, you look like you're getting PTSD already having this discussion.
Can I just say one thing? Like,
You can say as many things as
Again.
you want, Sly.
Yeah.
again, great fight design. So far, so good. I mean, even with ads and everything, and the PTSD that a lot of people will have
because of them.
because of them. But even before then, can I just say, like, never have I screamed so loud, this bitch can eat a grilled dick sandwich, more than whenever, as a melee.
Grilled dick.
You know when you're doing cactus dodges, right? It's funny because that's a 2-minute, right? Getting defamation as a melee fucking sucks there.
Yes, it does.
I fucking hate it, and that's why I scream like this bitch can kick rocks every time I get picked.
It's funny, people have figured out where to stand to make that much easier. And the northwest corner is apparently the God corner. There's very little movement that happens. And like, you basically are either in the corner or out of the corner on the north wall, and that's it. And so that will probably be what people do. And then the defamations just exit like east and south, which you'll still hate that, but deal with it.
Oh, I still do. Yeah, fuck. Still. Yeah, fuck this bitch.
But wait, Sly, you have elusive jump, just enhanced piercing talon.
True.
No, true. That's what Whoops was doing.
Whoops. I literally can like freeze frame so many places in Prague where I see him elusive jump into. He will arm's length on purpose to backflip during a knockback to land in his intended spot to then enhanced piercing talon from said spot.
That's my goat.
It's 350 potency, Sly. It's pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
It is.
Just crit the
I
enhanced
can't
piercing talon.
can't speak on those defamations too much. I was playing Viper. I just threw Uncoiled Fury and
Yeah, of course you.
hey, it was
Yeah, you're
it
a
was-
Viper. You have.
Hey, before that I was on Red Mage just casting spells. But also, that goes into another part of that fight that I like, is that your job choice can really impact how quickly or how much you struggle with those ads.
For
Oh, yeah.
now. That will go away
For
very
now.
soon.
Oh
I
no,
don't think-
with gear that disappears, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cactus phase though, it's funny because I saw the cactus as a normal and I went, oh, here's Honeybee 2.0.
It's literally the same mechanic.
Yeah, and until the difference is this one could be solved for the easiest movement, whereas Honeybee, everyone like gaslit themselves into thinking it could be solved.
Rotate through 3 different strats just to settle back on, I don't know, man, just don't stand in the B.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was. Here, it's like for several polls, you don't understand there's patterns, but you kind of start to think there is, and then you start seeing them. You go, okay, I go here, 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 and I'm done. And you're like, oh, thank God. All right. But still also stop fucking making me move cactuses.
Yeah,
Cacti.
that middle dodge that half our group was doing. Oh.
I don't know, it seemed fine to me. I'm just hit the boss.
Yeah, true.
Right?
What are you going to say, Piff?
I was going to say, I think I got hit more going to that southwest corner, which I now know is the corner you should never go to, than trying to do that middle dodge.
Yeah, statistically speaking, the southwest corner is the worst corner to do the dodges in. And that is, I think Biff and I both were trying to dodge in the southwest corner half the time. And it was just like, oh God, stop. Stop.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Please. Why are there so many cactuses?
Cacti. Don't shake your head at me for having grammar. I don't even actually. Is cacti plural or singular? I don't.
It's plural.
It's plural.
It's
There we
plural.
go. I couldn't remember. Fuck it. The I means more, I guess. I means me. Means us. We. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, and then the rest of that. That's probably the most like not creative part. Like the wings being stuck to you and being forced to jump across is something. Is also definitely something they would have shied away from historically. Because standing in melee range is almost certainly going to send you into the wall. So you have to back out and then also land in the corner and then also quickly split up into the 4 groups or the 2 groups. They wouldn't have done that in previous expansions.
No.
Forced disengage into loss of character control, like in terms of like having a short stun, is like, when's the last time we had that in Savage? Right,
Have we had that? I don't even remember.
Force character control. I mean, anytime we get maybe a force march.
Yeah,
right. Things like force march, little stuns like that. It's been a hot minute, and I mean, I think that mechanic was really cool. I was really vibing with that because it takes like what's normally a pretty standard thing, which is like pairs and light parties, and just makes it feel different and interesting. You know.
Yeah.
So, kudos to them for that.
Yeah, it's the crazy thing is these aren't even new design decisions. They're just design decisions they have abandoned over the years because of player feedback. They're like, our players are like, that stun annoys me. I guess we'll never do it again.
Do it again. I beg you, do it again.
This is a case of them pulling a Blizzard and being like, you don't know what you want, and actually maybe being right.
Yeah.
It's like, no, really, you did want something that was more interesting. Just, maybe not every single mechanic, but you definitely wanted something that was not us never doing anything like that again. And winning. Now, we get through that, and then you get to the ads, and you see the slimes come out. You're like, holy shit, okay, brand new mechanic. This wasn't in normal at all. And you see the puddings, and you're like, that makes sense. She's a pudding, she's got that she got the feral soul for the pudding, the flan, whatever. And then you see the little fucking ram and this little fucking cat and these 2 squirrels, and you're like, oh, well,
here we
And then
go.
your tank's dead.
And then the tank's dead.
Yeah.
Then the Yan is running rampant on your entire party.
Yep.
He sure is. That's exactly what happens. And I don't know about you guys, but I saw those ads and I thought that was going to be it.
yeah. Just like the first wave. Yeah.
Yeah. The first wave happened and I'm like, oh, okay, we'll have to deal with these. And then like something's going to happen while we're dealing with these, right? Well, the thing that happens is there's more ads.
Yeah.
And then there's more ads. And then there's more ads. And then you realize the cat knows me. The cat steals your LB and also uses meteor if you don't kill it fast enough. And the Yan can't be close to the moos. And if the moos aren't killed fast enough, they blow up the whole raid. And the Jabberwock's locking your healers in place. And the Stingrays are tethering players and cutting off the arena. And you're like, oh, there's rules here.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I have to actually kill these in a specific order.
Yeah. And that was the big thing, because like even with references to what other people were doing, like if you were a little behind the other groups that were like a little ahead of that, it still wasn't entirely clear what the right decision was up until you just kind of logicked out enough basics. You needed to know every wave, and you needed to logic out what every wave's like kind of internal timer was. And that made progressing through that fight in a blind setting among the most engaging progressing mechanics that wasn't in an ultimate in I don't know how long.
Yeah.
I'd argue it was harder than most of Fru to proc.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. It was one of those things where, like, I was so surprised to see a phase like that in Savage. I was buying into, I think it was Keo, who was like, oh, we have to feed some of the ads to the cat. That was much more, like, in my mental box of what I would expect more, like, modern day, referring to, like, Endwalker onwards 14 to look like. But then just, no, it's just straight up do the ads and do it fast or explode. It's cool.
Yeah, there's so many micro enrages throughout that. Like, there's the Yan getting close to the Moo is one, but the Yan just hitting your tank and not being killed is bad enough to consider it, like, almost enrage worthy. Like, your tank could just not out-survive what the Yan is doing, which is just... That's it. Just a little
Poor
headbutt.
Keo getting beat up on for, like, literally 3 whole minutes.
I mean, for our group, right, we had me do something a little bit different than I know what a lot of people ended up with, where instead of peeling off to help with the cleave at the end, I just went and killed one of the Yans, so that way he wasn't in mortal peril. You know, he wasn't just dead, smeared to the concrete. So that was, you know, but things like that are cool, right? Because if there aren't like, things like that, those decisions, like those group-to-group decisions, only happen when phases make you, like, think and engage with them, and it's not just, like, do the dance and hit the boss.
Yeah, and this did that in spades. Like, and what's nice is it also acts as a semi-self-solving. Like, as you progress through it, the phase begins to self-solve, but you still have to weigh some light options because, like, the Jabberwock and Rage is effectively reaching the healer. Because after that, it's just you're down a person and playing catch-up from there is not bad. But the Moo and Rage is about to show up. So how do you get both of those things handled while still making sure the first Yan dies before the second Yan shows up? And making sure the cat doesn't reach the meteor, and that the Stingrays are picked up and don't consume too much of the arena. So they stack like 3 or 4 different pretty short enrages and just make you weigh what each one will do. Because the Stingray's not going to hard enrage you, but when your arena's cut off, that is the enrage. It's a soft enrage among several hard enrages.
Yeah.
So the decision-making process is... very intense week 1 there. It will not continue to be so, and I think that...
You'll outgear it.
Yeah, you'll definitely outgear... And it's one of the rare cases where I think everyone's looking forward to outgearing a phase.
Yeah.
Another thing, like, you have to take into consideration, which, like, never really thought I'd have to, like, think about this, is single targeting versus AoE, and which one should you kind of prioritize during that? Because, like, you're kind of with you know, all these rules stacked on top of each other. You're kind of like, okay, pull these together and we'll AoE them down, or it'll probably be 2 minutes. Or this thing needs to die. Do I want to just single target, or do I just want to, like, nuke everything? Like, if this thing should die first, I should just probably single target. You know, I've never really, that thought process has not come up in a long fucking time in a fight, in a Savage fight.
No.
Yeah.
Just hasn't. Well, like, they just abandoned it for so long. It's just a nice surprise to have.
The furthest you ever had to think about it was, what's a gain on 2, right? Like, even that was exceedingly rare.
Yeah. Whereas here, even the small thought, like we started having players stack together to put the cat's AoE in a spot that let us murder it fast.
Yeah.
Like everyone's like, get this fucking cat out of here, and it's like, no, I'm bringing the cat in. This is way better if the cat's here.
yeah.
And that, because that cat is a range. I never thought I'd be pissed about downtime on range, but that cat jumping to the other side of the fucking room, I was like,
Dude, being up northwest, there's a puddle dropping on me. The cat's just jumping around in the southern corner of the room, and I'm like, oh, well, this sucks.
Can't hit that guy.
he
Look,
jumps
the
onto the
ideal
south tank. Yeah.
The ideal situation with that cat is he just, very beginning of the fight, he jumps on the yam that your tank has, and you just kill him.
You're muted, Sly.
I was saying I love it when that happens.
That's my favorite.
I actually started, as a bard, I started getting selfish. I was like, I want to stand on the tank with the moose and put him on the moose, and then Apex blast the moose, the boss, and the Yan while I'm targeting the cat.
That's why it kept going over there.
No, I never did it, but I thought of doing it. They'd only went over there when the tanks were standing, when he chose the tank. But if he did, I was like, I'll take it. I will take it for the cleave. And I was like, if I was Dancer, I wouldn't have to think about that, huh?
No, probably not.
No, Dancer probably does pretty well on that face. I think how everyone had to learn new AoE rotations, and Machinist is like, my single target rotation is my AoE rotation. Shut up. Just shut up.
Well,
I will double check checkmate, and I will like it. All right.
True.
They just made it worse, dude. They just made the actual AoE worse, and they made the fucking other AoE better. Well, they technically made they made double check and checkmate better, and they made, I think it was like 5% worse for scattergun and auto crossbow, and it's like,
yeah, machinists have other things to worry about right now.
it's like whether or not they're allowed to play.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I've seen some people disallowing Machinist in PF, but PF Machinist has cleared M8S. They have done
now. It took until yesterday, right? Yesterday was the first one.
Yeah, it was like yesterday evening.
Yep. It was yesterday evening when a Machinist finally cleared.
Hey, Summoner's cleared too. Insane.
That doesn't surprise me, though. It's not like the check is crazy. It's just like there's a power dynamic at play. You know, like for ad phase, I understand being a little hesitant to have Machinists. For M8S, I don't. You know what I mean? It's just like people who can play Machinist or play Summoner can also probably play something that isn't those two, and they probably will in week one. It's not really about the jobs not being able to do it. It's just the people who would won't.
Right, yeah, because there's just... This is like the thing regarding that, and now we're kind of getting a bit... But, like, Machinist just doesn't bring anything. At least Summoner has, like, some stuff that you could conceivably argue that you would rather have, right? Like, Machinist has Dismantle, I guess, but... Yeah.
But where do you need Dismantle? I could think of, like, a couple of spots, and that's it. Like, on the Yan, just Dismantle Yan.
Sure.
Like a Dismantle at the end. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. And they can just do their single target rotation to AoE. What's the big deal?
Dismantle in M8, pretty good.
Yeah, I can think of a few spots for that. I had a Machinist say that the most exciting thing that they did was the Stingrays. They can just channel a flamethrower and it'll instantly pick up.
That is awesome, actually.
Yeah.
They were like, my fucking melees are not taking this from me. I don't care.
Me when I take the Stingray, oh no.
Mistakes have been made, guys. Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it.
We have to kill this really fast.
One thing I really like that the PF did that is different than what we did. I was talking about it on stream. So in our group, we basically assigned Biff to one side of the room and me to the other for the Stingrays. If we had swapped Biff to my side, you guys would have killed his first. So my side already has 2 water puddles when we get to the second Stingray. So if Biff takes that side and you all murder that side, I don't get 9 puddles like I do now. Because you guys are going to murder that one. Whereas the other side of the room is completely empty. And so I can now like kite them around that side of the room and not doing. So that's what the PF does. They make it so that the range swaps sides, but you still follow the caster. And that was one little innovation that I liked. I wish we had thought of that.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. That was good. Good job, PF. Whoever thought of that. You'll never hear me say that again. Well, good job.
That's crazy. Yeah, good job, PF.
That one gets the definite. At first, I was confused. I was like, "Why the fuck would you do that?" Okay. But the ad phase, honestly, while the ad phase is the standout here, I do think that what they did with both the sugarscapes are, at the very least, creative and fun enough. Especially the second sugarscape, which I will say, while I think the fight peaks and then gets easier, the second sugarscape is definitely harder than the first sugarscape. At least I think it is.
I agree.
You agree?
Yeah, just like there's a lot more urgency in it. Like in the first sugarscape, it feels like, oh, you got hit by a cactus. Like, yeah, it's not great. You got a damage down. But like you make an error on that second one and you're probably getting smashed, right? And or like if it's a tower, might just be a wipe straight up. There's a lot more penalty, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The second sugarscape is the water in the bridges, Sly, in case you're...
Yeah, oh, yeah. Water, bridges, lightning. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And there's a lot of really good skill expression in that phase, too, especially with... I like when Final Fantasy players... There's two kinds in this one regard. There's the players that understand the AoE hasn't gone off yet, and the players that think that it's dangerous the moment it starts glowing. And in that lightning phase, people are generally averse to running underneath the super cloud while it's moving, and they will take the worst movement that they like, oh, fuck, I'm like cut off in like 6 different ways going this way. But the other way has no lightning bolts blocking me. I could go that way, but they're like, no. I'm going this way with all the lightning bolts in the way. And so it's nice to see, like, Kyo did that in Arclear, where he just saw the other way was cut off. He said, fuck it, I'm going around. I'm going far. And I like that you can make that step, because people notice immediately when you're the player who's willing to do that. And they're like, yo, that guy's the fucking MVP right there. Mm-hmm. And I like when that stands out when you're doing something like really basic in a fight. Like, it's not even that crazy of a skill set, but it is nice to just see that those moments can be had where that one player who just understands the assignment on that one tier higher can squeeze something out for a moment like that. I will say this, the PF has a strat for the lava that I knew was going to happen. And it's called Tank LB3, the final towers.
I'm not going to lie. I really kind of wanted us to in Prague, just because it's one of those mechanics where there's just no reason not to, right? Like, you're how many minutes in, like 9, 10, whatever, there's not that much left in the fight. Just rip the Tank LB. It's like the last thing in the fight that's really going to wipe you,
Yeah.
Moving forward, do we see this as, like, do you see this as something just to get through Prague, or is it something that will be that's a permanent, like not necessarily a PF edition, but more, for statics, hey, just get through the fight?
For my money, like, always do it. Like, there's just especially for the purposes like just doing re-clears or whatever, like, why not? You don't need the melee LB on the second floor, right? Especially as we get more and more gear, there's just no reason to chance it, I think.
Yeah, the other thing is, I think it's a little fresh on people's minds because Zilenia, the PF, pretty quickly adopted Tank LBing Bloom 6 because it's the same threat. It's a bunch of towers, you're at the end of the fight, and you can survive the blade, the attack. Like, you can't survive the towers failing if you're one of the players with the magic vault, even with Tank LB, but everyone can survive the blade even without the Tank LB. So by Tank LBing and just standing in the towers and just eating shit, you pretty much ensure that that's going to be a clear.
You don't even need the fucking LB.
You don't need the Tank LB, but we all know that the PF... Listen, if I had a nickel for every time a boss didn't have Reprisal, Addle, and Feint, or I didn't have a Scholar using shields, I would retire. Okay? Like, when I sucker / consultation before a raid wide, I feel like I'm a fucking unicorn in the PF. All right?
Yeah.
They're like, listen, if the shields weren't left over from the last mechanic, you're not getting them. So leave me the fuck alone. So just mitt is never something. Like, if I'm the healer and I'm like a scholar and I know I will deploy soil, illume, like all of it, great. If I'm not the healer, I'm too afraid to I'm just saying fucking rip the tank LB. I'm not willing to put up with it.
Yeah.
It's like
Better to
Thornton.
live than to wipe.
Yeah, always better. Like, I used to just tell people to tank LB. I think it was Third Eyes on Thornton Extreme, on Thornton Unreal. I think it's the one where it's like the knight dashes through the room and you have to split and then get knocked back into like I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
I just said fuck it, just tank LB this. I'm not willing to teach you all how to do it.
Yeah. No, I mean, my
Great.
thing for Leviathan,
That's fine.
for Tsunami 2, just that way the only thing you had to worry about was the cones, and everyone else just kind of like stands around, right? And it makes things so much easier when people can just do what they need to, especially that late into a fight.
Chat's like, to this day, I still don't know how to do Cachexia 2.
People were tank LBing that in Prague and still clearing.
Yeah, so then they were like, everyone else was like, we are either skipping it or we are tank LBing. If you were in PF and you had a healer LB before Cachexia 2 and you knew you weren't skipping it, you were like, it's
a wipe.
It's a wipe. You get the rare PF that actually knows how to do it, and you're like, holy shit. I two-shot Suzaku Unreal today, and I was shocked. Like, two-shot, like, for telling and retelling both, and I was shocked.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I was like, made a PF with stream, and I was like, all right, guys, let's do it. Oh my god. Well, the second one we killed it with 6 people dead to the enrage, but you know, it was a kill. Still counts.
Kill's a kill. Boss died. Got loot. Who cares?
All done. Yeah, Raining Cats is the same deal. And it's at the end, just fucking tank LB. I think people really like the idea of saving for healer LB and not thinking about how good the tank LB is that's saving you from ever needing to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's better to just not die in the first place, right? Which tank LB can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the sustained damage from the towers in M6 is not that bad when it's snapshotted. It's the AoE after that people forget, but snapshotting that and then snapshotting the low damage sustained, the low dot definitely probably works better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, yes. And I will say M6 is the one fight that actually does repeat a mechanic at the end. It does just do the first wing motif exactly the same, but your boss is probably dead before you even notice that, or just barely dead after you notice that. So it's not like it's like 5% of the boss's health where they're repeating something. Yeah. So the only major offender of that, and not even a major offender, a minor offender. Mm-hmm. Then we go on to M7, which was the fight that before even pulling the boss, I was shocked.
Oh yeah. You thought we were gonna be.
You thought it was gonna be in the final area. Yeah.
Yep. I was like, oh, fuck. They're actually doing it, which again was a great surprise because, like Biff said with the ad phase, I wrote off that they would ever do that.
Yeah.
Guys, the name of the I was about to get to how it's like the fight is normal plus, and I saw the chat call normal and then I looked at Jitter's picture and I said normal and I was like, God.
Yeah.
Normal. Yeah, this fight was kind of the best example of, hey, this is normal but harder. That I think 14's done I don't know if they've ever done a normal but harder fight that's quite like this. Because I don't know if you felt that way. I felt like it was just normal plus, but also really fucking good.
Yeah. So, a little bit of a disclaimer here. I tend to be more forgiving on these normal plus kind of fights than a lot of people. I liked Fatebreaker. I even liked P11, which I know that's the one that a lot of people kind of really didn't mesh with. I liked that fight quite a bit, but I think this was far and away their best execution of it.
Yeah, chat saying Black Cat. I did not feel like Black Cat was normal plus. I mean, the very first mechanic is literally something that is not even remotely close to how it works in normal mode. The like baits with the slashes into like light parties or like that immediately was like well beyond what this is. Literally like the boss's attack order is like the fucking exact same thing for the first like 4 minutes, but there's more AoEs on the ground. Like it couldn't be more similar to the normal mode if it wanted to. And I would say I'm not more or less forgiving. I just need it to be done well. Oh yeah. I mean, honestly, I always say P11 gets more. If Fatebreaker didn't exist, P11 wouldn't get as much flack as it does, is what I've always said. Because it wasn't just normal plus, it was also Fatebreaker 2. So it like compounded the two. So people are like, what the fuck? This is just Fatebreaker, but not as cool because I've done this before. Mm-hmm. You know. So this was like. I'll call it, this fight was kind of insane. I know it didn't take as long to prog because it didn't have any wall like the ad phase did, but it had its own gimmicks and struggles that, again, are very out of the norm because of the way they decided to hop between the arenas. And I could not be more excited at the idea of having lots of different arenas in a Savage fight.
Yeah, lots of different arenas with like different constraints on them too, I think is the big thing, right? Like that second arena, there becomes a real concern around like, oh, I can actually get too far away from the boss, right? And it changes how people are playing and little things like when he's doing the line AoEs, right? Like since it's not like a uniform square, it changes how you have to do your spreads and your dodges. And it's not the hardest thing in the world, but it keeps you interested. It keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, Jitter, you got to play several different roles and jobs in this fight. I'm very curious to hear how any of this felt to you.
I had a great time. If we're talking M7, I spent the majority of the time on Red Mage and then swapped to Monk for 5 pulls before we cleared it. And it's pretty good, I think. Glower Power was very interesting to play around. The seeds dropping everywhere was interesting. Watching the ads just absolutely blow up when I swapped to Monk. Like, we were like, oh yeah, we're worried about these going off with me on Red Mage, swaps to Monk. Nah, just kill him.
Yeah, with gear, it's like, guys, make sure we let them live to get to the wall first, just...
Yeah. That fight's going to be really interesting with gear because the way you have to handle some stuff is just going to change.
I don't think too much. I think the biggest concern is if you're cleaving the boss during the end, you have to... honestly, if the ads die at the end, it's probably for the better, which was what we decided. We were like, wait, what if we kill the ads so they don't move?
True.
So if anything, it might actually improve the quality of life on the second ad phase more than change things and make them weirder, which is hilarious. But man, they just like... The first phase is pretty straightforward. I think everyone kind of gets through that and figures it out, at least to some capacity. I think there's a little bit of visual clarity problems in the first phase, especially with the seed drops with the AoEs on the ground, and then getting the like actually seeing the impact cast took us. We basically had to notice that the impact cast even happened. We're like, wait, what is killing me there? And it's like,
yeah, our healers would just randomly get one shot, and we're like, what is happening?
I'd be like, guys, dodge. You'd be like, I did. Yeah, and then that adds a really interesting dynamic to that whole mechanic of like how you handle the spacing. I think that's the big thing the fight does really well, is it forces players to be in really unconventional spots for mechanics, but still need to very quickly adjust to something the boss is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that be the seed baits early with the ground AoEs, with the followed up expanded AoEs, with needing to do light parties and the thing, or even later when you're trapped against all the walls and you're like still trying to dodge everything while managing how much damage you take because you really can't go far from the wall while managing a 2-minute window to boot because fuck you, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they really it's a cage match. The first one was a literal cage match. This one has a lot more like cage matchy vibes which makes sense because, and when I mean Brute Bomber and now Brute Abominator, actually like cages you and really traps you into everything.
Yeah.
But the first phase again, more Storm Plus, but that second platform, as a Fizz ranged, I never thought I'd say that.
That second platform is interesting to me because how difficult or undifficult that part is left to player agency.
Yes.
How so?
Because the hardest part is Sinister Seeds. Like, not having half your players just eat it to an overlap or getting a damage down.
And you could have two, like, you could either have, like, two tanks trapped on one side, no one gives a shit. But when you have your two range trapped on one side, it very quickly changes how you think about the mechanic.
And am I glad
It goes from, whatever, to nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I was like, give Biff that spot because he can cast all the way from the wall. Fuck me, though, right?
Yeah.
Especially our strat. Our strat was not made with the idea of me being allowed to hit the boss all the time. It was like, healers want to be able to reach everyone. Biff absolutely needs to be able to hit him during all times. Me, fuck that guy.
Hey, you got your it'll be
acceptable losses.
Nah.
He's right, though. It wasn't acceptable because we had, like, I went back on our kill and we had, like 13 damage downs and, like, a death or something, and it was still a kill, even on week 1. So, yeah, Sly, I see your confused face.
It's that forgiving?
Forgiving's not the right word. It's more like they probably expected without gear for some of these phases to really fuck with you.
Yeah.
And they were right.
It's also worth noting, like, we were playing what's probably close to the highest damage comp you can bring, right? And, like, these fights are built generally with leeway for playing, like, having a summoner instead of a black mage in the slot, you know? So that helped give us some wiggle room, too.
Yeah, I could definitely see comps with, like, suboptimal, I'll say, like, just by the numbers, jobs not having concerns if everyone's playing well, even week 1. Like,
For sure.
On our clear, if we had half as many damage downs, which are 35%, I believe was the number that the community came up with for these ones. If we had half as many and we had a summoner instead of a black mage, it would have been fine. Like, we literally wouldn't have, it would have been a clear still the same. That's with some mistakes, with a death. I don't doubt that for a second. Just black mage is really fucking good right now, so, you know.
Yeah, it is.
Black mage is like, yeah, pick those. Yeah, it was great, wasn't it? Yeah.
Was.
Was. But you know what? I saw a lot of Pictos being played this tier too, so it's not like it was terrible. It just
all you do is
isn't the
filler
king.
now anyway. So
anytime you need to move, you just pop hammer, get 3 GCDs of running across the entire arena. It's it's all right.
I have a question, Biff. By the
Hit me.
numbers,
Mhm.
I know that hammer is a only if you really need to thing right now.
Yeah.
How is that on AoE? Is it true in AoE like an ad phase too? Or is it only true on just the main boss?
So this is the part where I admit to you, before the tier, I didn't look because I didn't think that was relevant for Savage.
To be fair,
but-
I agree.
Yeah, but thinking about it off the top of my head, no, it should still be good in AoE, right? Like,
Okay.
especially as you add more targets. So, yeah, Picto's probably really good for that ad phase, honestly.
Yeah, and then subsequently has at least some added value in 7, you know, to some degree.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
because those do still need to die.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, hitting the Jabberwock and 4 moves with hammers. Yeah, I can imagine that being pretty decent. Hammer, you know, palm, whatever, Medine, I suppose, in that. Yeah, you would probably hold Medine from your 2s there instead of blowing it on the Stingray and then just use Medine when the Jabberwock comes out. So that
Yeah.
sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. Just, I figured it was worth it because Picto has been kind of laughed out of its spot at this point. Like, everyone is ragged on Picto, even though it's still not technically bad. It's just kind of an ass backwards design to make the motif so unvaluable in most scenarios.
Yeah. I think more than anything else, it just feels weird to play now. Like, having one of your big buttons, which is like hammer, just not feel great is just kind of meh.
Yeah. That's definitely a strange one. But hey, Viper fucks. So they're back.
True.
You know?
Yes, it do.
I think it was like one of the top jobs in all 4 fights, if I recall.
It is. It is the breadwinner right now. It's like at least 1k above the next highest melee in almost every fight.
Viper. And you know what? I'm giving some of that credit to Uncoiled Fury on its own. Just that one button.
Oh no, it definitely virtually zero downtime in any fight if you use Uncoiled Fury like intelligently. It's good. It's super strong.
While not taking, I think the only melee job that people are kind of like, is Ninja right now. I think it's the one where they, because you know you're choosing between Ninja and Viper when you're scouting, and you're like,
that's what our Viper is choosing between right now.
I think as soon as you saw like 4+ targets, you put the Viper Jobstone on and call it a day. Because you virtually don't have to change how you would play the job in a single target scenario, but you can also hit everything on the screen.
Yeah.
And whereas when you play Ninja and suddenly there's 4 or 5 targets on the screen, you're no longer hitting Raiton, you're hitting, Katon and throwing down Dotons and radically changing how you would play it. So there's a little bit more thought process that goes into it. So it's just kind of like the option is there. It does really well with how the fights are designed. I may as well play it. That's not to say Ninja is bad for this tier. It's just Viper kind of does everything that it does, but better besides give a raid buff.
Yeah. Viper also has had kind of a tumultuous experience where it came out, was super strong. Everybody loved it. They completely changed its play style to make it, basically no buff management much at all. They kind of just eliminated any thought process that was remaining. People ragged on it for that. Then in Fru, it was not good in the first couple of phases, so people ragged on it. So it's been like Viper's never been necessarily bad, but it's been given such a bad rep since like a month after it came out that I think it kind of shocks people that it is in the spot that it's in right now. They've just like used to being like, oh, fucking Viper, man.
People, because I think Fru definitely changed the perception of Viper very negatively. Like, yeah, it's great in phase 5, it's great in phase 4, but those early phases that everybody was progging, they'd see a Viper and just be like, great, we might enrage phase 1, phase 2 is going to be a little tight, and it just kind of got that bad rap. But like in lightweight prog, Viper was also pretty strong. It handled everything lightweight throughout it well as well. I think it's just genuinely a good Savage job. Because Savage doesn't have extended periods of downtime where you can't hit a boss at all. And that's where the job suffers, when it can't generate any form of gauge or do anything that can benefit it or spend anything. And then, Savage, I peel off the boss for 1 or 2 GCDs. Okay, Uncoiled Fury. Okay, I can hit the boss all the way until, the end of time, until it falls over.
You want to take my cage next week then? While you're
Hey, if I have 3 Uncoiled Furies and
no, you don't want the answer is still no. Trust me.
I know it. I know the answer is no.
Meanwhile, if I'm not in the 2-minute, I'm just chucking spears.
Yeah, piercing enhanced. Make sure you elusive jump. You want enhanced piercing talent.
It is more potency than your wheeling thrust or fang and claw.
No, but I gotta save that for movement though. In M7, I gotta move around. He jumps around. I gotta move, man.
Well,
True.
Use it to move, and then you enhance piercing talent.
Yeah.
I shit you not. When Whoop said he was having fun figuring out where to use enhanced piercing talent, he wasn't kidding.
No, he wasn't kidding. It's actually pretty fun. I was taking a look at it myself. It's good. It's good design. When I finally get to utilize things in my kit that, otherwise we're kind of just like, it's there, I have it. And now it's like, I have to use this. Like this
Samurai's using the kickback for movement in the same way. They don't do it like deliberately like piercing talent, but the NP usage has probably been mildly fun as well at some points.
The MP usage in 7 is probably insanely fun.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, 7. It's 7 breaks the curse as far as I'm concerned for not good second tier, third fights. I think it does.
Yeah.
You know what? The thing I like about 7, which is normally my contention with third turns, is, oh man, it's going to be a wall boss, whatever. They're just like, oh, so you kind of like wall bosses, but don't like them, but you want a boss that's also like a regular one? Well, have both.
Yeah. Pretty much. Just hops around all over the fucking place.
Especially that last phase where he goes from being on the wall to in the middle of the arena to on the wall again to, it's fun. It's good.
Yeah.
It's memorable even.
Even the second phase where they just don't equally space out the fucking buildings that he can jump to. Like you're actually like in a residential district that's not built perfectly uniformly. And he's like, yeah, you better be ready because I could be either or of these configurations and I could jump to either of the other two at any point.
He's like, I might jump to the far left. I might jump to the middle. Adapt.
Yeah, that's it. It's just a really well done fight. It's just one of those cases where it's really not that different from normal, but everything that is different is really satisfying to do. So it doesn't really let down. Not to mention the music is just hype anyway, without that. So,
it's my favorite theme of the tier, hands down.
Yeah, that's a good one. Then we get to M8, which also a top tier finale in terms of bosses, in my opinion. Really a pacing related job, and I'll give them credit where credit's due. They finally figured out how to hide the second arena before we get there. Everyone in M4 normal, everyone's like, there's another arena back there on the minimap.
Just looking at what's that doing there?
I mean, hell, you see it in M7. You see it in M7 as well.
Yeah, in M7, but in M7, normal and Savage are the same. So you're just like, as soon as you start on the first arena, you're like, okay, I already know what the rest is.
Yeah.
But in M8, you're like, only one arena. Sounds like wall boss coming up. And they're like, it's a donut boss. It's a lily pad boss. However you want to fucking call it. It's Orbone with teleporters.
Sid, yeah.
The Nether.
The Nether. He said that every time we got there.
I could barely hear him in our clear VOD because you decided to talk at the same time.
It's good. It means it couldn't be heard clearly. We finally found the solution.
I didn't hear him say chicken jockey in M6 until I went back and listened to the audio. Chicken jockey.
My favorite thing is he started talking about that at M7 and I hadn't watched his clear VOD. And I was like, yeah, I heard it. I didn't acknowledge it. And I bet you were just like, I'm going to kill myself after nobody acknowledged it. I watched the VOD exactly how it went.
I really have to make a 17V emote that's just me highlighting whoops in Discord and muting.
That'd be us during every discussion where he points something out.
I loved in M8 where he had the joke and I'm like, to my own chat, I'm like, it's funnier if I don't say anything.
Oh, he was like, yes. It's like, guys, am I muted?
He said something to me about me being fantastic. I don't remember what it was. It was like a compliment of some kind. I just didn't acknowledge it. This guy.
Yep, and he's just, guys, am I muted? Can
you hear me? I was talking, just not to him. Chat, it's funnier if I say nothing.
I was like, whoops, I think you're muted. Do you mind trying to say that again?
Yeah, whoops, were you saying something throughout that poll? Were you speaking?
And it was after that poll ended, too. And he's just like, no, I wasn't saying anything.
But no, M8 was interesting. So first of all, M8 might be the smallest Savage boss arena we've ever had for the base part. Which really plays to the speed of the fight. It's just constantly zipping around the room and you figuring out what the ideal way of dealing with his nonsense is.
Yeah.
And that was fun. Biff, you're the caster. I can imagine you had a thrilling time with this.
Yeah, I think it was really cool. I have a soft spot for fights that are built kind of like this, where it's not as complex or like puzzly, but he's just doing stuff the whole time, right? And lots of moving, high octane, just go, go, go. Like, and I think this is probably my favorite iteration of that they've done. Like, especially phase 1. It was super cool, especially like little things like when he's doing like Revolution, or what's the other one, Eminence, that's the other cast name.
Eminent, yeah.
Yeah, like the fact that there's no way to know where he's going, and like, yeah, you can kind of like option select where you're standing to play like high coverage, but at the end of the day you still just got to be ready to move to one of 3 spots, and it's not a ton of time to figure it out. Like, it's plenty, but it's enough that if you're a little bit slow on the draw, it can get you burned. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, Barbariccia Savage is how I would probably describe the speed here.
Mm-hmm.
That definitely tracks for the pacing of that fight.
Yeah, like I think you probably have, from the moment he does the first jump, probably about 3 seconds to be in the final spot after he does the first jump, the dash across into where you need to be. And given his movement options, you got to be like quick. I can't imagine doing that without sprint consistently, regardless of which movement option he makes you select. Like that's a sprint. If you don't have a scholar, it's a sprint moment for sure.
Yeah,
100%.
And I don't like, as a phys range event, it's not nearly as interesting as watching a melee need to save 2 like thunderclaps to like go across, dodge an AoE, go back across, get to the correct side.
Did you have fun watching me zip around the room like 4 different times during that mechanic?
I stopped. It was like trying to watch like Goku and Ultra Instinct. It's like, I can't. I don't know.
It could have been so much worse. I wasn't doing stuff on the out pattern because I could have thunderclapped and hit the boss, thunderclapped back to the healer. I didn't want to because I was pretty sure it would cause us to wipe from the stun lock.
Not even from the stun lock. I think that the window to succeed there is also really small until you've done it a lot. And by the time you've done it once, you know everyone knows why, and you're like, okay, I'm not going to practice that again during Prague. That's it. It's like if we gave you enough time, it wouldn't even be a fear, but you know that you do it once, but like, don't do that.
Yep. I was confident I could do it too, but I was like, it's Prague. If I do this, it'll look really, really cool, but also what's the point?
Like, it would have been cool if we cleared when the cover Petrify happened in 7, but, let's not do that on purpose.
The 1% enrage when he's petrified for 15 seconds.
Yeah, Sly, you'd like this. He got petrified by the attack. He was in the air because, petrifies you in the animation. He's doing one of his Dragoon animations in the air.
He's doing Stardiver.
Yeah, he's like petrified during Stardiver. And then Keop covers him for the duration of his petrify so he doesn't die. And he's just in the middle of the room the whole time, just it's fantastic.
Hitting the coolest pose known to man.
Yeah, and then we wiped at 1%, so it wasn't part of the clear VOD. And you know what?
1% or 1% or point.
No, 1%. But you know what?
Like
would have made
1%
1% is 20 seconds of him hitting the boss, probably.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, cover mentioned, the rare cover mentioned.
Especially if he was in a 2-minute and doing Stardiver. Yeah.
I think that's a 1 minute there. I think
it was a 1 minute window.
Yeah.
It's still a lot of damage. Yeah, he lost the entirety of that lance charge.
Goodbye, lance charge. We salute. And then the one thing that I think people have a visceral reaction to is seeing a mechanic they thought wouldn't be in Savage because it was in normal, but not remembering that when something goes from being normal to being Savage, a lot of the times it's a lot less random. And the towers, I was massively surprised to see in M8. The fucking slices right towers, except that they are much larger compared to the normal mode ones and far more predictable.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if anyone
easier to deal with than normal.
They're much easier. I hope everyone in the group knew how I was calling those and understood it by the end of what we were doing.
You were looking at the nulets and making sure that they weren't cleaving the safe spot that was next to the tower, right? That's how you were calling it?
Pretty much. I would line myself up with 1 in 3 because they're across from each other, if I see the line through, I know it's 1 or 3, and then I can eliminate the new lith. If I don't see the line, I know it's 2 and 4, and then I can process the new lith right after. So that was it. That was how I called that the entire time. Very, very simple mechanic. But then immediately after, there's another revolutionary and eminent, and then the ad phase, which they're doing ads, man. They're just doing ads.
Dude, can you believe that that's like 4.5 minutes into the fight? It didn't feel like it.
No, it really doesn't feel like it's like 4 minutes.
When I first saw this ad phase, like I immediately thought of T11.
Yeah. I think most people do. Who, if any of you were around for T11, in fact, Biff, didn't you call it T11 like multiple times?
Yeah,
I think
so.
High did for sure.
Yeah. It really gave off shades of that, right? I think anybody who'd been around for a while can see that and go, oh, you know.
Yeah, without even like a second guess. But with that comes a pretty interesting downside.
Yeah.
Coil is not known for being friendly to going too fast. And neither is this.
Yeah. That's like, I wish that there was a more elegant solution for that, because it's gonna be a problem. Like, this is gonna be a real problem coming up for people, and like, depending on like your group or if you're in PF, it might take a bit longer. But like, especially closing in on like week 6, 7, 8, when everyone's got their weapons, it's gonna be ugly in there. Cause
oh yeah,
you're just gonna have to stop for quite possibly a long time. And the fact that it's like kind of random who gets swapped to what and when is just going to make it worse, because you're not even going to have like a consistent feel from pole to pole in the same group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, honestly, is the play to just melee LB one of them so that way you can kill it way sooner?
I think so. Like 100%. I think that's just what you do, and then you just have everyone else torch the other one.
Yeah, because as long as nobody's debuff actually expires, like if somebody's debuff expires, they have to pop it. But as long as you don't have a magic vuln, you can kill one pretty freely. You just can't kill one and then have the second one die. And you can't kill one while you still have a vuln up and then cause the second. Like, it's that 4-second vuln that really just screws with everything. You also can't kill one the moment the bait is going out either. Or that will kill people too. So
yeah, it's just so weird to me, because I feel like there were so many like really good design decisions this tier, but like the orb blowing up when you kill the head just feels not in line with the quality of the rest of the decisions, I guess. I'm just kind of confused by it.
Yeah. I mean, the idea, I get the idea in that when it explodes, it takes your debuff, it takes all the remaining debuffs that are around. So it's like, yeah, it's trying to eliminate, but what it creates a bigger problem than it solves.
Right.
So they're like, oh yeah, if we just let it explode, then, you know, it's not like the debuffs will time out and they die. You know, we're fixing that. But it's like, no, we'll just fucking die because the fight's not made not made to really consider the option that you'll kill it that far in advance. So yeah, it's a little bit rough. But still, I mean, outside of that, still good to have another T11 style ad phase, debuff management, baits, tank busters. There's lots of damage, lots of micromanagement, but it's also incredibly short. It's like 50 seconds, the whole phase. So it's a lot that happens in a really short period of time, followed by a 5-hit raid wide from the boss that hits like a fucking truck. Oh yeah, and we skipped over that fucking stack marker. Holy Jesus.
Yeah, he's hitting hard with that. I don't know.
That might be the scary. I mean, when I think of stack markers that are, I mean, the P11 one is the only other one that really comes to mind for me for like a stack marker that I've seen just absolutely obliterate people unexpectedly.
Yeah. Like normally even one person down, you're pretty okay with those, but yeah, like shades of P11 where one person's gone, it's still doable, but it gets sketchy quick.
You're looking for that moment where your health doesn't propagate the heal to hit second wind and like for a shield. There's a please, fucking Christ. I'm bloodbathing. Just keep me alive. It's fucking scary. And then that last little bit, dude, Final Fantasy 14 can always just add spreads or stacks to anything, and it's
And it just increases the difficulty by like double or triple. Yeah.
They're like, here's 2 mechanics. Not too bad, but by the way, there's spreads and stacks. Oh fuck. All right. At least they're role based. Yeah, the Beacon Moonlight Final Fantasyism, where we hadn't seen all the configurations either until like 30 pulls in. We're like, oh, for fuck's sake, we can be in the same spot twice. Nothing quite like being like 1 and then
1.
1? That can't be 3.
Dude, my favorite thing about that poll was all of us who like were watching what we needed to, and then we're like, well, it can't be 1, and just watching half the raid just pick one of the other 2 corners at seemingly random because we're like, well, surely I misread it. It can't be 1 then 1. And I was like, I'm gonna run to 3, and then I got hit, and I saw a bunch of people over it. 2 got smoked. I was like, yeah, okay, we were all.
Was I the only one that stayed in the same corner on that pattern? Because I remember watching the entire raid die, but like myself and one of the tanks.
I got pump faked. I'll admit it. I saw 1 and 1, and I was like, nope, that's not right. I'm wrong.
I did the same thing. I definitely was like, no, I'm stupid. This is player error, clearly.
Listening to Whoops try to call it, and he's just like, you could hear the gears turning in his head. He's like, wait, what?
Yeah, what it's interesting though, because like the solution we found ended up being both inelegant and elegant at the same time. Weirdly enough, because it basically solves the mechanic the way it's supposed to be solved with an added risk factor that was supposed to be irrelevant to what the cleaves were actually doing. But what eventually ended up happening is the people who did it, who knew how to do that risk assessment, just ended up figuring out how to do it correct. And it was basically 7 people doing it right and 1 person who had to know where to go in both configurations. But it created the exact like spread that we were supposed to, like, I think the game intended us to use for that mechanic. It's weird how we just reverse, like we didn't get there the way you'd think we would get there. We started like, that's what we should do, then said, fuck that. And then it ended up being that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's really interesting. And then the dragon heads after, man.
So easy to miss.
What are those dragon heads are like? They're like the missiles in Guardian, but faster. They're just like, they're there. You're being told they're there. You know it's coming, but also I'm dead.
And it just floated into the side of you. Yep.
But also I'm fucking dead. And then we find out it is once again not a door boss. Which, how do you feel about non-door bosses with cutscenes? Shiva falls into that category. This falls into that category. How do you feel about getting a big-ass cutscene mental reset break into a not door boss versus what if this had been a door boss scenario instead?
Well, the only thing I hated about the Shiva cutscene when I progged it on Monk was losing all of my greased lightning stacks and having to rebuild them in the opener while doing like half of my damage. And now that doesn't exist, so now I really don't care if there's a cutscene or not.
Beth?
Yeah, I'm pretty sorry, yeah. I'm pretty anti-door boss, I'll admit. I actually kind of like if they want to do door boss style things where like the 2 fights are pretty significantly different. I'm actually pretty down for them to do it this way, where like there's the phase 1 cutoff, right? How he can just enrage. I also think this one being 6.5 minutes in as opposed to 3 for Shiva makes it a lot more tolerable. Because with Shiva, like a larger percentage of your pulls, you were seeing that cutscene. While with this one, once you're seeing the cutscene, in theory, you're through the majority of the fight. Like timeline wise, it's only halfway, but you're through most of like the mechanics that you're going to spend a bulk of your time progging. And I think that makes it feel a lot less bad. While with Shiva, it was like, okay, we got past LR. Now we have 10 more minutes of fight with some pretty tough stuff up ahead. And we're going to be seeing the cutscene every single time.
Right.
Also, it was right after an ads phase, which after you've done a few times wasn't super engaging anymore, which I think didn't help.
We need the buff, though, Biff. We need the buff.
Need the buff. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess for me, I'm kind of in the. I actually also prefer non-door bosses. I'm a huge advocate for just one consistent boss. I think it's more demoralizing to need to exit the instance and rebeat the door boss than it is to have a long fight, personally.
Yeah.
I felt that was especially true in Abyssos for more than obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And even with the first phase, like Athena, honestly, like I like phase 1 Athena, but like phase 1 Athena is also the hardest part, which ends up true of a lot of door bosses. The harder part is getting past the door boss. So getting that lower if you're gonna door boss me, I'd rather the second boss be the real struggle and the door boss not be. But it's never really been that way. Even Exdeath and the Neo Exdeath. Exdeath is the monster. Neo Exdeath is the bigger, grander fight. But Exdeath is the fucking asshole.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like God. I think God Kefka is the case where the second phase is harder than the first. I don't think the first phase of regular Kefka was all too much. But it's just like, I just don't want to reset and have to go past the fucking door boss every time. And then it ends up being like a total of like 16 to 17 minutes between both fights, but it's like split in half. It's like, I'd rather see more of a boss if I'm going to have two different bosses. I'd rather get like two separate instances or two separate full bosses, or like, I don't know. Every other solution to me sounds better than door boss personally. So
yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is the breakup in this. I was going to say, the only thing is like, is the mental reset that you get during the cutscene, is that a positive, or does that entire juxtaposition of this is a totally different fight and there's really not much cohesion from the first one? That's the only part I struggle with on this particular approach to it.
Yeah, I think you can make a case that these two bosses are kind of different. In a way, this almost feels like it originally was a door boss, but then there was like some positive reception about M4 not being a door boss, and they went, oh, well, all right, let's maybe tweak it, and make it a bit more thing. One nice thing about not having door bosses, and I think this fight really highlights that, is a lot of times when you do have door bosses, to essentially, I don't want to use the word pad because it sounds meaner than what I'm about to say, but like even Athena did this, right? Where like you finish all the puzzle mechanics in phase 2, and then there's just like 2 minutes at the end where it's like, okay, we'll just do the first mechanic again. And it's just kind of, I don't know. I think it takes away from the fights a little bit. Where with this, you kind of go through all his stuff, and yeah, he makes you do the spreads and stacks a couple times, but he never truly repeats anything. Everything you do is like, all right, do it once and then go to the next thing, and it just keeps the tempo up.
Yeah, I think the only exception is the very start where I call it palindroming a mechanic, where he literally goes like Quake, Ultraviolent, Tank Buster thing, and then Ultraviolent back to Quake, in a sense. But that's also the part of the fight where he's teaching you what everything does, and also trying to teach you that when Ultraviolent is something you're going to have to consider how you actually get back to the lineups at some point, and like you can't just sit idly by and wait for Ultraviolent to start, or if you are, you better have a plan for it that actually works, because you don't have a lot of time to actually decide to hop platforms during that.
Yeah.
So I think that maybe that's the intent, but that's the only part where it feels that way. But every other Ultraviolent is usually in conjunction with something has just happened or something is currently happening that's going to mess up how you do it if you're not thinking about it in advance. Especially true of the Hero's Blow at the end, where he goes Hero's Blow into Ultraviolent like 4 seconds later, and you just have to figure out how to orient and get everyone into a spot where they can read the mechanic, which not all too tough, but at the very least it takes a mechanic you already know and puts at least some degree of spin on it that adds a progression factor.
It makes it feel different, and I think that's more important than like, you can break down mechanics if you always bust them down to the most basic building blocks. It's always like, oh, well, it's either just like a stack or a spread or a don't stand in the bad. But as long as like when you're playing the game and it feels different, I think that's all it takes, right? Like, I think the post Heroes Blow one, because of the constraints and just again how quickly it comes out afterwards, does a good enough job of making you go, oh crap, we just got to figure this out.
Yeah, you got to just rush into position. That's kind of like the entire, because the fight, this particular part, the arena and the teleporting, I'm glad, again, they went a route that is like, I would have never assumed they would have thrown teleporters into a fight to hop between arenas because they're so, if we get a circle, here we get 5, They wanted this as, again, another attempt at doing something different that kind of works. I don't mind getting clipped on my GCD when I'm hopping between the platforms, or you can like GCD and then take the platform to make sure you don't clip. So there's like little tiny bits to work out there for yourself. But even just like the basic mechanics, like the tether mechanic into another bait, that's not like a brand new thing, but the way you interact with it, with the teleporters being disabled for longer periods of time, the sensitivity to the actual like tether and how it is, your distance from every other player, those factors do definitely take a phase that I think is actually kind of chill. I actually think the last phase is much chiller than the first. And it keeps it interesting, I guess is the right way to put it. I'm not bored. I'm not like hating it. Like, what's a good example? The fucking caloric or something, where it's like, here's a new idea, and fuck you, by the way.
I hate caloric.
Most people do, Sly.
I haven't met many people that like that mechanic.
It's a really cool idea that doesn't work to the constraints that it operates under very well.
It's a cool idea. It doesn't work very well with the game systems and being limited in how far you can actually move.
It's funny. Imagine we had caloric in this fight, but it only ticked up if you took a teleporter. Like, what if you got teleporter sickness in this fight, and then getting enough stacks of teleporter sickness created an explosion like caloric? Like, that would work. I wouldn't hate that.
Because the big difference there is like caloric.
You're giving them ideas for ultimate.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, it's your turn, Biff. Go.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
the big difference with like caloric is that like there's no like, yeah, there's kind of the lines on the floor, but the feedback for how far exactly you can run is really vague and wishy-washy. And I think that's the problem with it, is like you go up to 4 stacks and you're like, well, I mean, I know I can move a little bit. I don't know how, I have no way to know exactly how far outside of close my eyes and feel the vibes. But like something like teleporter sickness could work and be fun, because you as a player know, oh, if I take that teleporter, the raid dies, so let's not do that.
Yeah. And even here with the longer disabled periods where they say, okay, we will not let you hop as frequently here. Effectively, it becomes that, because if you take a bad path on a teleporter, there's no way for you to go faster to fix it. You're literally trapped, and you have to just hope that you can make it. Or wherever you are, you have to somehow know how to make it work. Like if you take the wrong path on the rotation mechanic, if you're confident in doing the rotation mechanic, it doesn't matter. You can totally save it. But if for any reason there was a mechanic that forced everyone onto a platform, like let's say you needed to, I mean, Heroes Blow is a great example. You have 1 hop to get out of it. And if you take the wrong hop, you die. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yep.
And it's also the same for the tether. No, you don't have a lot of time. Heroes Blow is pretty quick. So, yeah, they definitely experiment with the idea, and it feels like they maybe play a little bit safe because it's so late in the fight that they don't want it. They're kind of choke checking you more than they're doing anything else. And again, that's fine. It's a 14-minute encounter with the cutscene. So, fair enough to not go too crazy with what they could have done with the teleporters. But at the very least, if they're not afraid of doing this now, they can do it on harder things later, as long as it's well received now. And it's like they look at it as something that if they wanted to experiment with the idea, they could do the crazier shit with it at some other point.
Yep.
So this fight is essentially first part and then 7-minute choke check is what you're saying?
I think the second half is like a 6-minute. It's like a 6.5 minute choke check. Cause like, I don't think the second phase, I do think is in every way easier than the first. It's not as fast. It's a little more about precision, but there's so many ways to know how to get to the places you need to be. And in most mechanics, you have more than enough time to do it. You're not like hyper constrained outside of a couple of mechanical dances, and then it's just a matter of you need to know how to do 2 hops at most, 1 hop or 2 hops at most to get to the spot you want to be.
Yeah. And by the way, you hate every time I say this throughout the years, but you finally got a spectral keeper boss without it being a spectral keeper. I just want to say that.
Why does it matter, Sly? Why does it matter? Why?
Just saying. I had to bring that tidbit up, but go ahead.
It's been like years since that's come up. I haven't said that in ages. How would you even know if I felt that way about it still?
Because every time I brought it up in the past, you fucking hate it.
Hold on to old shit. All right. Either way, yeah, it's definitely more of a successful creative flex than it is a hyper like puzzle. It's not even that puzzly either. Like usually those second phases are a little more puzzly. Well, this one is kind of because of how you use the platforms. It is just a lot of figuring out what everything does and then just kind of doing it. Not so much like, it's not like P8S phase 2 where it's like, what the fuck does this mean over my head?
Big shades of like ultimate final phase in this one, like toned down, obviously, but similar concepts where it's like, okay, we understand what we need to do, but everyone's kind of got to do it because those stacks being enumerations leaves you limited room for error.
Yeah, I think most of the mechanics leave pretty limited room for error. Like you can recover some things, but like as soon as things start going wrong, picking the pieces back up just gets worse and worse. And we especially learned that in our clear.
That is a phase that mistakes kind of just snowball really, really hard.
Yeah. Big thing in our clear is, so the enrage sequence is, it's Neo X Death, but more engaging, I suppose.
To me, like outside looking in, since I haven't done it, but I've seen the video, it looks a lot more like, it reminds me of Alexander Ultimate.
Oh, with the jails, like people getting locked up one by one. Yeah, I mean, I get that.
Well, it's that, but like less restrictive than that. But it's like you have the whole crew with you at least.
Yeah, everyone's. Well, I mean, that's the thing. We did a strat that I haven't seen very many clears, but our strat that was decided upon by our tank is the sole reason we even cleared on our actual clear pull. Because if we were doing the traditional strat that people seem to want to do, which is to just stay together and mitt like a few of them and then invuln 1 or 2 of them, we would have been fucked.
So what was your strat?
So we did the party only does the 1st and 5th platforms, and the tank super cooldown the 2nd one, a tank invulns the 3rd one, and a tank invulns the 4th one.
In comparison to the strat that I've seen people do, where it's like, you know, tanks will invuln maybe 2.
Yeah.
Give you more time?
Well, it doesn't give you more time, but basically the party is only taking, you don't need party mitt for anything more than 1 and 5. The tanks can handle an entire set on their own, and they just need like the personal mitt, and they need to be healed, and they're fine. It basically becomes a tank buster instead. We had a death on the 1st platform. Someone just didn't make it off the platform in time. They were like finishing a spell and then just didn't hit the teleporter. So if we were doing a party stack there on that 2nd one, which is pretty standard, a 7-player party stack, when you want to get a res out without a non-healer reser, yeah, probably would have been disaster, in all honesty. So the fact that even though we lost the tank on the 2nd one because we were down a healer, I think that strat totally saved us from that small mistake that I was very, very scared of when I saw it happen. And then I almost wiped us, but you know, that's different.
Listen, nothing happened, all right? It's fine.
Yeah, we didn't wipe, so nothing happened. I totally didn't go to the next platform before he had picked a platform. And then listen, it was only a 12.5% chance. Actually, 1 person was dead, so it was 1 in 7 chance, but shut up. Anyway. It was, you know, it totally didn't wipe us on that last one. And I totally didn't press Troubadour and have it not go off, and I can even show the footage of me pressing it and it not activating. And we didn't have it on the 5th platform. We had Min. Everyone loves Min. No one's ever once asked me where's Min. People don't even put it on mit sheets. They just leave it out. They're like, eh.
They don't put mantra there either.
Yeah, it's just because it's job specific, but like, come on, just consider it. All right. Consider dismantle. Consider min. Consider everything.
Pretty good.
We're trying to help. But yeah, I'm looking forward to reclears for this.
Me too.
Which is not something I always do.
I wish we were doing more.
Yeah, I know. You've been in PF this whole fucking podcast.
I have been in PF this whole podcast.
How's that been going, by the way?
I have been killed by the Yan about 9 times. You know how I said I saw lava before this started? I haven't seen it since. And I'm having a blast.
Good old Yan moment. Yeah. That's
Oh man.
that's
You
how
know,
it is.
Yantastic.
God, that little they're gonna sell a Yan plush, right? Like it's gonna happen.
They better. They have to.
100%, yeah.
Next
Yeah,
fan fest.
Look, there's already people asking for a Yan minion. Just sell the plush with a code for it. Free money.
Somebody's gonna buy like 100 of them and just
Yeah, I can tell you who it'll be too. It'll be Jaden's.
Oh, that fucking Yan, man. But yeah, this is I'm really impressed. Now, I am thinking one step ahead for this. Because this Savage tier had a more impressive design than Fru. And I actually think Fru was, I think some people are a little overly harsh on some parts of Fru. I think Fru was actually a really well done ultimate.
Okay.
Just its difficulty wasn't DSR top. I think that's it. That's and I'm glad, because if it was, I might have cried again. I was not ready for 3 of those back. Like, up for it's like, oh yes, DSR. Oh god, I sure hope the next one's not like that. Top comes out. I definitely hope the next one's like that. Fru, it's like, okay.
Nice reprieve.
The next one, yeah.
From hell, you know.
The next one can be like that. All right. Yeah, DSR Abyssos top. What a set with a criterion in between. Oh boy.
This next one's gonna have Yan ultimate, and it's just gonna be nightmare. If it's the Endwalker ultimate, it's gonna be or even Shadowbringer story ultimate. They could do it too. Ascian Prime, all that nonsense.
Yep. I mean, that's where we, in terms of pattern, since they skipped Stormblood MSQ, because why would they do Stormblood MSQ? Like, I get it. Shinryu's cool, but just put him in Endwalker Ultimate. Just put him at the end.
True.
With fucking like Neo Shinryu with fucking Xenos.
Have him eat Endsinger, consume the Aether or the Dynamis at this point, and just go nuts.
Yeah, just Neo Shinryu all over the place.
Sorrow of Worlet Ultimate win.
I wish.
Yeah.
Just like how I wish we'd get 4 Lords.
Then we could actually fight Kieran.
Right?
We
Man.
could be there. And then we could tag team with all of the, we could just get some more tag team action with the 4 Lords. It could be like Yogg Saron, 4 Keepers.
No! Let's not!
And would you rather I have said Yogg Saron 0 Keepers?
I would rather you not mention Yogg Saron at all.
Why? What's wrong with Yogg Saron?
You know what's wrong with Yogg Saron.
No, I know what's wrong with Yogg Saron 0 Keepers, but not 4 Keepers.
4 lights chill, right? That's a vibe. Yeah.
Yeah. Then 3 lights is even okay. Then 2 lights is and 1 light's like please no more, and 0 lights are bring a bunch of warlocks.
Yeah. I played Warlock. That's why I got to do that a lot.
You're like,
Pretty much.
don't look. People who don't play WoW have no fucking idea what I'm talking about.
Put my dots on and turn away.
I suck. That's it. That's how you did it. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of expectation on whatever, even if the next ultimate isn't in 0.3, which I'm still not convinced it will be. There's no reason to say it will be, you know? It could be.
I'm curious if we get it this patch cycle or for the, 7.0 7.5 cycle. It's
Or not.
kind
at
of up in the
all.
air. I mean, we could, even if we just get one, that's okay. 2 would be cool. I do not think we will get 3.
No,
No.
that's not happening.
There's
Okay.
there's
Never
no
on.
way. Just in terms of dev time, it just doesn't seem feasible unless they already had one done before they started the expansion.
Maybe they secretly ahead the whole time with DSR and they were preparing for this moment.
I doubt it.
No, I'm kidding. They 100% work. They've already said they are working on the next. They confirmed they already started development on the next one after like Fru came out, like an interview like 2 weeks later. We're like, yeah, we're working on the next one. So
Yeah.
Personally hoping it's end of the expansion instead of middle.
I mean, we do
Just kind
have
of as a nice send off.
I mean, we do have a second BA at the end of the expansion this time. We have 2 BAs, Baldessian Arsenal equivalents this expansion. So
That'll be
there.
good. That'll be really fun to do.
Yeah, we got one in like 7 weeks, and it's 6.5 weeks. So
Can't wait. Going to
Okay.
be living in that.
yeah, we got Forked Tower coming up, not all too long. Got Cosmic Exploration this month. We got Occult Crescent next month. And for those who are Eureka enthusiasts, you may have noticed that bunnies were missing from the live letter in regards to the Occult Crescent. Well, fortunately, the achievement list is for 7.2 is already there, and it does say there are happy bunnies in the Occult Crescent. So if you're a big AFK and Make Free Gil fan like I am, you have one extra activity on your belt. Chad asking about another chaotic. I don't think they're doing a second chaotic this expansion. I think they'll do more. I don't think they're doing another one.
So the thing I'm actually, because I remember at Dawn Trail Fan Fest they mentioned Criterions, but there actually hasn't been a mention of Criterion at all in this expansion.
Yeah.
So are we actually getting them?
All they've said is they are doing one. They have reaffirmed that since the fan fests. They have reiterated they are doing one this expansion. They have not said they're doing more than one.
Yeah.
Right?
Again, this is the expansion where we get pretty much everything, like everything that we've gotten in past expansions, but some expansions were missing one particular thing. No, this expansion we're getting everything. Maybe just not a lot of everything that you would expect.
Yeah, I think 3 Criterions never needed to happen, but I think what they want to do this expansion is they want to make sure that the reason that people have to do each thing actually makes sense instead of like saying, we'll do 3 of them and then just kind of react to how people like what if they release another Criterion and there are good rewards, but you know, they didn't know that it was going to be enough. Whereas Chaotic, the lead dev of Chaotic was over Twitter reading feedback, like responding to people about how it was doing and like what people were saying about rewards. Like he was constantly scanning it and retweeting and engaging with it. So he very clearly wants to make sure that if they are going to do more, they understand what people actually wanted and don't want about it. And I think like with Criterion, that's going to be the case here too. When they do it, they're going to be like, okay, no, this time we really need to stop and pay attention. So let's not commit to a shit ton of them. Which I'll take. Because, 14's devs aren't usually on socials. So having the lead combat dev on socials, checking for things like that, it's probably the most reaffirming thing I've seen. And the English Twitters. Very specifically the English. Because everyone likes to give shit to the dev team, but like being like, they only read the JP. No, they were reading NA tweets and stuff.
Yeah. I think regarding Criterions, if we only get one, it'll be nice for me at least because I really like Criterions if they put it in a patch that doesn't have an ultimate. I do think it is rough when they're like, hey, here's an ultimate, and then 2 weeks after the ultimate they're like, hey, here's Criterion Savage. It's like, all right, maybe a little bit more breathing room between them would be nice,
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, Endwalker had a really weird problem where everyone said there was nothing to do, but that's because everything there was to do was some sort of like really high-end content, and it was only a bunch of really high-end content, but you really had to want to do only the really high-end content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's 2 ultimates, 3 Criterion Savages, 3 raid tiers. Like, it's just like, geez, what the fuck? A deep dungeon, which most people would consider the solo to 100 more of a hardcore activity.
Yep.
So... It was wild.
was really wild. And then Island Sanctuary, great. Fantastic. Yeah, that was the reaction I was expecting. Anyway. But yeah, hopefully the quality of Cruiserweight carries over into Ultimate, into everything else, really. I mean, the quality of content in Dawn Trail has been really high. It's just been the frequency of it and, obviously the back and forth about the actual base story, which I think most people are relatively okay with 0.1, 0.2 story so far. Above average compared to 0.0 at the very least.
Yeah, I think it's been pretty good.
Yeah.
So, fingers crossed, we're on an upward trend for Dawn Trail. We'll find out more in a couple weeks with the Occult Crescent. For those who don't remember, April 22nd. I'm sorry, not Occult Crescent. Cosmic Exploration.
Cosmic Exploration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, April 22nd for Cosmic Exploration. This is the big Crafting Gathering Ishgard equivalent, and it is being updated with a new planet every patch. There will be the competition sort of bit, but it's only every 2 days, and your competition bit only stays for 14 days. But I'm really hoping it's good and fun and community engaging because, Ishgard did that really well, and I would like to see it done again. And I think
Ishgard got me to gather. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
No, I was going to just say the same thing pretty much. I was like, that actually got people to do gathering and crafting content. I've seen people who I've never associated with crafting and gathering being like, I'm getting Saint of the Firmament.
I leveled my crafters. I leveled my gatherers. If they had done it again, I probably, if they do it again, I'll probably, get my stuff up to cap just because, I don't know, something about it just makes it feel more engaging for me. As someone who doesn't usually engage with that stuff, doing it with, everyone around and all the hustle and bustle just feels really cool.
Biff, I'm proud of you. As opposed to some people.
Yeah.
I'll have you know, Sly, that
Go ahead.
I bought all my pots this patch off of the market board.
I mean, to be fair, I did too because I'm lazy about pots. I'll make my own gear. I don't give a shit about pots and food. I'll just buy enough to last me the entire fucking tier. I don't give a shit about that. I used to. I don't give a shit about that. I do give a shit about making people's, gear though. I like my own.
I care about,
Give a shit about
having 500 million gil and using it to not have to do anything.
My poor
see what I
crafter
mean?
hates me.
See what I deal with. See what I fucking deal with.
Look,
deal
I
with
was a
Jitter, yeah. Jitter.
I was a hyper efficient tome farming machine. My crafter made 10 crafted sets and 4,000 pots for me.
That's right. You made 10 crafted sets because you needed it for how many characters?
Oh, 6.
Jesus.
Yep.
Man, I could have made money off of you. Shit.
Yeah, you could have. I farmed all of the tonestones for the mats, right? And then, I gave them to my crafter pretty much as a lump sum, and all he sent back was, "But why?"
Yeah, it's a lot of characters.
Yeah.
Too many. Don't do what I do.
Why do you do what you do?
I didn't have that many bulk orders. Go ahead.
So there was a lot of times where I would be subbing for a friend's static trying to help them clear week 1, but they still want the loot. So rather than bring my main and they don't get loot, I go on an alt and then they get loot and everybody's happy. I don't feel like I was waiting for you to do it and you didn't do it.
I'm looking at you because you actually.
I know you're looking at me. I was waiting for it. It's the perfect time.
But I'm happy.
No, he's happy. Anyway, everybody gets loot. Everyone's content. We get to have, I don't feel like an ass because the system doesn't let me help my friends clear content without losing them a chest. Maybe they address that sometime. I really hope so. And lightweight, I had 4 different groups ask me to help out after we cleared and did splits, so I just ended up with 4 more characters. And now I'm here with 6, and I don't know what to do with them besides go into PF.
Oh, you.
Yay.
Not
can't
Jitter.
tell.
Not Jitter having to consider which alt he brings to raid if his main already has loot.
Did that happen? Wait,
It happened in Fru. I think you wanted a weapon.
it did happen in Fruit because when we were
Yeah.
doing our ninth clears, I was doing them on an alt.
Yeah, you said, oh, well, if we're going to bring in the ninths, I'll just bring my alts instead.
True.
He's like, I'll just get totems on all my alts. No biggie. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I have every Fruit weapon on 3 characters, so there's that.
So that was a good show.
Happy, are you okay?
Good show, everyone. I'm sorry, I need to end the show so you can go do 6 characters worth of PFing. We got to wrap it up.
No.
That's it. You got the Yan calls for your blood, and you've got a lot to spare.
The Yan is taking my blood as we speak.
So, that's going to be a wrap for this week's show. With that, we got some outros to do. Thanks again, both of you, for coming on such short notice.
Thank you so much.
That was great to be here. It's always a good time.
Yeah, it's a lot
Thank
of
you
fun.
for having me.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for joining. It was just going to be Sly and I was like, this will be way more fun if there's 4 DPS instead of 2. We don't need tanks and healers.
You're going to have to ask Keo about tanking this at some point.
Yeah, probably. What a goat. No, Yan's not a goat. He's a ram. Oh, you meant Jitter. Okay, never mind. Okay.
It's not on 6. It's only on 3.
All right, that's fine. So let's do quick outros. Biff, why don't you tell everyone what you're working on, what you're doing,
Yeah.
whatever you want to for your outro.
Biff. My Twitter tag is BiffaloXIV. I occasionally tweet things, and once in a blue moon, I stream on Twitch at Biffalo. Usually it's around like prog time. So yeah, just keep an eye out if you want to see some caster and or sometimes healer shenanigans.
Yeah, I've met Biff as a healer. And then I kept seeing him as a healer, and he never got to play Black Mage in a group I was in. So like, nah.
That's true, yeah.
It's like, I'm a Black Mage main. I'm like, do you play it? Do you get to play
But are
it?
you really?
That's like me being a monk main, and I'm like, they're like, Haps, you're not a monk main. You never get to play it. There was no Black Mage crash out. It's not there. Tune into his stream for that.
Yeah.
Jitter,
I'll
you're up.
definitely be tuning in.
If you ever want to see my PF shenanigans, you can find me at twitch.tv/jitter. I'll stream those. I stream prog. Sometimes I just sit there and run my mouth over random melee things. If you want to find me on Twitter, where you can also see me just joking about the tier, it's at Jitter07. I don't really have any plans besides spending the next eternity in PF between our reclears. So if you want to watch the Yan absolutely decimate everybody, you'll probably see it like at least 5 times.
Minimum of 5. That's
Minimum
the
of 5.
quota. Yeah, perfect. All right. Well, thank you. Sly, you're up.
You can find me at twitch.tv/Sly, aka Gray Fox, Twitter, Sly, aka Gray Fox, Bluesky, Sly, aka Gray Fox. I'm in Prague right now. Our days are Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, possibly next Saturday, because I don't have anything to do. I don't have WSLY next Saturday. I do have it tonight, which I'll get to in a second, and Sunday and Monday, because we're going pretty hard the first 2 weeks. After next week, we'll probably go to normal times. Hopefully if we clear. But other than that, yeah, tonight is WSLY doing Anime in the Limelight, and all anime DJ set tonight. Gonna be pretty anime as fuck.
Smile Bomb better be there.
And then kind of another thing I wanted to start and just been afraid to, but I finally just, kicked myself in the gear and I'm going to start it. I will be starting an official/unofficial Final Fantasy 14 whiskey community, because we have the community pages. So the plan is to, bring people together to meet once a week, probably Friday, and, go over our recent hauls, go over stuff we like, and kind of introduce everybody to certain whiskeys that they may have or may have never had. And It's been something I've been wanting to do because a lot of people are kind of scared to get into the whole whiskey thing. And this is for everybody: bourbon, scotch, rye, everything. So I plan on having the the community sheet for it at the most Monday, and see about starting maybe this coming Friday or the next. So if you are into any kind of whiskey at all or want to get into whiskey, there'll be a 14 community and group for it that will meet every week. So please look forward to it. Hi. That's me.
I haven't added a new whiskey to my shelf in quite some time. If anything, I've just subtracted from it by drinking it occasionally. Make a fellowship for it. I don't know if the fellowship would allow, the endgame fellowship would like the whiskey theme, but then again, there's literally like just porn in there, so like porn addicts in there, so there's like only feet fellowships and stuff, so yeah, who knows, maybe whiskey's fine.
I hope. Please don't ban me, Yogi.
Please don't ban. Listen, if half those other fellowships that I've seen in there aren't banned, I dare anyone to go onto their server and look through their fellowship list right now.
Fellowships are in a game?
Yeah, I'm in a Fat Cat Fellowship. We take a poll every month about which Fat Cat's the coolest.
I forgot that was a feature, and I don't even remember how to access it.
You click social, you click fellowship. Yeah, it's not good. There's usually some sort of degeneracy in there at all times. Or maybe it is good. Maybe that's what you want. I don't know. But yeah. And then I'm Mr. Happy. I'm just keep it busy right now. I got Claire Obscure later this month, which I'm looking forward to. I've got quite a few things on my plate at the moment. I'm actually going to be traveling this coming Tuesday, so I'll have a slightly less streams over the next week or so after Tuesday. Like Tuesday itself, I won't stream. The following Tuesday, I definitely won't be streaming. The following Monday and Tuesday, I probably won't be streaming. And then I'll have a handful of streams that probably won't be as long for that week. I will not say what the trip is for just yet, but you will all probably know soon. It's not even NDA. It's just, I'm not telling you yet. So that's it. Just to be clear, everyone's like, oh, he's got a secret. It's just NDA. I was like, no, I'm literally under no obligation not to, but I'm not going to.
He's going to the Persona 6 premiere.
Yeah, that's it. That was obviously what it is. No, dude, it's the P4 remake one, obviously. Since
of course.
Yeah, it's got to be that, right? It's just that totally wouldn't be NDA'd if I was going.
No. It's for Rido. He's going for Rido. That's what it is.
Rido. Yeah, that's your alley for sure. It's definitely more your alley than mine, I think. All right, but
you'll love it.
Probably. But that's going to be a wrap for this week's show. Because I will be traveling next week, there will be no show. And the following week, we'll have a different show. We will have a show that the week after next week, and then the following week will be Cosmic, the show. So we'll be doing a bunch of pieces on that stuff. Yeah, we'll have a week of Cosmic. As much as I hate to be pulled away from Claire Obscure, I'll make enough time to do that. But yeah, thank you again to our guests for tuning in. Thank you to everyone else for tuning in. Thank you to the sponsors on Patreon. Thank you to SteelSeries, of course. And we will see you next time we have a show. Oh, man, I wanted to add the image that you put in here at the end, but I'd have to... Here, I can do it. All right, I'm going to go to the outro screen. I'm going to add the image after because I want to share this image that Jitter seems to have.
Oh, my God.
There's this image right here that's hold on. I'm gonna leave this part into the YouTube because this pretty accurately describes something. I don't really know what, but it's there and it makes sense. Here we go. What is this? There you go. That's it. That's the one. That It's just, who did this? Who did this?
I don't know. It just got sent to me.
It's just got... I mean, accurate. I like how the cat's nowhere to be found. The Jabberwock is nowhere to be found. It's just, Oh, God. One range does both... Oh, that's not going to work out well. Oh, and it's a dance.
How
I
the
get it.
fuck did that?
Because they're a dancer, they AoE'd and pulled both of. I get it. Now it all makes sense.
I got to witness this happen while we were on the show.
Oh my god, Jesus. There's a cat jumping around somewhere in there. I don't know. Anyway, that's going to be it. We're going to do a short post show and we'll see you next State of the Realm. Enjoy the art.
See you soon.
All right. Mics are still on, but we're just in post show. They can still hear
Yeah,
everything.
post show.
I can't stay for too long. I've got an ultra busy afternoon ahead of me. That's why I was like, oh, sweet. Sly said we'll push the show up an hour. I'll have an extra hour. And then I was like, that's
I'm at the Angus barn getting the Discord call. I'm like, why is Happy calling me?
Yeah, that was it. It was a misunderstanding about the term "move up."
Yeah, I should have been more clear. That's my fault.
Yep, I should have actually read the times that you said, and I would have realized it.
It's almost bourbon time for me here in about an hour.
Yeah, what you drinking?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going out to dinner, and then they just said I could get whatever alcohol I wanted. So,
Ooh,
whatever's on the top shelf, baby. Woo!
Let's go.
Whatever you want. No whiskey for me. I got a lot on my plate tonight. So yeah, I'm gonna get going. It was a pleasure. I'm glad we got the four of us together for this show.
Yeah, no, like I said, thanks for having me.
Last minute.
It's a good time.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
I'm glad to have kept you sane as you PF'd for the last several hours.
It definitely kept me sane. That's for sure.
You're like,
I didn't have to mute to go fuck, while I got killed by a Yan. So.
As you normally would. Yeah. All right. Well, enjoy your weekends, everyone. Your bourbons, your plans, whatever they may be. And I will talk to you when I talk to you.
I'll see you for next raid day, presumably.
Sounds good.
Presumably, yes.
See ya.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, I got to get to taking care of quite a few things today. Some better, some worse. We'll see. Next couple days for me are going to be quite busy. If I were you, I would keep your eyes on my socials over the next couple of days. If not tonight, then tomorrow, I'll be posting an important update about something, about several things, but not an announcement I want to have to make, but something that I'm going to be putting out there in regards to a personal situation. Fantastic. I wish that Yan. There are points in the last several months where I wish that Yan would have found me. Not the things. Yeah, the things. But I've also got like videos to record and get out and prepare. I want some videos to upload for next week while I'm away. So, that way I have like a pretty steady stream of content when I won't be streaming as much. Final Fantasy 11 part's already set for that. I'm going to record another one this weekend for the week after, since I probably won't have time to do it otherwise. And then I'm going to get some raid-related stuff ready for some other releases next week, weekly Q&A, all the usual stuff. But yeah, I got to get working on that now, so I'm going to get going. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in today. Hopefully you enjoyed State of the Realm. It will be on YouTube and the podcast apps tomorrow. I uploaded the recent ones to the podcast apps in case you were looking for them. And this one will be done in a timely manner as well. But appreciate everyone for hanging out. I don't know what I'm playing yet tomorrow. Might be just a 14 and chill day, since I don't know if I want to do Path of Exile 2 or like what the plan is. But either way, I will see all of you tomorrow. So thanks for hanging out, and enjoy your Saturdays. Till then,